Welcome to EPT 2023.
I'm calling for my cat.
Okay, Captain.
Baleo bags the first ever EPT Paris trophy.
I'm about to change the world today. I'm calling shots I came to play.
I think I'm back.
Watson does the double in Monte Carlo.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Time off me, huh? Wojciech makes the call and wins EPT Barcelona. It's time to crown our next champion. Who will be next?
Takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Paoli coming to terms with what he has just achieved. Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Malletz has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion. This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Cyprus and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It's day 3 of the first ever EPT Cyprus main event at the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Casino and Spa. 155 players remain from a starting field of 1,320. Going to play 5 full levels today to cut through this field. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
So guys, an action-packed day yesterday. We played through the bubble and beyond. Everyone is now in the money, guaranteed a slice of the $6.4 million prize pool. Everyone has locked up a min plus cash of $9,275, but we have $1 million up top. That will be paid to the champion. We play to a winner on Sunday. We are live every single day leading up to the final table, live at 12:30 local time. That's 11:30 Central European time. On Sunday, we're live a little bit later for the final table, 1 p.m. local, that is noon Central European summertime. Wherever you are in the world, do the time zone conversion. The app on your phone or laptop is your friend. So who are the chip leaders coming into play? We'll check on those in a moment. A reminder that you can get in touch with us over the course of the day using the live chat on Twitch, the live chat on YouTube, the hashtag on X, formerly known as Twitter, and of course there's stuff around the EPT being posted on our Facebook and Instagram pages. Nicholas Schweite, a former EPT champion, sits at the top of the leaderboard. Carl Shaw, an EPT finalist, sits in 5th place. We have another EPT winner, Anton Wigg, sitting 6th in chips. And a member of Team Pro, Parker Talbot, aka Tonka, rounds out the top 10. All of these players have 100 big blind plus stacks coming at the 2K, 5K blind level, Nick.
Yes, very exciting stuff, and so many familiar faces out there. Can't wait to see what they do with those chips.
And Joe, some familiar faces at our first feature table. I kind of consider this to be the old school versus new school. We've got Lucien Cohen, the Rat Man. We've got Paul Newey, Super High Roller Reg. And then we've got some of the up-and-coming online players like Alex Kulev, Future of Me, and Klaus Segerbrecht, Sick One.
Yeah, the only thing I would take issue with there is that the younger class, you described them, not up and coming, up and up.
Fair enough. And of course, Lucien Cohen, both an EPT champion and an Estrellas champion. We saw him win that 1K in Barcelona, that record-breaking tournament in August. And he is branded for the occasion. He is Ratman.
Greetings, fellow teenagers.
Can I keep my phone for the music?
No, you cannot keep your phone for the music. Sorry, Rihanna, we are going to stop the music.
I've got a price if he wants me to come down and just hum in his ear.
Doesn't work.
Now, of course, being day 3, the shot clock is in play. That means everyone is going to start today with 6 time bank cards, which will be replenished at the start of each day. If they don't use any time bank cards, any cards you got left over will go in their bags with their chips at the end of the day, so you can accrue those time bank cards over the course of the tournament.
Oop, here we go.
There is Klaus Segerbrecht, who plays on stars as Sick One.
There is one song allowed at the table.
Ratman.
Don't worry, guys. You've got a full 3 minutes before you'll be sick of it.
Never.
Take the under.
Alex Kulev has won a super high roller on the EPT. A lot of online success as well. Paul Newey plays all the big blind events, was in that exact same seat when he was on our feature table yesterday.
Top dollar man.
What's that watch?
I'm not sure what it is, but I think it has been iced out. I'm going to say that is not a factory set diamond watch.
Doesn't look like it.
You mean it's bedazzled?
Yes.
That's funny.
What do you mean? Yeah, 30 seconds.
No, but it could be different post-flop
Yeah,
and
yeah,
pre-flop.
but on this.
Excusez-moi, Miss. Avant la grosse, vous pouvez me parler français parce que vous dites.
Dealer explains to the players that with the shot clock, it is 30 seconds per decision. Each time bank card worth an additional 30 seconds. That is a Rolex Submariner. That I can identify.
On peut commander à boire ici? Ouais, pour une
Oh
café,
no, I apologize. It's a GMT Master 2.
Oh, how embarrassing.
Oh, it must be so embarrassing for you, James.
Don't often see the GMTs on the Oyster bracelet these days. Most people opt for the Jubilee.
Tierra del Fuego.
Action is underway. This is level 16 of the main event. Blinds are 2K, 5K with a big blind ante of 5K. So we see an under the gun raise from Lucien Cohen, Queen 10 of diamonds.
Lucien Cohen doing Lucien Cohen things already. Raising Queen 10 under the gun on a 15 big blind stack.
And so it begins.
7-8 after.
Ine, mine, mine, fold.
Lucien.
Hi.
I am a rat man.
Yeah, I need my coffee.
What does that mean?
I'll be scared. Okay. 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 Which names are?
Did he ask him what that means?
Yeah. Paul Newey probably lives in a castle. I bet he's had to call an exterminator from time to time.
Can I get a confirmation that on the screen it's a different name?
All right.
He said it is gonna be. I just
First hand.
want you to
So is the rat also the exterminator? Is that what I see there? I love logos like this.
In order to defeat the rat, you must become the rat.
I mean, the rat's holding the poison nozzle.
It's a bit like Peter Griffin's Bigger Jaws idea, right? That in order to defeat Bigger Jaws, the guys on the boat have to team up with Jaws.
I think it's more like when you go to like a chicken place and their logo is like a chicken eating a piece of chicken.
All right, Ratman's off to a good start. Wins the first hand of the day.
Yeah, he is one of the shorter stacks, though, at this feature table, playing just 16 big blinds. Paul Newey, the shortest stack with 15 bigs. Fabio Peluso is the table chip leader with 483K, which translates into 96 big blinds.
Bucket hat.
And Peluso, with pocket tens, has raised to 12,000. Kinar Ine, 8-6 in the hijack, folds. Julien Montoy folds Jack 9. Klaas Segerbrecht has ace-5 suited on the button.
Oh boy, here we go.
You know what that means?
Sick one with the sourdough suited.
Yeah, sourdough. How does he not pull the trigger here, am I right? Looking down at about 19 big blinds. Them's the rules, Joe, all right?
You gotta
Don't question
do
it. You just do it.
Pull your online card.
So Segerbrecht is all in for 95,000. Paul Newey, ace, king of diamonds,
Oh.
reshoves. What does Peluso do with tens? Has both players covered.
How much do you want? 97.
Oh, this is a rough spot for real.
Can you ever determine that this is exactly what it is? Like two players sharing at least some of their outs?
I mean, yeah, there's always a chance it's ace, king, ace, queen, or ace, jack,
Yeah.
ace, king, but
That's less.
I don't know. Newey's got about...
I think he started with 19 big blinds.
Newey was shorter. Newey was
Yeah,
15 bigs.
right.
Okay.
So Segerbrecht is the effective stack, and it's not a lot. Kind of feel Peluso
This feels like a twofer to me.
could afford to make this call.
Yeah, it's real close, I think.
No.
Let's go.
Wow. So instead, it is a domination situation.
Those are good aces coming anyway. We all know it.
And Paul Newey may be the at-risk player here, but he is a huge favorite to win this all in.
But never underestimate the power of the sourdough.
Power dough.
Power dough, that's what we're calling it from now on.
Let's run out the board. 7-6 deuce, 1 diamond. Paul Newey, 4-1 favorite to double up. Turn card is another deuce. So we have chop opportunities.
Tens. Can I have those tens? Can I get those tens back?
River card is a tray. So ace, king, hold. Paul Newey doubles up. Klaus Segerbrecht will be left with just 2 big blinds. And yes, had Fabio Peluso called with tens there, he would have KO'd 2 players. Peluso is an online qualifier, won his seat in EPT Cyprus via a €250 satellite on PokerStars Italy.
In a class of his own. 2 big blinds.
So I'm guessing we'll see Segerbrecht all in again very soon. Queen 10 for Julien Montoy. Raises to 11,000. That is a call from Segerbrecht, leaving himself 3K behind.
Where are we at ladder-wise? We close?
I don't think we are. I think the next money jump is when we're at 143. So Lucien Cohen has called.
Oh boy.
Right, so I think there's some confusion here regarding Segerbrecht leaving 3K behind and just flatting.
Okay.
I can't do that.
So starting from now, so now you have been called. So now your first decision if you facing migration is going to be 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, if you decide to fold, you will be put on a 5 seconds.
Okay, so I'm not. Don't worry.
Oh, they're just getting out in front in case he was trying to time bank
Right.
forever or something.
That's what it sounded like, yeah.
In case he wanted to open some sports cards.
Quand tu vas faire face à une action agressive, il aura 30 secondes pour sa prochaine décision. Et après, il aura que 5 secondes de décision s'il décide de folder, de garder jouer avec les. Il n'est pas obligé de mettre tout.
It's the classic virtual all-in rule.
I don't think he had any intention of
No,
doing
no,
what they're
no.
trying to prevent.
Right.
But the standard ruling is here that he basically has to act within 30 seconds because otherwise players tend to try and run out the clock to get that ladder.
think he's aware that even all of his time bank cards probably aren't going to wait out 12 eliminations.
Right. I mean, it might also just be a spot, like you said, to get out in front of it, right? Let's address it now before there's an actually bigger situation for considerably more chips and bigger leaps.
Okay, so Montoy bets 10,000. Klaus Segerbrecht calls all in for his last 3K. With Lucien Cohen folding, action is on. João Thomas in the big blind.
I kind of like Segerbrecht's chances with the missing card there. No one's got a king.
We know it's not Queen 10 of clubs.
Yeah.
So we are going to have action on the side with one player all in.
Could be a 9 under there. Could be a king under there. Could be a jack.
Check.
Ace queen winning.
So Montoy, having raised pre and bet the flop, fires a second bar. Gets a fold from Tomas, so showdown between Segerbrecht and Montoy. We're going to see Sick One's other card. It is Ace Queen, so actually he is the favorite here to survive.
Pure class.
Five on the river, ace high is the best hand. So Montoy won the side pot against Tomas. Klaus Segerbrecht wins the main pot and is now going to have 58K.
Almost undid all the damage from the ace-5 hand.
Yeah, not quite, but still 11 big blinds. You're feeling a lot better about your spin-up chances now, right, Joe?
Huge. Klaus is in session.
So 150 players remaining. That means 5 eliminations so far today. And yes, the first money ladder, the first jump in prize money will be when we get down to 143.
At least if you don't like them, you can take this one.
Wait a minute, we already did this one.
They're worse than mine.
Peluso with 10s again.
Whoa, 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 don't raise if you're just going to fold them this time.
Makes it 11,000.
You know this is the time you get it all in with 10s against ace-4 and the ace hits.
Round 2, Paul Newey in the cutoff. Ace-6, he folds. Lucien Cohen on the button has ace-queen. And he shoves for 13 bigs.
This time, not for the pens.
No fold this time. And we're off to the races.
Now we lost his foot. Before we win.
Ace Queen, 210.
In my mind, there's no one over there.
Okay.
Ace.
He's just shouting into the void.
King.
He's shouting to the rats.
There's a king for suspense.
Ratman. Bilou, bilou, bilou. Hey, il a 2-10, j'ai As-Dame de trèfle. Qu'est-ce qui va s'arriver? Ah bon? On fait les paris, allez. $100.
Well, it's a race the Ratman needs to win.
Ah, le 10.
Oh. Hits his queen, but there's a 10 on the flop as well, and it's looking good for Lucien Cohen.
Il faut un trèfle.
Jack of clubs for the sweat. Yeah,
Il est dur. On va appeler le trèfle, le valet de
You don't
trèfle.
want to see
Jack,
dramatic
Jack,
turn.
Jack,
Yeah, dramatic. This is theater street.
Jack, 10. Jack, 10.
5. No way. it's okay.
Lucien Cohen drawing dead on the turn. The Rat Man has been exterminated.
Are there any more pest-based personalities we can bring to the feature table? Is La Cucaracha out there? Maybe Nutria human?
Any pigeons?
Pigeon player?
Lucien Cohen will get $9,275.
Mustafa Mosquito, anything?
John Alona says Papa Roach.
Weasel woman? Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to leave out the ladies.
I want orange juice if possible.
So, new feature table for the second level of the day.
As long as it's got Paul Newey, I'm fine.
It's great to live by dancing and singing when you get eliminated, huh? Bravo.
No rat men on the table now.
Was that enough to make a whole TV show, or?
I feel that's kind of end of part one.
A lot of features, maybe.
The Adventures of Ratman. New series. Coming to PokerStars Plus.
So Fabio Peluso now playing more than 100 bigs.
Yeah, this was disturbing. I was like, this is nice.
Average stack right now is 255,000 with 148 players remaining.
So this guy's name is definitely Pig Latin, right?
It's time to wear my glasses, sorry.
Ixnay on the Ine.
Ine Aces Ray.
Raises with ace queen, and it's round to the blinds. Looks like Kulev has forwarded the small. Peluso in the big, jack 5 faults.
Ace Ray and a Ekate.
To answer the question from the disgruntled vet, we are playing a specific number of levels today, 5 of them, just like we did yesterday. Although I imagine that with the absence of a bubble today, it will be a shorter day than yesterday.
Somehow those are not the weirdest glasses we've seen on this trip so far.
No.
You're doing great.
Steampunk goggles guy.
Remember somebody asked him yesterday where he got his Houston, I think his name was Ustinov, right? And he was like, I don't know. Couldn't tell you. They just appeared on my nightstand one day.
Talking of steampunk, am I imagining it? Or was there some film that came out in the last couple of years about all of these cities moving around on tank wheels and swallowed up other cities?
It was called Mortal Engines.
I think it was one of the worst reviewed movies of that year.
It was. I like the graphics. I like the effects. Not the best film. Apparently, a very good series of books, as tends to be the case with many films, though.
They'll get it right on the 4th reboot.
Paul Newey in action, raising with ace-9. Flattered by Kulev on the button with 6s. Peluso in the small blind with 8-7 of hearts. Yes, Sailor John, a shorter day with the same number of levels because if you were watching yesterday during our world-famous bubble coverage, you will know that the clock gets paused during all-in situations. So what should have been a 90-minute level took the better part of 2.5 hours to play out because of all the stoppage time.
You're banned, John. Thank you for your comment. It had a question mark, but it was more of a comment.
10-9 tray. So that is going to be second pair top kicker for Paul Newey. It is going to be the straight draw for Peluso, who also has backdoor hearts working for him. A bet of 22,000. Kulev has folded the 6s. Action is on Peluso. Peluso flats with his draw. Ine folds the queen deuce, and we go heads up to the turn. We referenced already that Peluso is a qualifier. Total live earnings of $800,000. His opponent in this hand, Paul Newey, has $5.7 million in live earnings.
What about Kulev?
Not in
He's
the
not
hand.
in the hand. What the heck? I'm Ron Burgundy?
Newey fires again. 45,000 is better than a 4-1 favorite. Peluso still drawing to the straight. Faults.
We're going to turn this Newey kid into a star. 2 days in a row at the feature table.
He's got a few stars on his watch there. Thing is icy.
I was honestly feeling great this morning. I had breakfast, went and got a haircut, actually feel really good this morning. And then all of a sudden walking in here, I just feel like not great, feeling a little bit ill. But yeah, got lots of chips, gonna chill, gonna be good, gonna drink some water, gonna chug a coffee or two. We're gonna be great.
You had like a miraculous revival yesterday. You looked very rough first level, but then you came back. Same today.
Yes, exactly same today. It's gonna do the exact same thing as yesterday, get crazy amounts of good cards and just win a whole bunch of pots.
And poker's been good to you lately. You feeling like you're in the middle of a good run, good momentum behind you?
For sure, for sure. Yeah, I mean, deep runs in Barcelona, then online in W Coupe, winning 10K, deep run in Prague last year in December. Yeah, like many deep runs, feeling good, feeling like a win is on the books.
And Spraggy railing you today, giving you all that positive energy?
Never, never. That guy's probably on like a 2-day hangover right now from the Stars party a couple nights ago. He probably won't even play the 3K mystery bounty, that bum.
All right, good luck with your health today and the poker.
Thank you.
Tonka speaking to us before the start of play today. I'm sure we'll get the chance to check on his progress a bit later on, bring him back to the feature table, assuming he remains among the chip leaders, continues to have a big stack.
Also assuming that we go more than 5 seconds without someone asking for a Tonka update. We just had one.
Is Tonka in, guys? I mean, look, guys, if he has another deep run here, petition to change the team name to Team Always Lucky. Unreal runs from our friend Tonka recently.
So we've had a raise here from Klaus Segerbrecht called by 2 players in the blinds. Jack 10-10, trips for Montoy. Segerbrecht with the overpair to the board. I think we know where this is going. Segerbrecht only has 48K behind. There's already 35K in the pot.
It's going to One Outerville, which is a very difficult town to find. It's not on any map. You have to happen upon it by chance.
Twin Cities with one Enterville.
No.
So a continuation bet of 8K. Montoy with trips.
Little glance there at the shorter stack. I think he's deciding he's just going to call here. No need to inflate the pot now. They are not so deep that he can't get the chips in on later streets. Wants to invite a little bit more action, potentially a second barrel.
That's right, Brad. 143 was the money jump, and we are now at 143 players.
Oh. Well, that's something.
Everyone's now locked up more than 10 grand, $10,700. Well, it goes in on the turn. Klaus Segerbrecht doesn't know it, but he's only drawing to 1 out rather than 2. The King of Hearts required for sick 1 to survive.
slow death with all the procedure, just turn it over and let me go.
Let's put him out of his misery.
Painful death. All right, good luck, guys.
Klaas Segerbrecht eliminated. Did get the money jump, though.
All class.
And we're down to 141 players in this 5K main event.
Seat open, pizza table.
Well, we have a couple of open seats at the table, but it looks like one of them is being filled.
Where is my timer?
Oh, I recognize those arms.
You do?
They said you can play without it.
It's the guy who celebrated his birthday yesterday. It's Oleg Ustinovic.
Floor, pizza table.
Oh, poor Oleg hasn't been given his time bank cards today. Sort it out.
Or did he use them all already, and now he's trying to scam some new ones?
Ah. Here's a hashtag fun fact. Oleg had his best ever live score earlier this week. He cashed a 10K high roller event for $21,800. He's guaranteed at least 10K in this tournament.
Yeah, but this one, it's the one of...
Yeah, well, which table are you coming from?
Saw some pretty solid poker from yesterday.
19. 19, okay, let me check. How many are you supposed to have? Did you use any?
Hey, no, I not use.
You suspect.
Obviously, we'll go back to table 19 and check if his story is verified.
I left my Rolex watch over there, too, if you find one of those. Couple of €100 notes. And a latte. Brad noticing we're trying to make a funky glasses table here at the feature. Now that we got Ustinovic back, can combine forces with Kinar Ine.
Table chip leader Fabio Peluso, 9-8 offsuits. Instead, it is Julien who opens on the button with ace-6 of hearts. And looks like Oleg Ustinovic has now been given time bank cards. When he came to the table, he realized that they had not been distributed at the start of play. Floor was called, checked with his previous table, verified his story. He now has his 6 time bank cards. Paul Newey out flops. Pre-flop aggressor, pair of 4s for Newey.
Not only do you have to be good enough to outflop someone here, but you got to be good enough to get to showdown with a pair of 4s.
Yeah. Ross asked, did Paul Newey play season 1 of the EPT? The honest answer to that is, I don't know. Paul Newey kind of came onto our radar, I'd say, around 10 years ago. It was kind of 2012, 2013, when he was pretty much rocking up to every single EPT, playing all the big buy-in events.
He might not have been Paul Newey yet by season 1 of the EPT.
I think it's pretty well known that Paul Newey was the guy behind Ocean Finance, sold the business for a lot of money. Bet of 32,000 on the turn, and Newey still has the best hand. but folds to the second barrel.
The habits to push every time.
Tough.
Two-hand penalty, no?
Only two hands.
Ross has a follow-up question. Are there any notable players from season 1 of the EPT who are still on the circuit?
Sorry for that, I just forgot.
Among them, a couple of champions. Noah Buchan, who won Copenhagen in season 1. He's rocked up in Barcelona a few times. Patrick Antonius has been on the EPT since the beginning. Again, we saw him in Barcelona.
When did Hussein Ensan join us?
Oh, Ensan's like 2014.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Every now and then, we'll see a player from the early years of the EPT, and it's always great when they make a comeback, make a deep run in a tournament like 20 years after the tour started.
And sadly, and I hate to admit this, sometimes they fly under the radar. You might get someone, a lot of those Scandi players that were around in the early seasons still pop up from time to time, and they just, you know, they're quiet.
Yeah. Juddy96 mentions Mark Telcher. I can't remember if Mark played the very first season, but he was a winner in season 2, so kind of was one of the OGs of the EPT.
No music, nothing.
Yeah, no music, had some stuff to do.
Queen 5 versus Queen 3, and there's a 5 on the flop.
Should be a quick one.
So far, I've been pretty impressed with Ustanovic. Obviously, we had that hashtag fun fact. Biggest cash being 21,800. Obviously, looking good to do some damage here as well. 35 big blinds and a dream. But saw quite a lot of him on the feature table yesterday, and yeah, seems pretty solid. Enjoying watching the play. Had a couple nice big hands.
Yeah.
Let's see if he can spin up that 35 bigs and make it count. Potentially get a new high score back to back.
Thank you to Undersea Monkey for verifying that Mark Telcher's season 2 London win was his first recorded cash. And we're at 138 players now, so I'm going to say more eliminations during this first level than I would have expected. I guess play always tightens up towards the end of a day. You come into the new day and people are more willing to go for it.
I kind of felt like the post-bubble bust-out bonanza hadn't really reached its full potential yesterday, even though we did play nearly a full level.
Yeah.
Or more than a level, I should say, right? After the bubble.
And among the eliminations we've seen today, the most recent EPT champion, Simon Witsiak, will not be going back-to-back.
Oh, really? I can tear up this note card that says back-to-back Witsiak. It's annoying.
Elkanuts points out Barney Boatman must have been there from the very beginning. Indeed. Hendon Mob were regs on the EPT in the early years. Haven't seen Barney for a while, though. Didn't make it to Barcelona. Did see him at UK IPT Brighton immediately afterwards.
That's right. That's right.
Ace, Queen, 5. So something for everyone. Kulev with the advantage right now.
All right, time for Nick's been impressed by Ustanovic. See how he handles the out-kicked situation. Who's the player who made that really sick laydown last night? Was out-kicked and just folded on the turn. Was that Ustanovic?
No. Older guy. Previous EPT winner, won in Sochi.
Gilboa.
Yuri Rocky Gilboa.
That was him, yes. Called with the Jack 10 and then folded on the turn to the second, or no, sorry, on the river to the Ace Jack. It was check, check, bet turn, and then river. Bet fold.
And despite being kind of wild, Tret 2 made a lay down or two yesterday that I was a little shocked by.
Ustanovic more likely to chop this than to win it now.
Well, Timmy watching on YouTube observes, this is why you don't fish with ace-9.
Oh, Timmy. What day is it, guys?
It's Thursday.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Timmy, but you banned.
And remember, we've established that Chat Pro Saturday is a privilege, not a right. So need to see people earn that privilege in the next 48 hours.
It's not the final table, though, right? On Saturday?
No. It is a very important day, though, playing down from the last 2 tables to the final 6. So I'm tempted to say we're not going to let anything fly.
This is a really tricky one for the ace-9 of hearts.
Yeah, so he check-called the flop for 15,000, facing a second bet of 21,000.
And this is Kulev, man. This guy's an absolute murderer. You think he's not going to be in here bluffing sometimes? I would argue quite often. Giving it some thought, though. He's feeling the bad vibes here.
I just tell myself that even when I am ahead here, the river's a spade, and I don't want to deal with that, so I just fold.
Oh, wow. What an absolutely fantastic fold. There you go. I mean, there you go. You called it.
I don't know that my terrible rationale is shared by a good poker player.
I've asked you many times, when are we going to publish the Little Book of Joe? Doesn't have to be a long book, Joe. You know, I know you just like, you know.
My book would be a really good, like, responsible gaming book. All the reasons why. Just take a break from the game.
No.
Just take a break.
No, Joe, it should be like one of those choose your own adventure books.
Where you just die every single time?
So you look up the hand, and it's like jacks, and then you go, okay, cool, now turn to page 800 to see what happened, and then just fold the turn because you know it's always going to come an ace on the river.
You got it in pre against aces. You lose. You roll it back.
900 ways to play.
So I'm loving this little nugget from StatTrick, observing it has not been a good start to day 3 for French players. We lost Lucien Cohen from the feature table. We've established that Simon Witziak's out. Apparently, Antoine Saut and Alexandra Reed have also been eliminated.
Oof.
And his final little hashtag fun fact is that Tuan Mulder has been knocked out, and he has a sideways French flag. Tenuous. Tenuous stat trick.
I like it. That's exactly the kind of stat I would go for. But Julien Montoy is having an okay day here at the feature. And he's got a double reverse sideways French flag, a.k.a. a French flag. I noticed yesterday that Tonka was wearing his Canadian Team Pro badge upside down. And I was wondering if it was in protest. You know, sometimes people will turn the flag upside down. And I think it's a protest over the different kinds of syrup they have at the buffet here. There's at least 14 different kinds of syrup.
And Canadian maple ain't one of them.
That's right. So I think Tonka turned his badge around to express his discontent.
I discovered a new section of the buffet this morning.
Is it more syrup?
No, it is a tiny section, which is probably about a third of the size of the desk that we are working from, which is not a big desk, by the way, which is the healthy eating section.
There's a whole salad section.
Yeah.
What was in the healthy eating section that's different than the salad section?
So this morning, for example, is where you'll find like the granola. It's where you'll find all of the plant-based milks. It's where you'll find...
Oh, there's plant-based milk?
I found that part, yeah.
Do people laugh at you when you go over there?
It's just considering the size and scale of this buffet, just the section which is labeled healthy eating is like literally 2% of the floor space.
Can I tell you what happened today? They came and cleared my plate, and I kept my cutlery just in case I wanted more. And like the look on the waiter's face was like, there's just no way you could possibly eat more. Like, please give me that cutlery.
In that vein as well. So Joe and I ran up to during the dinner break to have some dinner, and
I felt like such a loser last night.
We can talk about that in a sec. But basically, we sat down and we munched that food really quick, and we stood up and then we walked off to get back to work. I have to admit, about 2 hours later, I went back down and just had a whole nother dinner.
You went again? Yeah, I didn't feel satisfied from that. Spent most of our dinner break begging people to sit with them.
It was very busy.
And then the whole time I thought we ended up sitting with Alex Keating, and the whole time I thought he was judging me and how much food I was eating also.
Joe, everyone is always judging you. Folded to the blinds. Alex Kulev, future of me. Completes in the small. Online qualifier Fabio Peluso is the table chip leader, has 10-4 in the big, and checks his option. Ace, king, 5.
I liked how that was the relevant card was the 5, and then you were like 5.
A bet of 5,000. Peluso with 10 high, faults. I appreciate that people are tuning in all the time, right? They probably didn't watch some of our coverage from yesterday, haven't seen any of the feature table coverage from today. But I'm now so bored of lame Harry Potter references that I kind of feel that we should just insta-ban anyone who makes a lame Harry Potter joke.
I mean, I was kind of bored of it with Ike Haxton back in, like, 2011. Kind of gave up on that, the David Van Ploos and the Ike Haxtons.
Shall I flick the switch and fully authorize our mods to start muting people?
Sure.
Switch flicked.
Insta-ban to ask-a-ban. Okay, I'll allow that one. Nice one, Kel.
I did specify lame Harry Potter
Right,
jokes.
exactly. Hey, if you want to roll the dice and come up with something new.
You spelt it wrong, though, so you're banned.
Newey's raised with the sailboats, pocket 4s, and João Tomás is called with king queen. Ace 10 for Peluso in the small.
I feel a set coming. Anyone else feel a set of 4s coming?
Newey set. Peluso looking for the squeeze. I don't think we're going to get a chance to see a flop here, Joe. So Newey has about 43 bigs here. Definitely could consider set miming still.
He should see a flop because he's going to hit a set.
Oh, how's that set looking, Joey? He just folded a 4.
I'm sorry. Have you ever heard any of my bad beat stories?
Blockers aren't real.
Well, let's just assume he would have flopped a set.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joe probably had it right, but we'll never know.
What was that kid's name who one-outed me? Dave something?
Dave used to work here but doesn't anymore.
Yeah.
I think that was more to do with the fact that he failed to show up for his flight back from Sochi rather than he one-outed you, but... Yeah,
yeah, no. I wasn't saying that's not why. I wasn't saying that's why he doesn't work here. Yeah, that was it. Dave Tyler.
So we're halfway through the first level of the day, halfway through level 16. We have lost 22 players so far, 133 remain. Average stack is 300K. Action of the feature table has been folded to Oleg Ustinovic. Kulov with ace-10 in the cutoff.
What did he win on our tour recently? Was it a super high roller?
It was the super high roller in Monte Carlo.
Nice fella, stuck around, gave me a good interview. Gave us a good interview, I should say.
Yeah, he's a really good guy. Very friendly. An absolute super crusher at this stage as well.
I always expect that the best players are going to be mean. And they almost never are.
I think they have a very mean demeanor at the table very frequently, and they give that off, that energy.
Mean style, right? Just because
Sure.
they'll punish you at the table doesn't mean they're mean people.
Is Ine really considering?
Well, he's getting a solid price, I guess. Oh, he's not in the big blind, he's in the small blind.
Yeah, no, I was going to say the big blind defend would be kind of cool, but just decides to come along with the 9-5 of diamonds in the small blind.
Well, okay then.
Same. Now.
Same, but different.
And he has flopped a flush draw. That's the board that Paul knew he wanted on the last hand.
7 of diamonds. Am I allowed to say that? No offense, Ine. 7 of diamonds for the birthday boy.
Happy birthday to you.
Ustinovic here, pretty confident with the bet on Queen 4-4. Quick fold from the ace-10, and Ine is going to nowhere.
1-5.
Oh, it's glasses versus glasses.
150.
I like to think of it as glasses versus goggles, because those things are goggles.
Two villains in a Genet movie facing off against each other.
There is the flush for Ine. Now almost a 9-1 favorite.
Yeah, I think this is like 100% check with the 7s.
And no 7 on the river. Instead, it's a 4-diamond board. Ine checks. Tread lightly, Ustinovic. Checks it back. Flush is good. Ustinovic losing the minimum there, playing around 25 big blinds, and still 40 minutes to run at the 2K, 5K blind level. And an opportunity to remind you guys that we offer the opportunity for you to play the mini EPT Cyprus online series while we're streaming this event. Started yesterday, continues today, tomorrow, the day after, and Sunday, with $60,000 in added value, awarding Power Path tickets in every single prize pool. Those tickets added to the prize pool. And on Sunday, we're going to give away 2 gold Power Passes in the 2 mini main events. If you open the PokerStars software, you'll see the lobby right there. It's on the front page, mini EPT Cyprus. If you don't see it, chances are the series is not available in your part of the world. 3 tournaments every single day, which you can grind while watching the live stream.
I used to take it for granted being able to play along with the stream. Now I wish I could. If you can, take advantage of it.
So it's 5,000. 3 folds.
They pave poker stars and put up a parking lot. You know what I mean?
4 folds. 5 folds.
Wise words, Joe. Wise words. Peluso in the cutoff. To that hand, he's going to play 100% of the time.
6, raise 11,000.
And he's going to raise just above the min.
What do I do?
What do you want? Fold. 6, 7 fold. 8 fold. 6, 1 fold.
Takes it down. Nothing to report. Peluso picking up a pot.
$132 players left. 10% of the field. Is that right? 1%? 10%? 10%.
10%. Hashtag human calculator.
5,000 gold.
I was quizzing you.
6 for folds. 5 folds.
Peluso, Jack 10 suited. Hi, Jack.
6, raise 11,000.
Peluso had some nice hands to play here. Is going to open again with the JT suited. So we saw Ine playing that 9-5 suited just now from the small blind. Very unconventional. Wondering if the steampunk goggles will help him once more. Anybody do any 40K Adeptus Mechanicus? Come on.
5 seconds. 7 folds.
It's killing me.
Is that a Warhammer reference?
It's a Warhammer 40K reference, yeah.
There's been 40,000 different Warhammers.
Historic fold.
3 folds.
Don't fuss. I don't fuss.
Yeah. I decided it's too early.
Nick's showing me some Warhammer character now that's going to haunt my dreams.
I don't mind the call, actually.
You must have lost your virginity so late. Is it the game where you got to paint your own figurines?
That's this. Yeah, you can do that.
6, 5 raise 10,000. 6 folds.
You forget we're streaming this on Twitch, Joe. Like 30% of the audience.
Goo.
Immediately knew what I was talking about.
Beautifully. You can replace it.
And ace-10 offsuit against an under-the-gun raise from Alex Kulev. We can see its domination situation, but I'd probably do that exact same thing.
Thank you. I remember now.
That's a great idea, Nick. Are you ever going to stream painting some of those figurines?
I actually have friends that do exactly that, so.
Yeah, you should do that.
I mean, if you've never given them a shot, though, the novels are really good. Famously good, by the way. No, it's not just my opinion. And there's like 600 of them in the Black Library.
So that's considerably less than 40,000. Ustinovich. Just a call out of the small blind with ace tray suited.
Thank you.
Hey, that's a fun flop for ace tray.
3 threes.
A set of threes.
Fortunately for Kulev, he is not connected with this board at all, other than the possibility of backdoor spades. Makes a continuation bet of 21,000.
Hi on YouTube asks payouts. Absolutely. Thank you for your question.
So does he want to raise right here, right now? Does he want to play it slow? He is quite short. I think given the fact he only has 22 big blinds behind, we're just going to see the call we do.
Okay, well, there go Kulev's backdoor draws. 0% equity now.
So Kulev did size up flop here. You guys will notice that it was quite chunky given the very dry texture of 9-3-3. And to see a call there from a short stack, I think it's going to set off alarm bells here. We might see the slowdown. Obviously, with a hand like Queen 10 of spades, the cool thing is you're still beating some flush draws, you know, with Queen high. Yeah, makes sense. Checks and 4 of hearts on the river, and I think that means Kulev knows it's probably over. If your opponent doesn't already have a pair that's made, probably making plenty of flushes at this stage too. Lots of suited hands like to defend big blind, sorry, small blind here. I think from the small blind as well, we'll see plenty of middling pairs that still want to take a flop here, but don't want to be all in against the UTG Open.
$72,000 in the pot, and a small bet from Ustinovich, which is greeted by snapfold from Kulev.
Yeah, you'll notice the speed that Kulev plays at. Guy just knows the game inside and out, very rarely pausing except for in really big decision points. He knows that that's just all over bad. I like the way he plays that hand, though. I like the size on the flop and then the slow down turn. I think that's a lot easier to play than smaller and then having to consider barreling over cards when your opponents can float lighter against a smaller flop sizing.
30 minutes left on the level, 131 players remaining in the tournament. And Will Pro asks, is that Joe Carter? I'm trying to work out which of these players could possibly be Joe Carter.
Ine? Especially when he covers up most of his face like that.
Sit, raise 10,000. 10,000. 7 fold.
Seat deuce. Ustinovich?
Oh.
I mean, number one, bad lookalikes, you're not allowed to use other poker players. Number two, that is a horrific, terrible, appalling, inconceivable bad lookalike.
Not a good bad lookalike. I'm trying. But no, can't do it.
Tell you one thing about Ustinovich, he's got aces.
Now Will Po's backtracking. Oh, player in seat 3, João Tomás.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Less bad. Still breaks rule number 1, but. Okay, so this one, Harry Potter on a roll.
Yeah, guys.
Go. Sorry, you're banned.
I've given our moderators free reign to mute/ban anyone who makes a lame Harry Potter references. So just stop. and I hate to break this to you because I'm sure many of you think you're really funny, but 98% of the comments are lame.
What do you think of Voldemort?
Yeah.
I'd never seen it before. I kind of like Voldemort, but I've seen it like 3 times in the last 10 minutes, so.
8 holes. 1 is a fold.
Nine TNN says, so weird. Comment on players' poker, not how they look. Come on, man. You're right. That was a great fold.
So Ustinovic picking up some monsters right now. It's had aces, now has kings. Peluso in the big blind with 5s.
I love the way he put in those 10,000 chips.
Eight, 4 deuce. Peluso may get to the turn here.
Hello. Looks like you might have a lead.
6, bet 9,000.
I think I'm raising this bad boy all day long. A lot of the leads here are going to be pairs that you got beat. They're going to be sort of pair plus flush draw situations. They're going to be straight draws.
Moral of the story, no one is folding to a raise here.
Moral of the story, we shouldn't be afraid of the lead is my point. We should probably recognize that it's very rarely going to be absolute strength, and we should put in some more chips.
We raised 21,000.
And looks like that's what we're going to do. 21 to go.
Also, James, to this know-it-all here, who said that the guy said he bought the glasses because it would be a funny conversation piece, but the commentators aren't having any of the convo, and he bought the glasses at Disney World. Harry Potter's not a Disney character, so...
Correct.
Doesn't really track.
I believe his friends bought the glasses for him, by the way, if you want to remember the story.
I think it was prescription. I always keep a little piece of paper in my wallet with my friends' prescriptions of them in case I want to buy them glasses at Disney World. This will be hilarious, by the way, if the 5 high flush gets there.
Not hilarious for Ustinovic.
I think we see a slowdown here quite often. 30 big blinds behind Ustinovic. Peluso, our current feature table chip leader, so... Okay, not discouraged by the clubs here, apparently. Reaching for chips. Correctly putting in a value bet, which I like.
23,000.
I was thinking maybe the clubs would have slowed him down just a tad and obviously given maybe some top pairs a little bit more confidence to give him some more value on the river. I think there's a chance that the check just wins you more chips here because if your intention is to bet the turn, I think you're going to get a lot of these kinds of combos to fold. Although granted, with clubs, you are also potentially going to get to protect from the 4-card flush.
5 seconds and 6 folds.
Yeah, it does get the fold, does protect from clubs. Nice pot there. Ustinovic manages to take down another one. Been cruising here, now up to 44 big blinds and about middle of the pack here on the feature table.
Floor, can you call service for me? Thank you.
Take the folds. 1 raise 10,000.
Paul knew he's going fishing with ace-9. Be careful, Paul.
4 fold, 5 folds.
Can I get a flat one?
6 folds.
Flat one. Thank you.
This conversation on glasses is quite the spectacle. It's from Guy. Good one, Guy. I liked it. James isn't reaching for the band key.
High praise.
The 8-5 defenders rewarded.
Heads up. 6-7 check. 6-1 bet 10,000.
Newey continuing for 10,000. Ine calls.
No overs, no overs, no overs, no overs, no overs. Hey!
The full house. And he checks a second time.
If only that worked on myself.
Yeah, Ine not afraid to get in the mix here with some conventional hands. I mean, Newey might just think he has the best hand on the turn here. Ace-9 is a fairly monstrous combo on tray 5, tray. Queen of diamonds, no change.
Check and 1 check.
Check to showdown. And Ine wins a relatively small pot. He's playing around 45 big blinds at the moment, a below average stack, the average being 305k. João Tomás is the shortest stack at the table with 24 bigs. Fabio Peluso, the online qualifier, is still the chip leader at this table with more than 100 bigs. Blinds will be going up in 24 minutes. Well, actually, we'll have our first break of the day in 24 minutes. And on the other side of the break, there'll be a new blind level.
One raise 10,000.
Newey back in action, raising under the gun with ace-4 of diamonds. King-queen suited for Tomás.
Tomás on just 24 bigs here. Still a beautiful hand to play. First, the UTG just decides to flatten the hijack.
Well, Tomás has called and will have the advantage of position, assuming we get to a flop. Ine with 10s in the small blind.
Oh, man, this is a really interesting one. Definitely a spot where you could consider squeezing. I think flatting is also fine, too, although you will have to contend with 2 opponents that way in many cases.
Three bets out of the small blind.
39,000.
A re-raise to 39,000.
Yeah, I dig it a lot.
I assume Newey will ditch the ace-4. Does Tomás get to a flop in position with king-queen?
It's a tough hand to fold, but on that stack.
And 4 folds.
Nah.
Alex Kulev returns to the table with a coffee.
Small blind on you.
You need an assistant.
Yeah. I'm dreaming.
Action will start with Oleg Ustinovic.
Sit 3 raise.
Raises
10,000.
under the gun to 10,000.
4 folds. 5 folds.
I've only seen one of his cards, which is the deuce of spades.
6 is a fold.
Round to the blinds, I'm guessing. Yep, and A folds one at a time. It's Paul Newey's big blind, king 9 off.
And one call.
That is a call.
So Stanovic here, got to have deuces, got to have ace-deuce suited. It's open under the gun here.
Yeah, so likely that Newey has the best hand right now.
Yeah.
C3 bet 8,000.
Can't think of any other combos you'd open from under the gun here at this point in the tournament. It has to be deuces or ace-deuce of spades.
Maybe he just looked at one and he's bored. No, he's been playing a lot of hands.
One check.
He's looking so disinterested that it almost feels like a reverse tell, but what could he possibly have on this board?
Wow. Yeah, looks like he wants to fire again.
C3 bet 35,000.
Are we shooting in 30 FPS?
50.
Oh,
50?
That's weird.
I didn't even know it went that high.
European broadcast standard is 25 frames per second, so basically if you're shooting at 50, you're basically shooting high res.
Divisible by 2?
Correct.
Man, we're not going to know what that other card was. Oh, it really makes me mad. It's like not knowing what Bill Murray says at the end of Lost in Translation.
Wow, really got the king 9 to fold there, huh? Outrageous.
Dean asks, was that a tight fold?
Not sure I would have folded the king 9 there, but I think the 2 barrels on that texture does definitely signal a lot of strength sometimes, especially versus the UTG Open. His range going to contain overpairs, but I don't know.
C4 raise 10,000. 5 fold.
King, queen. Tomas raises.
C6 re-raise 25,000. 7 folds, 8 folds, 1 fold, 3 folds.
So Tomas is our shortest stack here, guys. Only 20 big blinds behind. Really has to make a decision here. Peluso's aggression here, very well timed, just putting Tomas in a really rough spot. He basically has to decide if he wants to commit now or forever hold his peace. Decides to call. The pot will be very inflated in relation to Tomas' stack. 62K in the middle, 87K behind.
Okay. He's flopped top pair with a decent kicker. Peluso also with top pair. Good double up spot for Tomas here.
I was going to say, I have a prediction, and I think it involves Tomas getting the full double here. King 8 suited, well-timed 3-bet, unfortunately, does see the flop and does connect in a way that's very difficult to get away from. SPR around 1.5. What you going to do? I mean, you're just going to end up getting this in a ton. At this stage, I'm just going to call and let him blast off.
Sit for call.
I mean, you're not going to struggle to get the chips in. You've got a very strong hand here. If you're losing, but you know you're never going to get away from King Queen on this texture, so you might as well give him some more opportunity to blast.
Check. Call. Check.
I'm happy for whoever that was.
So, hashtag fun fact about Joe Tomas, Nick. He only has 7 grand in total live earnings. So even a min cash in this event would have been more than he's ever won live before. And he's now guaranteed a minimum of $10,700. And there is another money jump when we get to 119. So 10 more KOs and then a locked up 12,300.
You should really be all in here. I think that's the only way to make this look like a plausible bluff. Maybe a Jack 10, maybe a Queen Jack suited. And then obviously if your opponent does have queens or jacks or 10s, they're probably just going to end up calling you here as well, just because they're going to be priced in to call a lot of the time, I imagine. I think going small here looks way too strong. I think polarizing is the way. 74K behind, 88K in the pot. Shove is for less than pot. Peloso needs to have the best hand approximately 1 in 3 times to make a profitable call, and does have a very good top pair. Or I should say a very weak top pair, but having top pair is very good in general.
All in from João Tomas. With the best hand, gets called, gets the full double up. And João Tomas is now going to be in a much more comfortable position as we come into the last few minutes of this level.
Nice little spot there for Tomas. Beautiful flop to get paid and get the double.
Now playing close to 50 big blinds. Paul Newey now the shortest stack of the table with 30 bigs. I don't know how many times you have to warn people.
I don't know. I kind of like that one.
Can you read it or no? Does that defeat the purpose? Purpose.
I appreciate that there is a certain element of subjectivity in the decision process. Just assume that the bar is really, really high, and you've got to get over that bar.
I think some people probably want to get banned, which I think is like a win-win.
C5 raise 10,000.
So first break of the day is 13 minutes away. During the break, we will be changing the feature table. Tonka is at his second table of the day. His first table broke during this session. He's at table 11 right now. His table mates include Julien Sitbon, Bart Leibert, and Andrea Dato, and that table will be coming to the main stage for the second level of the day. So Tonka on the feature table on the other side of the first break.
C1 call, 3 calls. And 4 call.
All right. So many players in this hand. I love it.
Just to correct the Joe Carter thing.
Yeah.
LL commenting on YouTube. It was observed earlier on. There was some confusion because the wrong player was identified as the Joe Carter look-alike. Initially they said seat 2 and actually it was seat 3. So yes, we conceded that there is a certain visual similarity between Joe Carter and João Tomas, but there is a well-documented, well-publicized rule about the bad lookalikes game. You can't compare someone to another poker player. They have to be compared to someone who is famous outside of the poker world. So it was disallowed on a technicality.
Correct. ended quickly. Well, well, well. I like it.
7 folds. 7 folds. 8 folds. 8 folds. 1 fold. 3 folds.
Just to take you behind the scenes on the production for a moment, when we came off air last night, what was it, 11:30, 11:40 at night?
Mm-hmm.
We were immediately asked to make our lunch selections for today. I have no idea, no recollection of what I ordered for lunch.
I know what you ordered.
Was it the pizza?
Margarita pizza.
There we go.
Oh, easy game.
I'm now looking forward to lunch.
I don't think I put it in an order. Is that is that a problem?
I doubt it. It is bizarre how spoiled we are for food in this particular stop, where we get to order lunch, but also there is a buffet 40 yards from here that has lots of unimaginable delights.
Yeah.
A bunch of stuff you would never want to eat also, but plenty to eat.
Have you sampled the baklava?
I've not had baklava yet, no.
It's pretty good. That might be the reason why Parker was in protest. Maybe they weren't using the right syrup in there. He had one bite and spat it out because it wasn't maple.
3 folds.
Raise from Kings.
4 folds.
They have 2 things at breakfast every day that I absolutely love. 1, fried halloumi. 2, fried dough.
See, I'm a big fan of fried halloumi. I just don't feel like it for breakfast, and it's never in the dinner buffet. They only have it at breakfast.
It is in some of the dinner food, like it's on the pizza at dinner.
Right.
But you're right, they don't just have like a big old thing of fried halloumi. I do wonder what all that syrup's for, though. Is it for the crepes?
Isn't it like jam though as well? They got like 20 kinds of jam.
Jam and syrup and honey and
there's only 2 choices of pancake, the thin ones or the fat ones.
Sorry, are there more pancakes in existence than that?
No, I'm just saying that there's a lot of stuff you can put on the pancakes, but the actual choice of pancakes is limited.
Are people putting syrup in their cereal? I don't know.
Now that's what I call a sticky situation. The mint tea is also incredible.
Wait, there's mint tea?
Have you not been to the tea lounge?
I need you to take me around.
You haven't been to the tea lounge yet?
No, I haven't. I've been to bed, and I've been to the buffet, and that's it.
So the mint tea is amazing. The Turkish tea is amazing. The Turkish coffee is amazing.
Turkish coffee? Ooh, oh, hold on.
Spicy.
We got aces.
Raise 10,000.
So after Peluso completes in the small with King 5, Ine raises to 10,000 with aces.
So far, Ine pretty clinical. Has been given the mix with some unusual combos here and there, but I'm loving the sizing here.
Ace Ray. Ine. Peluso pay. All K.
Wow. Okay, was not expecting to defend from the King 5.
You can't get pushed around here, Nick.
Peluso with the King of Diamonds in his hand. And straight possibilities might stick around for one more street.
Bet 9,000.
A relatively small continuation bet from Ine, 9K.
King of Diamonds, yeah, come on, let's go. Running diamonds, running straight cards.
There's the call from Peluso, and we go to the turn.
This hand is a bucket hat full of trouble.
Now he's paired his 5.
He's halfway to 2 pair. That's how I like to think of it.
Living on a prayer.
Don't discount the prospect of trips.
2/3 of the way to trips.
Bet 18,000.
So I think this is probably on the smaller side for me, guys, given the texture. There's a lot of ways to get value. There's a lot of combos here that I think will have a pair in a flush draw situation, a pair in a straight draw situation. And therefore, I think maybe a larger size in the turn would have been warranted, but we're going to the river. Oh my day.
Peluso catches runner to make 2 pair, and aces have been cracked.
It's okay if you want to laugh.
This is where Ane goes big.
I mean, look, Peluso has the, Ine, excuse me, has the opportunity to take a check here, but it seems like a really good board to just barrel off.
Ine, Akse, Aute, Anye.
He's not going to like this. He's not going to be happy. Satisfaction will be a long way from his mental state.
The question is,
does
Peluso try and go for value at this point? I mean, you're beating so much now.
You think he might check raise?
I think he might check raise. I mean, so Ine's not going to have pocket 3s. He's not going to have 5s. He probably won't have 7s. Might have 8s, might have kings, but you're blocking kings pretty heavily here. You're beating aces, you're beating queens, you're beating jacks. You're crushing ace king now as well. If ace king just decided to bet 3 times. So really you're only worried about getting super cold decked by pocket kings. So I think there's just too much value to miss.
It is a raise from Peluso.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
I mean, if you're going to play on a hunch like this and go runner 2 pair with king 5, you got to get max value out of it.
Oh, wow. He's made it 120K. It's 90,000 to call.
Ed K asking, do people really raise here as a bluff, though? Yeah, I mean, I would say very rarely, but I think you're just beating too much, Ed. That's kind of the point.
Oh, it's a side call situation, isn't it?
5 seconds.
Time bank card deployed.
Yeah, I think Ine can make a fold here. It's just so underbluffed, this spot.
What does that mean, underbluffed?
Like, your opponents just don't have many bluffs in this situation.
Okay, yes, I agree.
I mean, if Peluso has king, jack of diamonds, he's not going to check raise this river. So, you know, that doesn't make any sense.
5 seconds.
Another time bank card.
Worth it.
Definitely worth it. Like, maybe your opponent has ace-6 of diamonds and they do something super weird on the river, but that's also...
Aren't you blocking ace-6 of diamonds?
Pretty thin. No, Joe.
You have 2 of the aces. How are they going to have ace-6? Isn't that how blockers work?
I love the fact that Tom, our Twitch mod, is inviting people to vote on what they would do with aces here. Bear in mind that everyone is voting with the inside knowledge that the other guy has 2 pair.
So
I can honestly say I would fold the aces here.
Ine was just asking, would you really do this with a hand like ace-7? And again, maybe that's a combo because you're blocking sets in that situation. So suddenly you're trying to represent a set of 7s or something. I get it, but I think he's going to fold.
Wow.
It's so hard, though. What an absolutely painful run out for Ine.
Four time bank cards played by Ane as he decides how to react to this check raise. Sitting there with aces.
After the break, are we coming back?
And call. Which one?
Makes the call, sees 2 pair, loses.
So gross.
Yeah.
Oh, God, so painful.
So painful. Really unfortunate spot there.
And this might be the last hand of the level.
Is this maybe an occasion where it's okay to berate your opponent?
The tournament clock ticking into the break. And I'm glad we ended on a high as we change feature table during the break. We see Fabio Peluso win that last hand and remain table chip leader. Still has more than 500,000 chips. Average stack right now is 314,000 with 126 players remaining. New blind level will be 3-6, so Peluso's got more than 90 bigs. Alex Kulev has dropped below the 50 big blind mark. Paul Newey not quite in the danger zone, but down to 23 bigs. Kennard and A after losing that pot playing 24 bigs. But a reminder that there will be a change in feature table. When we come back in 20 minutes time, it will be Tonka taking a seat on the main stage. And a reminder that his table mates include French pro Julien Sitbon. So new lineup for the second level of the day when we come back from the Cyprus leg of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. We'll be back inside of 20 minutes with more live action from this 5K main event as day 3 continues.
It's like I was rooting against Chris. I just said, well, I hope Farha wins. I was an idiot. What do you want from me?
One other thing I wanted to ask you about your first year on the World Series, the Moneymaker year. Is it true that you thought that it would be bad for poker if Moneymaker won, that you felt that in order for the game to have legitimacy, the established pro, Sami Farha, needed to win?
Okay, James, I'm not expecting softballs here, but earlier you brought up, you want to finish the story that, my investors got 0 back on 25K. Now you're pounding away on a mistake I made, an honest mistake. It's not like I didn't kidnap the Lindbergh baby, all right? I wasn't one of the masterminds behind 9/11. When we were coming down the stretch, in fact, when Phil Ivey got knocked out 10th just before the final table, and obviously we were going to have 7 episodes, so we were going to have plenty of Ivey. I was horrified. I thought that was bad because he was the most established person left.
Yeah.
So now we got 9. Now we got 9 clowns left. But yes, when it got to heads up, when it was Moneymaker versus Farha, I believed with every inch of my heart that it was bad for poker if some accountant, 27-year-old hick accountant from Tennessee, who almost sold a seat and won a seat for any one of 37 different numbers now we have. $39, $49. You want to lie?
$110, $150.
Yeah, it was
I know the exact amount. The correct number, by the way.
7-11.
The correct number for posterity is $86.
$86 as of today, James. But anyway, I thought it was bad for poker if some amateur came in and just showed that you could be a nobody and have no previous experience and have a rank of hands chart in front of you and beat the Humphrey Bogart gambling figure with the cigarette dangling out of his mouth. Yeah, so it's like I was rooting against Chris. I just said, well, I hope Farha wins. I was an idiot. What do you want from me?
Okay, well, to that point, do you think that over the last 18 years or so since 2003 that you have changed your opinions on much else besides that? It feels like, to me, you've grown a lot, or changed, we'll call it, because grown isn't necessarily always a positive or a negative thing. It seems like you've changed quite a bit. Do you feel like you have?
Again, sometimes there's changes that you don't feel or see. It's almost like when you're in the water in the ocean and what's it called? When you move from one part to another part, you don't even notice it.
You just drift away. Yeah, you realize your towel's way over there now.
Yeah. Okay, so there can be an undertow in your life. It just happens so slowly, so incrementally. You don't notice it, and 12 years later, you're convicted for manslaughter, and you were having a bad day, but you didn't know how you got there. So there have been changes for sure. The one change I've never made, which I've been stubborn on in terms of my approach to how we do the broadcasting, is screw the strategy. And I take grief for this with certain segment of the poker community, but I literally did not even study up more on no limit hold'em because I didn't want to reach the point where I'm thinking, okay, now I'm gonna make a point. I'm gonna make a point here on why he is betting Jack 10 offsuit from under the gun 2 because I know what this is. I don't give a shit. And I've never given a shit. I always thought it would change what I'm doing. So yeah, I've made a point of actually not studying the game. Even when I've gone in the last few years to do bracelet events, streaming them on Poker Go or wherever we stream them on. That's a game that I play, like a stud game or a horse game. I don't do much strategy because I just don't think that's the way to go for most of the audience. But yeah, I've had changes and I just don't know what they are.
Pocket fours under the gun. He raises to 45,000. Finger and Trinovsky have folded. Seidel's on the button, and we haven't seen his hole cards.
Come on, Seidel. Grow a beard. Also show us your hole cards.
Well, whatever he has, he thinks it's worth a call on the button. Martin Jakobsen in the big blind. Has ace-7 offsuit.
You've probably got no choice but to defend a medium ace here, even though you can't love it.
He calls as well. We're going three-way to the flop. And that flop has a 4 on it. A set for Coleman.
What's Martin doing? He should be checking here. This is bad timing.
He leads the flop for 77,000.
I like a flat call here from Coleman because I think Martin's donk leading this flop with a bad hand way more often than a good one. So if Dan raises, he probably gets 2 folds way too often, which you don't want. You want Martin to keep bluffing.
Coleman does just call. And Seidel folds. We'll never know what he had. 10 on the turn. Jakobsen now with a gut shot.
Martin's probably never going to get a fold here unless the board runs out so badly for fours that it makes his hand actually win.
He's betting again with just 9% equity. 155,000.
There's not much more reason for Dan to fold now than there was on the flop. 7-8 got there.
Once again, Coleman just calls. 627,000 in the middle. One card to come, and that card is a king. A set of 4s are good.
Yeah, I don't think Dan's ever folding. Hopefully Martin just gives up.
He bluff shoves.
Or he just blasts off. Probably not going to work.
Quick call from Coleman. And Jakobsen's out.
Let me just calmly take a second before exiting this 50K tournament.
Martin Jakobsen, the eternal bridesmaid on the European Poker Tour.
Good luck, guys.
Wow. That was nice. That was a gift.
It was sick. Sick. I've never seen him doing something like this.
Yeah. That was ambitious.
Huh?
That was ambitious. You don't need to do stuff.
It is obviously the flagship. It is what gets everybody's juices flowing.
So yes, here he is, the man who has been the voice of the World Series of Poker since 2002. I think I've got that right. He will correct me if I'm wrong. Lon McCarron, welcome to the podcast.
It's so good to finally be here.
I think he's referencing the fact that Norm has been on before. Sorry, Lon.
No, I get it.
Just to be clear, Lon, I know that Norm made his debut in 03, the Moneymaker year, but you did do the World Series the year before that.
Oh, yeah, I have much more experience than Norman, is why things turn out the way they are. Yeah. Yes, with my good friend Gabe Kaplan. We did that show, and it was quite an experience. But yes, it led to 03 and let me get out of the banking world for after a few years. Yeah.
Just to be clear, we're talking about 2 decades, 20 years now.
Yeah. No, I was talking to some people today about this could be the first year where people can play in the main event who weren't born when Norman and I started.
Oh, my God.
Oh, wow.
Is that awful?
That is a sobering statistic. My goodness.
Yeah, exactly. No, but that's good. But we all look great, and we're all happy, and we're healthy, right?
I know that obviously you play World Series of Poker events, and you've been playing some events this year. Have you ever had the opportunity to play the main event, or is that a conflict with your broadcasting work?
They've never let us do that. I'm not a 10K buy-in guy anyway. I would play it if I could get into it, but no, they don't allow us to do that. Especially now with the live stream. You know, we're busy every day. Now our color commentators will. You know, Antonio played it back in the day. Jamie played it. Maria Ho working with us this year, and so she'll be playing it. So we work around them. But for us broadcast guys, no main event. I'm hoping that's my Ty Stewart send-off gift. You know, it's a gold entry to the main event as long as I'm alive.
Nice. So as someone who has observed it from the sidelines, from the commentary booth, what does the World Series of Poker main event mean to you?
It is obviously the flagship. It is what gets everybody's juices flowing. And even as exciting as it is to play in the earlier bracelet events, you know, few people get that kind of thrill of playing in the main. I think the buy-in is perfect still, and I don't ever want them to change it. They can do all the high rollers they want. You've got so many fabulous stories of every person coming out, scraping together the money, getting donations, selling themselves, whatever. It is the World Series of Poker, and that's what people talk about, and that's what people brings people to Vegas all the time.
And look at the story we're giving you this year, Lon. We're giving you 2 of your fellow poker commentators playing their first ever World Series of Poker main event.
And now I'm thrilled. I'm a little shocked. I know what broadcasting pays, and I know you, Hardigan, can't afford. I know what Ohio stand-up comedy probably pays. So I'm really happy for you guys. I really want to know what's going to happen out there.
So we do too. So part of what we wanted to talk to you about, Lon, is that I'm having a bit of a crisis here. I won my seat via a charity event. Now, I did sink about. Unknowingly, I sunk about $1,800 into this charity event, not knowing that I thought my credit card didn't swipe, so I had him swipe it like 3 times, and I ended up donating like almost $2,000 to the charity. So basically, I satellited in for about $2K. I'm struggling. Okay, first of all, I want to say, hearing your voice is actually calming me, soothing me. I'm stressing out over this in a big way, Lon.
Wow, yeah.
It's not fun for me at the moment. I'm really freaking out over playing for this much money, knowing that if I had a 10K score in a poker tournament, that would be huge for me. Like, that would be the biggest score of my life, and I'd probably have a really fun summer and can go on a nice vacation with 10K and maybe don't want to roll the dice on it. But hearing your voice, it is taking me back to when I would stand on the rail at the World Series of Poker main event and feel that magic, right, for lack of a better word, that energy. And you're actually calming me down a little bit right now, and it's starting to take hold that this can be fun for me.
And that's what I was alluding to with all the memories, with all those moments, and the fact that if you go back to like 05, 06, it was like a circus. And those day ones, you talk about all the characters, Lon, all the stories. That's what I'm looking forward to. I'm the opposite of Joe. I'm super excited because I just want to enjoy the experience.
Oh, and you're both correct. And there was always that fear. I had fear when I qualified for and then cashed in the TOC. And I had fear when I qualified and paid into and cashed in the Salute to Warriors the other day. So Excuse me. Yeah, 2 cashes and 2 MS.
Don't worry. That was a Jeff Platt level humble brag.
No, please. He's such a better player than I am. But no, it's been built up all these years, rightly so. And for you guys to be in the industry and have those same moments that you broadcast and put yourself into that seat, and you know, Artigan, man, you're a good player. You know what's going on, and you can see the big picture. And Stapes, you both have worked with us at the World Series, and so you know the vibe that's going on out there. And I don't know, Joe was busy drinking, I don't know, syrup and relish or something, but I don't know if he ever got inside the playing area. But it's going to take a while to calm down. I think both of you. I mean, when you walk in, I don't know if you're going to go, minute 1, and be there at the start. I'm that kind of guy, but I love to have that. I love to have that excitement and pumped up feeling, and then have it kind of subside and say, okay, get that over with and move on and get on to business. It's a poker game. You got 9 or 10 guys sitting there, and you know how to play poker.
Maniglerza in the small blind with 6 deuce. Ryan Reese started the hand with 6 big blinds, has 4 behind because he posted the big blind ante and the big blind itself.
40 hand or? Before, yeah. So this is $1 million plus 2.
Lerza just calls. And Ryan Reese checks his option with 10 deuce. Well, Reese is open-ended on the flop. Action goes check, check. Board pairs on the turn.
I won't be surprised to see Lerza check here again and look to go for delayed bluff on the river.
Well, Reese
at this point
has a lock on this with 10 high.
It's super interesting if Lerza bets, because you would imagine that pre-flop he shoves pretty much every queen, every king, every ace. So unless he's trapping with a jack, man, honestly, I know this sounds crazy to say, but Ryan Reese with 10 high might be pretty suspicious of this all in. This would be one of the most insane calls we've ever seen on an EPT final table to call with 10 high, but honestly, I don't think it'd be the craziest one. He might be able to work this out, that his opponent's never doing this with an ace high, king high, doesn't have them pre-flop. A lot of the time he's going to have these delayed bluffs. Can he make a wild call with the 10 deuce? He is definitely thinking about it.
7-2.
Looks like he might only have one more time bank left.
Have you ever found yourself in an MTT, Finton, where you've called all in with 10 high and been right?
Definitely not on a final table, not even close. This would be one of the sickest calls ever. But it just doesn't make sense from the 6 deuce. Oh, what a call!
He calls all in with 10 high and will get the double up.
What a call! Maybe he grew up a huge Doyle Brunson fan.
Thought you were the 7 high call guy.
Wow. Insane.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to EPT Cyprus 2023 live coverage of Day 3 of the main event from the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel, Casino, and Spa, the first ever European Poker Tour from Cyprus. Joe Stapleton, Nicholas Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
There are our overall tournament chip leaders. Jose Gonzalez Sanchez out in front with nearly $1 million. Carl Shaw, his name's been popping up all year long, repping the UK, second in chips. Timur Vardanian, Viljan Pedelshikov, and Timothy Freese rounding out the top 5. Those are the overall tournament chip leaders. I am very excited to bring you a new featured table, a little something for everyone as players are getting mic'd up. This is those players in chip order. Bart Liebart, one of my favorites out of Belgium. Andrea Dato, a player we've seen plenty on the European Poker Tour. Third in chips at this table, Parker Talbot. Tonka, you asked for him, you got him. Parker probably feeling a little bit better today, feeling fresh, looking fresh. Coming to the featured table with just over 50 big blinds. Nikita Kuznetsov, another player we have seen plenty of, as well as Julian Sitbon. Sergey Lisi, a player we saw yesterday at the featured table. Looking forward to getting to know Jose Jimenez and Alain El Haj as well. Parker looks like he may have lost some chips today. I think he started with around 500K. Now has 300K. Still a comfortable stack. And this is what they're playing for. That $6.4 million prize pool has been cracked open. We've been handing out min caches and min plus caches since last night. You're going to have to make it to the official final table, however, if you want to crack 6 figures in this event. Fourth place pays $350, $465 for third, $650 for second. But yes, just barely edging out $1 million for the winner here at the first ever EPT Cyprus. Just taking a minute to get the new featured table players mic'd up as they come back from break. You know, poker players, they come back from break, they get to the, where's my, I'm on the featured, oh boy. Your friend and mine, Parker Talbot. Tarker Ponka Talbot. Tanka Patonka, as we call him sometimes. No, that's not him getting freaky with himself. Just dropping a little mic cable down there so we catch all that comedy gold from Rudbeard himself.
Fresh cut, too.
I was told it's a fresh cut. It doesn't look that fresh. That's not meant to be an insult. Rather understated shirt from Bart Liebart, who can often dress quite provocatively, if I may say so.
I called one. Oh yeah, 2. Yeah, for fucking peanuts.
What are we in Bourbon Street? Is that a grenade drink? What's happening over there? Where do I get one of those?
Well, you need all the chips, so if you keep giving them away...
Okay, Bart.
No, it's that special drink. What's it called? Mate?
I mean,
Matcha?
No, mate.
Mate.
I think it's mate.
Huh?
Who said it's free?
Who said it's free?
They always got to drink it out of the funny cup with the funny straw. That was like a mini mate cup. It's usually a lot bigger than that.
Okay, I'm learning all about new drinks on this trip.
No, not to be confused with matcha, guys. That's a whole different kettle of fish.
Right there, seat 1, Sergey Lisi was at our feature table yesterday for a bit. Next to Tonka, we've got Julian Sitbon from France. He is sitting bon.
Sitting very bon indeed.
English with French accent.
Are you German or French?
Yeah, we got 3 countries in a row with French as a national language. Canada, France, Belgium.
Huh? Not that much. Okay, good luck, everyone. Good luck.
Thanks.
small country in between, yeah.
Yerba mate, also known as mate, is an herbal tea, traditional drink in Latin and South America.
Oh, yerba mate.
No, yerba mate.
Yerba, my mate.
Just wanted to make you aware.
Thank you. I
that
appreciate
you're
it.
leaking a little bit.
I am.
Maybe close the.
Oh my God! What are these cards? They are like.
Seeming like a fun table already.
It's better for us. We can see it.
Action underway. Blinds 3,000, 6,000 with a 6,000 big blind ante.
Can I have a walk, please?
Please see on the button.
One walk, please.
Just one more player to get through. This is Jose Jimenez in the small blind.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Looks like he's about to take us on a jungle safari.
Jimenez, an online qualifier. Qualified on PokerStars.es for 250 euros. And has limped in with ace-4. Parker is going to check back the king-jack in the big blind. First flop of the new feature table. 7 deuce deuce. Ace-4 ahead. Checks. Already looking to get to showdown.
Yeah, this is the check all day, too.
Check, check. Nine of diamonds on the turn. Improves no one.
I have a prediction, Joe.
Yes.
Both players are going to check to showdown.
I really like that for Jimenez. I feel like if I was in this spot against Tonka, he would just bet because he can. And he knows that he can frighten me. Trip deuces for both players. Where's this? Where's this in the ultimate Texas Hold'em board, huh? Why does this never happen?
Both players really happy to get to showdown here. I mean, there's a chance you could try and value bet an ace high given how readily Parker was checking it down, and Jimenez might actually try and sneak in a little one here. Absolutely cheek.
Gonna do it again?
I'm probably gonna do it again.
Habits die hard, or how they say it.
Yeah, that is exactly correct. Yeah.
The absolute cheek of it.
I like that phrase.
Come on, nobody will know what you have.
And he does get paid by the king high, unfortunately, for Parker. Nice little moment there for Jimenez, though, realizing if his opponent is checking in position, he's going to have some kind of showdown he doesn't want to fold some of the time that I can beat.
It's easy to plug just for fold it every time when they
Parker's too good to fold there, that's why.
I think I have 29 minutes left.
in your life.
Hopefully a couple more hours in the tournament.
Oh, okay.
Oi, oi, oi. I'm the only person you bet that against, right?
No,
Sure.
I think
No, only
it's a easy
person.
value
Only
for
person.
everyone.
Oh no.
No, you're not a special. He is definitely. But not in this way.
You missed the value. You missed the value on the flop and on the turn.
Special
though.
person.
Told you I like Bartley Bart.
Easy to barrel against him.
At least 2 big streets, you know?
Yeah.
You see? Yes, it's true actually.
Tonka goes, you targeted me? He goes, you're not really special in poker terms. No, you're a special person. Don't get me wrong. But no, I don't target you in this way. You're just not good enough, I'm afraid.
Parker is a master of slapping you while he kisses you.
For me? No, not here, not now.
Just take him to the river.
Folds around to the blinds again.
I check so I can take it.
And 2 quite playable hands. This time as well, a limp and a check. Jack 9-4, a pair of 9s for Tonka. Backdoor spades for Sitbon. Ace 10 would be the best hand here quite a lot of the time.
Absolutely.
Check, check again. Ace on the turn. Finally, someone pairs a big card.
Sitbon can start firing now. Obviously gets value from clubs, gets value from spades, gets value from straight draws, sometimes a combination of the two. 18,000.
That seems like 18,000 to me.
Oh. That's a good size. I like that, Joe.
I guess so.
Yeah, nailed it.
It's 18,000 coming from Julian Sitbon. Nearly 3.3 million in live earnings. Deepest runner in EPT was 23rd place in the London main event last year, right around the same time. Parker calls the 18,000. Whiffs the river. Going to be turning up at Showdown with third pair should Showdown happen.
Sitbon 10 of clubs blocker might try and get another street, but not exactly the driest river in the world. Gift, he says when he checks it. Yep, I feel that vibe.
Does not punish Parker. No decision.
I want you to pay again. And, and let him say something.
This time I was not even going to make a joke because it's not getting funny anymore, right?
Yeah, that's respect.
I was going to fold the river this time, right?
For sure.
Got a bad look-alike for Sitbon. Rafa Nadal.
Fucking true.
Yeah, I can.
Oh, okay, Parker agrees.
I can vibe with that.
I'm not saying it's a bad look-alike. We just call them bad look-alikes. That was a pretty good bad look-alike.
Yeah.
I might a bit. Like I'm gonna fold everything.
Induce, but then call his shot, right?
That's what I was thinking about. With the 10 of club, I was. Actually.
Action folds around to Tonka once again on the button, has to fold the Motown. And a good thing he did because Julian Sitbon would have had that dominated. Ace-Jack for Julian. Going to be raising the big blind of Bart Liebart. Nope, another limp, excuse me. And Bart is dominated as well. King 7 deuce, 2 hearts. Liebart with the ace of hearts.
Got another one of those spots, blind v blind, Joey. Just like both players kind of just got enough to want to get to Showdown.
I mean, what the heck happened in this game? I mean, you'd be laughed out of the room if you checked more than 2 streets in a row when I first started. Also, in a 3K World Series event, you would start with 3,000 chips.
The way God intended it.
1,500 event, 1,500 chips. Although I do think the blind started at like 1025 or something.
Mr. Sitbon gonna bet Riv.
Another situation where, yeah, gets a call from a slightly worse hand. 3 hands in a row played quite similarly.
Quite eerie, actually.
Blind on blind, blind on blind, blind on blind.
Don't even mention it, please.
I already laughed. Be careful, I'm in the middle, please. Don't fight, guys.
I want a 3-way fight.
Yeah, I bet you do.
I bet you do.
You like 3 ways?
Huh?
You like 3 ways?
Yeah.
Come on, guys. There are kids watching, guys.
No. No, there are not.
not accurate. Absolutely
There
not.
are not.
UFC 3 fights with all of
Us 3, yeah? In like a mud bath naked?
If Jake Paul can do it.
Whoa, this is getting spicy.
Also, like, the pay-per-view would go through the roof.
We'll make at least 7 sales.
I bet it would be more than that.
Yeah. This is what the people came to see.
This is like one of the only streams my mom even would opt out.
Are you sure? Someone's mom doesn't love them enough.
All right, now proper hand on the button, raising it up. Big blind, beautiful hand, 6-7 suited. So El Haj here, 27 big blinds, just going to call probably most of the time here. Beautiful hand to defend the big blind with, tons of equity on average, performing well even against hands like aces. It's one of the best hands you can have against aces.
It's an ace cracker, sure.
Yeah.
You don't see many cloaks at the poker table. I enjoy this cloak.
You think so?
Is it a proper cloak or is it just like a hoodie?
I don't know. It looks like a cloak. I don't see any sleeves.
All right, I got
I don't see any armholes.
Seems like a board that Sitbon just bets small every single time, I think. You can probably go as small as a quarter here, maybe even smaller against the straight big blind. What if you just made it like 6K? Me and Sitbon are in synchronization today. Woohoo!
6,000 is the bet.
Yeah, absolutely. Drilled it again.
RR Hangry asks, why is it the best ace cracker?
I believe 8-7 suited is the best, but it's one of the best because the 6-7 straight does not interact with the aces, and of course having the suit that doesn't interact with the aces is also even more beneficial because it gives you more cards to improve into straights and more cards to improve into flushes, as well as obviously the opportunity to make the normal sort of 2-pair situations, 3-pair situation, 3-of-a-kind situations.
El Haj raising the continuation bet from Sitbon. No pair, no diamond.
Yeah, very cute little maneuver here. Love to see it. Yeah, it's pretty hard to know what to do in the Sitbon spot. There's so many insta-folds you get from that one big blind bet that when you get pushed back and you don't really have much of nothing, you're kind of just like, ah, it's all right.
I know you have nothing, but it's okay. It's fine. I'm happy for you.
Thank you.
You show one card connected.
Perfect response. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. I won't because I'll be here, I hope, but someone will know at least.
It's the power of the cloak.
Well, we'll see. We don't know. Might change.
Remember how you said that I will double you up? Yeah. I'm feeling quite fucking good about you doubling me up. Right
Really?
now.
Oh my god. Damn shit.
Yeah.
I'm getting scared now.
Just a normal flip though, you know, just like nothing avoidable. You know, like you have Jack-9 suit, I have 4s.
For us, yeah, it's not available.
What?
Definitely not available for us.
Now I get your strategy. You give him just enough chips so he has enough to double you.
Exactly.
Ah, you were thinking ahead.
Always, buddy.
Problem is he can give it away maybe before he doubles you up.
You guys just playing chess, I'm playing 3D chess.
Isn't all chess 3D?
Very cool game.
Actions fold around to Sitbon with a7 in the cutoff. Makes it 12K. Andrea Dato in the big blind gets a very easy chance to set mime.
Damn respect. Damn, it's just a nutfall, you know that. Everyone knows that.
3, 5, 6. Interesting board here. Why is it interesting, Nick?
Well, the 4 will give Dato a straight.
4, yes.
But also give Sitbon a bigger straight.
A bigger straight.
Yeah, Deuce is very slight favorite here. You can see how close the equities run under these circumstances.
First time I see the balconies up there.
Senor Dato decides to lead for the one big blind. I think Mr. Sitbon has a hand he can just flat with here, though. I mean, Ace High is going to be beating a bunch. If you end up getting into a raising battle with Ace High here, it's going to probably end in tears most of the time. I think just the one big blind is good enough to call. There's so much dead money in there already. But he does decide he's going to take the aggressive line right here, right now, and it might work against deuces. Of course, blocking some straights here is fine. I think also from the cutoff, there's Plenty of opportunities to have hands like 7-8 here. The 4-7 straight, very unlikely to be in Sitbon's opening range, though, it has to be said, unless he's getting a little bit OOL, trying to sneak in there with some wider opens from the cutoff. But it's going to work. Deuce is no good.
And another pot for Julian Sitbon, up to 50 bigs now.
Got a question for you, Joe.
Yeah.
Does he ever lose?
Yes. Yes, I think so, but not much so far.
Rarely. Yeah, no. Such a force, been around for a long time. Still out here battling, playing some really nice cards. Love to see it.
Queen 10 suited for Sergey Lee CE, or Lease Part 2, as I like to call him.
Lease the second?
Lease the second.
Yeah, that beautiful Queen 10 suited, mixing it in there. Love it. Oh, pocket kings in the cutoff, feeling good. Cool benefit of actually having the kings here is that UTG might give you credit for having some more 3-bet bluffs from position. So the effective stack here being Lisi with just the 23 bigs. You can go real small.
Shortest stack, by the way.
The shortest stack at this table as well. I'm going to say probably like 5 big blinds here would be totally fine. Like, you know, just the 30. Oh, that's quite big though. Goes up to a 40K. I mean, it's not big, but you know what I'm saying, guys. Oh, the initial raise was to 15. Excuse me, guys. That seems perfectly reasonable. Yeah, 40K to go. Makes a lot of sense. And takes it down. I thought maybe he opened just for the min, but it was a little bit more.
Shot clock. I don't do any action.
She just triggers
my hand is not folded.
No. She'll just click it again, and at the end of the hand, she'll ask you for how many time banks you
Only
use.
when you don't have any more, then it's folded.
Yeah. And if she's getting low, then she might ask you to spread it so that she can see how many you have left. But you never have to touch them. You just take your time and make your decision.
Did she ever ask you to spread it? Did she ever ask you to spread it?
God, Bart.
I've never come even close to using all my time.
Did you use that just once in your life?
I think the maximum I ever used was 2.
In the tournament?
In the tournament.
Was it to value bet the river?
Yes. one of them actually was. Yeah, I used one of them in the tournament to value bet. Yeah, I did.
Is it allowed to do it? Come on, bro. Respect him. Respect him.
Man.
I'm actually surprised.
I don't know. Three damnings and then just.
Has it been that long since we've seen Andrea Dato that he doesn't know how the time banks work? I guess it's possible, and also possible maybe he hasn't cashed in a while because we only bring the shot clock out the day after they hit the money.
Julien. Looks like a 3-bet to me.
I block on myself yesterday, but only after like a minute 20, just to make myself fold.
Yep, so you'll notice the size I was talking about just a moment ago. This is the verse min up to 35K. In the previous spot, the open was actually to 15, which changes the sizing considerably when you're looking to 3-bet.
No, it was I bet 15 blinds and then got raised. So.
Jimenez could have justified a call there with the Jack-10 suited. Will maybe tend to get bullied a little bit there too often if you're going to start folding such monster drawing combos, but at this stage in the tournament, definitely no shame in playing on a little bit of a tighter side.
Your patch is coming off, Educa. Your patch is coming off the PokerStars one.
Thank you, bro. You don't want it to hide the Educa one. To ważne.
Wow. Oh my God. Insulting you like this? Oh, come on.
Interesting story in the chat right now from Lord Barry about Julian Sitbon that I'll let you read from his perspective.
You made some? Some. Yeah. At least you made some. That's good. Some.
Liebart. It's hard. He's got one of those names you got to say both names. He's not just Bart. He's not Liebart. He's Bart Liebart.
Yes.
Got the most amount of live earnings of anyone at the table, 3.85 million. Lots of side event cashes, nothing bigger than winning 20K in a main event.
Big flop, please.
And is going to the flop against Jimenez, who misses, and Bart hits top two. Jimenez checks to Bart.
I count 30.
Don't give him
29.
extra time.
Don't give him extra time.
New box on TV table, please.
Jimenez
No one wants to work.
rocking a pretty cool wristband.
18. 18, yeah. Pro TV table, please.
Is he calling for pros on the TV table?
Our box is busted.
Clock is done.
If we could get some pros on the table, that'd be great.
Yeah, she kind of banged it quite hard.
Yes. Shut up about us, so she said, fuck up. That's it. But she was right.
Maybe the box died of shame when it heard the spread it joke.
I was really out of character. I don't know.
That's it. I can't work in this environment any longer.
I quit.
Let's play without. It's better for him.
I will just count.
What's the name of the lizard? In the shot clock box.
Bernie's dead.
What?
I mean, it doesn't bode well for Bernie that that clock just got stuck on the number 4.
Is Bernie okay? Can we get a medic in here?
67 minutes to sync. It's big. Gonna stall a lot. It's okay, t'en mets pas.
Hold.
$12,000.
$12,000 announced.
Pocket three's into the muck. What happened? There we go. Let's get them back. Let's get them back. 3 threes. King 5 deuce, 2 diamonds.
We got Andy Wilson in the chat. Shout out to my man. A little bit shameful, though, the fact you're not actually currently here in Cyprus. Not really sure what else you got going on.
I sent Andy like 3K on Instagram last week. He said he would pay me back right away. Haven't heard anything.
Oh, it's probably because he's been on the plane so much. Jet setting.
Continuation from Dato. Takes down the Pato.
Imagine an EPT where Bowie Effect doesn't show up. I mean, what a disgrace. Unbelievable.
It's Payday has a similar experience. Yeah, Bowie owes me 110K from an Instagram crypto investment. That's exactly what it was.
Oh, what, from Susan?
No, from
yeah, no, he was on his Instagram. His friend Susan was going to help us to get those massive
returns,
crypto gains, hashtag gains. Yeah.
Might be, yeah.
Do we just buy him that plane? Is he on a private jet right now?
And you go back for the WT after? Or you don't?
I don't have to. But
Susan Brown, right?
Okay. Nobody said anything to me, but I'm quite sure if I wanted to go to Vegas or something, it wouldn't be an end of the world or anything like that. But I would just prefer to go to Prague, genuinely. I love Prague.
Us too, thank you. Yep, Prague's the only event going on this December.
Next year, a big schedule, like a full.
The only important one.
I honestly don't know. All I know is 4th to 12th or 4th to 13th in Vegas.
story that some people try to think.
Now I know you're lying.
Okay. As long as you know me, you know I'm lying always. But I gave him a bit of chips.
It's very friendly of you.
Oh, what?
All right, we've got the button versus big blind. Jack 6-5, 2 hearts. That's a heck of a flop for the dominated hand.
I can go last. I can go last.
You want? Can you give me a chai? Chai?
Now there's an ambassador for you, getting the drinks for the table.
That's pretty cool.
Keeping it going, keeping everyone well caffeinated.
Ten or?
Sitbon trying to get a read off Jimenez. Not super necessary.
You know what I like about Sitbon, though, is like you really get the impression he's trying to find any possible way win every single pot. And I know that seems like, of course, you're trying to do that at all times. It just means even in this situation, you can see he's like, "Can
Is that in reference to the Lord Barry story as well?
No, no, I didn't even read that one.
We're so fucking boring, by the way. Like not a single all in.
Not yet.
In like,
what do you want?
Where was the Lord? Where was the Lord Barry story? Was it on Twitch?
It was in Twitch, but it's in pieces. It might be hard to go back and read it all, but
okay, I found it.
It doesn't paint Sitbon in a super positive light, which is why I'm not repeating it, because I didn't witness it myself, although I have no reason to doubt Lord Barry.
Can ask for it, bro.
I need my headphones.
No, it was not in
bro.
reference
Let
to
me
that.
shut up.
It was in reference to the fact it just feels like every single moment that he's in a pot, he's trying to find some possible way to outplay and
what
out-angle.
you're saying there does check out based on what Lord Barry said. Got some eliminations to announce. Johann Schultz out. Andre Marques, a.k.a. the part-time fisherman, out. And Joao Vieira, Ol Naza, out. And Lord Barry saying Poker News did blog about the incident.
I like this.
And from what I understand, it was from the last hand of the night last night on an outer table.
Top setup. No top setup. King queen, no top setup.
Kuznetsov raise and take it, that hand. 118 players remaining. There was a pay jump at 119. Next one occurs. Next one occurs at 95. Pretty long way to go for that one. Everyone guaranteed $12,300 now. Action is once again folded around to the blinds. (8-3) versus 8-4.
So El Haj here, the effective stack, 30 big blinds. Gonna take a check.
(10, 8-3) 2 hearts. Wow. Both players hit the 8, but it's domination rotation in favor of El Haj. El Haj is wearing a shirt that says Los Angeles Hermosa Beach. Do y'all know which member of the commentary team lives in Hermosa Beach, California?
Joe Stapleton.
It's a good guess. I'm going to wait to see if any other guesses come in. Block Kev guesses Nick.
I paid for him.
Oh, no. Trip 8 for Liebert. Full house for El Haj.
Yep, this is a savage turn. Both players got to be loving this spot now. Little does Liebert know, only 8% to win it. Has to find a chop 10% of the time, or the lone remaining Quattro.
Those of you guessing, Maria Ho lives in Hermosa Beach, California. That's correct. 6 of diamonds on the river isn't really going to do much to change this board texture.
Oh, man. Obviously, the 6 completing some straights. Your opponent can still have a 10. Opponent can still have an 8. Opponent could have pocket 3s, although it's a little bit questionable as to whether or not they would have played their hand that way, and it's very unlikely when you have the 3 yourself. I think you just polarize, Joe. I think you just go big, big. 31,000.
Looking slightly bigger than that. 45? 55.
Oh, wow.
One chip call from Liebert. He sees the bad news. Shows the cooler.
Oh, man. What an absolutely brilliant size there, Joe, though. Just max, 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 extra max value. I said big, but jeez.
I had an 8 too, so crazy.
What the fuck?
Safe cheap. I was gonna check raise river, then I see overbet. Which?
Everybody's got a plan till they get punched in the mouth.
Pre-flop I had you dominated. It was all downhill from there.
Loving that size from El Haj. Very nice awareness.
Kind of like the age 24 for you, huh?
What? The age 24? Oh, yeah.
All downhill from there.
That's my peak year.
I feel bad for anyone whose peak year is 24. Kind of still a teenager at 24. Tin Foil on YouTube says, Joe, you may not remember, but you gave me some advice in my stand-up set. Definitely helped make a good impression. I appreciate the help. If you're ever in the Phoenix area, I owe you a beer. I don't believe in owing Tin Foil hat. I do it for fun and for free. However, if I'm in the Phoenix area and you feel like buying a ticket to one of my shows, I would accept that. But I'm glad I could help. Kind of like the blind leading the blind a little bit, but...
I didn't, but I'd like to take it. It's good. Have it, my friend. You can even have a apricot if you want.
If you're ever in the Brighton area, you'd like to buy me a beer, I will.
There you go. You can buy Nick. You can buy a beer for Nick for me.
Yeah, for those of you guessing, saying that I lived in Hermosa Beach as well. I know I sound American, gang. I still live in the beautiful seaside, now city of Brighton, England. Just in case you wanted to buy me that beer.
Jimenez 3-betting the open from Lacey. Pocket 10s. The holding for the original raiser. Lacey starting the hand with around 20 big blinds. Feels like a difficult hand to get away from. Is gonna just flat.
Bit tricky here though, Joe. Lacey only 18 bigs behind.
Do you ever just tell yourself no ace, no king, and I'm gonna go for it? What if they have ace queen?
I mean, I can't help but think with 94K behind, that was kind of the plan here, Joe. Although the queen, of course,
I'm not there.
There's plenty. There's just the same number of ace queens as there are ace kings.
That's what I mean.
But I like it,
You're just kind of randomly choosing.
There's probably an argument that ace king is 3-bet at slightly higher frequency than ace queen from this position, but that's only a slight discount in my opinion.
I think you just assume that since whatever overcard hits the board is blocking your opponent from having it, you're good no matter what.
So 75K in the middle and check to the initial aggressor, Jimenez. Wants to put in the bet here. And it's 18,000, nice and small. Highly approved.
It was close, actually.
No, I mean, go Canada in the summer, it's fine.
Yeah,
we'll go in winter for skiing or snowboarding if you want. And but if you don't want that, then, you know, don't go.
You have exactly your starting stuff.
At least you're going to call, and you'll notice now.
Pot to stack ratio is weird.
That's not true.
Yeah, SPR now way less than 1. 0.76-ish. And that's a king on the turn, Joe.
Oh, that's big. That changes things, literally and figuratively.
But it's more regarding the fact that there's not enough tournament.
I'm honestly not sure how I would have played these tens, Joe, but I think maybe it was
Not
a
like
flop.
this.
Maybe it was a flop situation. And I'm not saying that because the king came on the turn. It's a genuine contemplation. When you're this early, it's so tricky to know what to do versus 3-bets. Ace king checks turn. River is 5 of clubs.
In EPT, usually, like, I mean, I said 10K mistake, 2K, 5K, 3K, 10K are really nice.
5 on the typer.
Yeah.
At least he's probably loving that check on the turn, but he's going to hate this river shove.
He does check to Jimenez.
Yeah, this is the easiest ship now.
Yeah. I would play, but I used to play a lot.
I would also probably announce all in here just to make it look extra bluffy, quote unquote.
Yeah, of course, but usually I will play.
Jimenez just checking the stack. He's going, yeah, that's a lot less than pot.
I literally tweeted that this morning, how much I love EPTs. Just that EPT is like the best poker stuff in the world, like for me.
Yeah, I really like it too.
Yeah, because you don't have to pay the buy-ins, right?
Tonka's ambassadoring hard right now.
You pre-roll everything.
Yeah, because I get to play with you. It's fucking biggest free roll of my life.
Jimenez doing the old
You get to play with me too.
time bank
There you
value
go.
bet.
There you go. Nice bold movement. Make it look like you're trying to look scary.
And Lisi, let's go the tens.
You know, what can you say?
Yeah, no good
Call when
for-
you're ahead, fold when you're behind. I mean,
Yeah.
let's look for a silver lining here.
I mean, I think maybe my issue is that when it comes queen high and he bets flop, I don't know that we're completely going to miss a second barrel there with the ace king. You know, might see the all in on the turn regardless with the ace king. So definitely a tricky spot, I think, from those earlier positions. Hard to know what to do. I'm sure Sergey probably would have loved to get those tens in pre-flop if it was a later position 3-bet, but as played, does get away from it and still alive. 12 big blinds remaining in Sergey's stack.
Yeah, if you can just forward your schedule so I can just follow you around the world.
NAPT Vegas, EPT Prague.
That's it?
For this end of year.
Actually, it's quite okay. NAPT is like same schedule than EPTs? Like
It will be smaller, condensed version for sure. Like I think 3K is the main or whatever.
Okay.
So,
Oh, yeah.
1650 is the main.
Like 12 days or something? Or it's...
Yeah, 12. I think it's 4.
Every time we get him on the table.
Okay, so they do that.
Misinformation. Talbot, that's what we're going to call him from now on.
12.
All right, min raise kicking off. Hand number 41 now. Tonka raising up the ace-10 suited.
I don't like 12.
If it was 14, you play?
Parker now second from the bottom in chips here, but still 39 bigs. Still plenty of chips to play with.
On the right? Yeah. Doesn't deserve it.
Gets more top Saturday.
Round to our big blind. Kuznetsov defends the big.
King 6 tray, bottom 2 for Kuznetsov. Sir Edgar asks, last I saw Tonka, he had 540 cash. What happened? He lost chips. Thank you for your question.
Who? Limit? This next one is gonna be Vegas.
9 of diamonds on the turn.
Yeah. But it's like bigger in Vegas, do you think?
Talbot firing into the abyss. Does not improve.
I guess.
Check, check this time around, and it is the 7 of hearts on the river.
Yeah, I don't feel it's tough at all.
Tonka this time luckily doesn't improve.
Depending if you're starting like by yourself and how big you play and everything. So, what result it might be. You play online, right?
No.
Not at all, or not? A bit?
No, no tournaments. Only paper.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so that's why. So they do both. And
That's off bets 36,000.
I do
Quick fold from Tonka.
every 2 or 3 weeks when I'm home someday, but that's it.
To be on the computer all night by myself.
Yeah, you
feel like I don't play good because
you don't enjoy it.
Also, and I don't feel like I can play my A game.
Yeah, I understand.
Just when I can click go. I don't do it live to click
Put the chips
then I have the display. I also don't want to give it to the people when I see them. When I see them live, I don't care. That's really, yeah, for me.
I understand.
I feel like I cannot play the same game.
I understand. It's really tough. I feel it's a completely different game for me.
Matt B on YouTube says, he lost chips? Thank you for your question. Really? Not only the least funny commentator, also completely uncapable. I think the word you're looking for is incapable. Incapable.
Yeah.
But, thank you for your comment and end your band.
Pretty incredible comment, if you ask me.
Uncredible.
Sorry, Joe. Uncredible. Yeah.
That comment was uncredible. It is difficult. You have to understand that being the least funny commentator, I do have a chip on my shoulder.
I didn't even see the one that I sent. What happened to the bet? I was talking with the guy on my left, so.
I just had a nice black suit. The board was 5.
If I was watching a stream and I said something that got me banned, I would be so embarrassed. I would just be like, what did I do? How did I manage to, from thousands of miles away, say something so stupid and so embarrassing that I can no longer, I lost chat privileges on the internet.
Friendly game. Show one card. We can do show one for everyone.
Yeah, we can do show one every hand.
I really agree. I love it.
But
show one? You okay?
But you can choose?
No,
the other one can pick?
no, dealer pick.
Dealer choose?
Or the one who loses.
Or the one who
the one who loses
the
hand.
hand picks the hand. Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah.
Show one? Everyone show one?
Show one? Yeah, if you win.
Ooh.
You have the hand picks.
Okay. You okay?
No. Even pre-flop, right?
Even pre-flop, anytime, but we do it fast.
We do it fast, very fast. So we don't slow the game.
The one who loses.
Fold.
So everyone's like, oh, that's so fun.
All right, a game within a game.
It's easy for you to say yes. I show one. Oh, no, I
12.
Fucking so excited to the show game.
Liebart is going to kick things off.
This will be both very funny to show.
I think Educa is going to choose. Maybe not.
Big Swole says, I got banned from Soldier Boy stream in 2021 because I asked him if he was streaming from a wall mount TV. Liebart dominating Jimenez, king 4 deuce.
Elephant in the room.
Dangerous, you have to evacuate. Which
Left
one
or right?
Whatever. The different choose, right?
No, you pick. You pick.
This one? Yeah. Okay, whatever.
Don't worry, we're gonna do it really quick. Let's slow the game down. Who's
We
picking?
just
Who's
do left
picking?
or right every time. That's what we do.
I have to pick, right? So
Yeah.
Left or right?
Yeah, left or right. Lose your pick. Thank you.
Wait. Thanks a lot.
Carl, we play show one. We're gonna pick, okay? Then you turn it over.
I take it?
Yeah. No, we're gonna pick left or right.
We pick whichever, we do whatever.
All right, my babies, you heard Parker talking about it. Now it's my turn. The North American Poker Tour is back. The start of a new old era for the tour at the first Poker Stars event in Vegas since 2010.
Yeah, he does it. He'll do it quick. It's better.
NAPT Las Vegas runs November 4th through 12th at Resorts World on the Las Vegas Strip. Massive resort if you haven't been there before. Huge bank of Buffalo slot machines. That's where you'll find me if I'm not in commentary.
Buffalo!
And it's the week before Formula One. 1650 main event, a 5K high roller. Both tournaments are going to be streamed live on PokerStars Twitch and YouTube.
12,000.
I'll be there. James is going to be there. Nick's going to be there. Griffin's going to be there. Maria's going to be there. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to be there. Not just for the NAPT, but I think I'm sticking around for F1.
Oh, sick brag. Thanks for that.
I think James might be sticking around for F1 too. Yep, he's nodding his head.
Oh, that's huh?
Yeah.
That's that must have been some sort of an oversight.
Must have been
my booking.
Must have been an oversight.
Oh, these things happen. Don't worry, team. Don't worry, team. There's still time to fix the flights. It's
I
okay.
think tickets are on sale still, probably.
Statrick, can you get on that, buddy?
Do you want to
Chase
buy
that up
one
for me, buddy?
I don't know.
It doesn't have to be in the box. Don't worry. I'm not precious.
I still don't know what's real and what's not yet. All I know is that I'm sticking around for the F1. I don't know if I'm going to F1, but I will be in Las Vegas.
In fairness, I actually haven't even seen my flights yet.
Oh,
so.
shoot. Med Green in Twitch chat says I won a red spade pass, so also going to the F1.
Hey, let's go.
That's going to be a really, really sick.
That's amazing.
Once-in-a-lifetime thing. Med Green, can you write in the chat all the stuff that you've been told you're getting with the red spade pass?
And can you tell me that your +1 is NICK WALSH? They'll know who they're talking about.
Dicey spot here for Kuznetsov, who is out-kicked. This is a 3-bet pot also, and it was Kuznetsov who 3-bet. Dato open and then flatted ace-king.
28,000.
Now Kuznetsov continues. Dato raises. This pot's getting big in a hurry. Six of diamonds on the turn does nothing to catch Kuznetsov up, excuse me.
Is that a check raise on the flop, Joe?
Yeah.
Check back, yeah, got it.
I mean, the check raise, you know, he was checking to the aggressor, so playing in flow, but
5 seconds.
Check.
8 check.
Dato checks again. I don't think Kuznetsov bites a second time. Seems like the perfect spot to check back. Just in case. Just in case you're up against ace-10, ace-jack, ace-queen.
44.
Ace-king, ace-5, but does not. Bets again. Kuznetsov getting caught in his own net. Soft. Because if If Dato double check raises, I'll be real impressed.
I mean, once he puts in that 44 initially, he'll have less than pot behind. But I think you probably call and then check again.
5 seconds.
That's my line at least.
Do you think Dato is genuinely perplexed what's going on here? Do you think he's suspicious or just taking his time?
I think
to figure out the best way to call or raise with the best hand.
I think he's just weighing it up. But I think a call is what you want to do most of the time. Yeah, it does call. I like it. And on the river, hopefully some illumination. A 5 or a deuce is usually going to be a really nice card. A king would be a lot better than that for the ace-king of Dato.
No king. 3 on the river. So, a bit of a scary card, right?
I'm not sure from the cutoff. Not so much.
You don't think there's a lot of ace-4 suited? I guess there's not a ton of combos, right? I guess at this point.
Ace-4 suited is 4 combos.
Ace-5.
Pocket 4s is a few more.
Yeah.
But again, maybe pocket 4s wouldn't have played their hand this way, so that's kind of discounted. And the thing is, if your opponent does have ace, jack, ace, queen, they're just going to check here a bunch. So I think the check gives you a lot of information. Because a bet on this river will quite frequently be an indication of extreme strength, given the 2 streets that we've seen so far.
Kuznetsov wide-eyed at the amount of chips he's going to lose in this pot. Dato picks up a big one. Dato skyrockets up the leaderboard, now #1 at this table after taking down that pot.
He left and this was the best one to lose.
Johannes on YouTube asks, how can I become a PokerStars Pro? Can I pay a fee or something? Nick, how much did you pay?
I'm under NDA, I'm afraid.
You got work.
Come fast, fast, fast.
You got work at it.
10 seconds.
I didn't even miss it.
Just a small line now. That's why. Yeah. It was a long, long hand.
Marcel's in the chat just says, Nick Walsh, just your dignity. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah,
that was a very crazy hand. I would love to update.
How many spin and goes do you think you've played in your life?
Oh my God.
It's over 10,000, right?
Oh, it's well over 10,000.
It's over 100,000?
My bad, guys. Family.
Maybe like between 60 and 80.
Play 60,000 spin and goes and get back to me.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Raise and take it. Bartley Bart. How annoying and boring this Dato dude is, says Jens B. How annoying and banned you are. Jens B. Oh, B stands for banned.
$10, please.
Thank you for your comment.
It's worth it. I'll take them. Can I? You gave me.
Gallery asks, how many of those spinning goes were profits? That's not how profit works.
We don't need to talk about that either.
This one was really nasty. Oh. This one was really nasty.
Nick played 60,000 spinning goes, yet never once won an all-in while ahead.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
I can relate.
I still got a nice looking graph though. That's all that counts, gang.
So I missed this note a few minutes ago. We're down to 111 players. 114th place was Steve O'Dwyer, knocked out by Carl Shaw,
Ooh.
who now has over 1 million in chips. But that's not good enough to be chip leader. That title, at least a few minutes ago, belonged to a Spanish player named Jose Gonzalez, who has 1.1 million. How is Carl Shaw doing it? Right? Didn't he first pop up in the Irish Open, I think, is when we first noticed him, and he's been in our coverage ever since.
Also love his music, old Jose Gonzalez. Great musician.
My fold. Please don't touch my cards.
I did say fold before, we never know.
Chat's asking, what was the biggest multiplier I had on those 60K spinning goes? My biggest multiplier was $150,000. I hit a 150K spin. There's a link in the chat if you want to see the picture.
On a $1?
No, it was on a 15.
15.
So it was the absolute omega. Nobody ever hits a jackpot.
And I panicked at how long I was taking, and then I folded. Oh my god. It's one of your first tournaments?
It kind of feels like it, yeah.
When you always barred, it's always
First time he
dangerous.
went to this group. He participated in a lot of them.
A lot, yeah. Fuck. A really crazy
Then
amount.
raise 14,000.
So really, yeah, it's the one where all three get a piece, but the biggest chunk was 150K.
Yeah, I'm sick of the Euros.
I think you might as well tell the rest of the story because you're getting a lot of follow-up questions.
That's all good. If you put Nick Spin in the chat, guys, there's an image. I came third because I lost a flip. I think it was ace, pocket nines versus ace jack, jack on the river.
I did put it.
And what did that pay?
15,000.
15,000.
But then I saw you and I said run because he was dealing the card here.
I know.
So you're good
I
at it.
made it. I know.
So I think you have like 8-9 suited.
I mean, thank God I missed it then.
Exactly.
And 7 call.
All right, table chatter's died down a little bit. We're going three ways to the flop. Domination situation. Liebert's got them both crushed.
3 players.
8-5-4. El Haj with the gut shot draw. Ace queen still best. Johannes is back. He says, yeah, thanks for the answers, but I don't have time for all that. Just wanted the title. Johannes, how much money do you have to spend on becoming a team pro?
10 fold. 6 fold.
Ooh.
Ooh.
8-3 or what?
Was that the good one?
That was the good one.
Of course.
I'm really curious what you think that would go for.
Could be the best one.
How many team pros are there? Not that many, right?
Not many. They're very, very few, even years ago.
Favorite hand.
You think it's like $1,000 and there's only like 8 of them?
I'd like to. I mean, if you take the entire population of anybody that has ever played poker, recreationally or professionally, I wonder what the actual percentage of that entire population became team pro. Like 0.00001%.
Yeah.
Not hard, it's fine.
Vladimir on YouTube asks, where can we see updated chip counts, or at least who busted today? I'll save you some time. The players who busted today have 0 chips. Thank you for your question.
You're not sweating?
Well, of course I'm sweating. I said I'm not sweating that much.
No, because what do you smell?
Oh, fucking.
4 fold.
This guy is relentless.
Exactly, relentless.
God,
That's good. It's better at jokes than poker because it's not.
He'd be a fucking menace.
Kuznetsov opening the 5s under the gun. 35 bigs after he puts in that 2 big blind, sorry, slightly more than 2 big blind raise. Dato, beautiful hand to defend, calls. Flop is queen, ace, queen. No improvement for Dato.
Check.
Ironside is asking if Lucas Robinson is still in. Unfortunately, go and check his stories. Took a really horrendous beat just before the money. I mean, it was, he got top 2 in against bottom 2, and the guy turned the boat against him for absolutely chunks. Very sad story for our friend Luke, but Lucas, excuse me, but we're going to see a lot more from him on the stream and in tournaments to come, I've no doubt.
Check.
If you guys don't follow Lucas, check him out. Robin Poker here on Twitch. Been doing it for years now. We started streaming about the same time as well.
10 check.
All right, pocket 5 still the best of it. Kuznetsov will win at showdown. Does Dato have a move that will win him the pot at non-showdown?
Check, 10 check, go down.
By the way, Joe, Andrew Wool here says, you guys are keeping me going on a night shift. Thank you. And love from Australia. By the way, Stapes is the best poker commentator. Yes, but also the most unfunny.
I'm the unfunniest.
Yeah, he's the unfunniest of the three. Yeah. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate it. Just joshing with you. Happy to help you on your night shift tonight.
$30 minutes left in the level. 109 players remaining. No set number we're looking at.
This hand, I feel it. Yeah, because I have 2 levels. Yeah, more. This and one.
Yeah, 28 minutes more.
Wow.
And then 3 more levels today.
Wow.
Action on Lee CE.
Yeah.
3 EEs. All in.
3 folds.
At the live read on the deck.
4 folds.
When we go into the blackjack tables?
Ace King for Pawn.
What can you do? You can double him up, or you can fold. Those are the 2 options.
How much is that shit?
5 fold.
61.
Yeah. 61,000.
So fucking most obvious thing ever.
It's too obvious, right? Yeah.
I was about to say, what are you doing?
Sitbon does make the call.
7 fold, 8 fold. Hold on.
And we are flipping.
It's an actual double up too, for sure.
Yeah, and I had both of your outs.
I thought you had 2 aces, that's good.
Bro, have faith. It's easy one, this one.
Yeah. Agreed.
It's about 50-50 here, guys.
That is actually the problem.
Like Dr. Kaufman versus Baron Ramadi. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Really?
I don't know what either of those things are, so I didn't even write it. I don't know where that came from. King high flop. Lee CE in trouble. If only he was least the third instead of least the second, maybe a 3 would have popped up.
Oh my god. Longer. Slower, please. No, wait, again.
7 of diamonds on the turn.
Yeah. Oh, why?
No,
want to use it?
Okay, yeah, maybe next tournament then.
Yeah, why not? There's a 200.
Lacey needs to hit a tray ball on the river. Not a 3.
I almost
At least the second.
Almost? Almost.
Eliminated
Like, no.
in 107th place.
Thank you very much. Also,
See you later.
Oh my god. What happened? No.
Guys, come on. What the fuck?
Oh no, it was perfect without it.
Yeah, it's too much.
This is a joke, right?
Because he busted.
Ta-da-ta-da. Big
walk
line
off.
for the bust.
Holy shit.
So in between
It's about to have a
Lacey and Steve O'Dwyer that I just announced going out 114th, we've also lost
Yeah, I didn't even.
Kai Henmokri, Dimitar Danchev, and Malacca style Juan Pardo.
Into the shop still.
Maybe a little bit. It's wrong.
Yeah, really, maybe. Actually,
I actually thought about that after I turned his hand over.
if you had ace 3, it would have been fine. Could have been crazy.
And about 11 spots away from the next pay jump.
5 the fold. Five folds.
Wow, yeah. So Bart doesn't know shit, eh? So I am probably
6 folds. 7 folds.
15,000.
6-8, raise 15,000. 10 folds.
Andrea Dato raising from the button, Queen 8 suited.
And 6-3 fold.
And Jimenez is going to defend with 9 tray suited.
Yeah, I feel like 3 or 4 level already.
Ace, Queen, 10, 1 diamond.
It's a 6-3 check.
Did I announce that wrong? No, it looks like somebody fat fingered the flop. That sounded filthy.
He knew he was going to play with us, so.
Yeah, it was just 10 times. I saw my table jump and I saw
6-8 bet 10,000.
Bart wasn't on it. I was like,
Allez, Carl, fais ton travail.
what?
Oh, wait. Yeah. This one, the one, no.
We want to see one. They're playing the show 1 game.
We gotta play the show 1 game.
See, that's what I told you.
That is what you said.
Dato.
And I gave Carl way too much credit. That's,
Exactly.
that's on me.
Exactly.
That's not on Carl. That's on me.
Okay, so
Sorry,
next
I
time,
trust
2 cards for you.
Yeah, 2 cards for me next time. That's fine. That's fair.
Okay, 2 cards.
See what you got me into, Carl? Now I have to show him 2 cards.
He can't even listen to you because he's listening to the boss saying, what the fuck did you turn a card? Why did you turn this card? Don't listen to these fuckers. Play your game.
I can't imagine Hugh yelling at anyone.
Your job, you yell at him.
Don't turn the card over. Nope, don't do it. Don't do voices.
The lady was saying better. Come on. Oh my god.
Carl, I had 520K to start the day, okay? And you remember all the fucked up shit you've done to me in the last, like, 1 year, okay? We're double.
Karma's gonna work.
Yeah.
So 7-handed now.
Okay.
El Haj opening from the hijack.
The hijack.
The hijack.
Used to be a fantastic dealer for me, and then he just started busting me on every turn.
For sure he dealt when I won a tournament, the last hands. In Marrakesh, I remember, it was for sure.
Because it was the only one you lost?
Also, yeah.
On where?
Wow.
Where to?
Yes, yeah, I've been running good with him.
Carl is really your dealer.
Yeah. We have done some crazy shit together also off the table.
That's why.
Parker dominated in the big blind.
Maybe
The first bluff of the day.
you shouldn't say it here.
It's not allowed.
And 6-4 fold.
And does not defend it.
This one. Yeah.
He was about to do it anyway. I felt it this time. I'll be kind.
The GOAT asks, movie question. How would you guys rate all the Rocky Creed movies? I would say probably on a scale of 1 to 10.
I didn't play a hand for
Thank you
40
for your
minutes.
question.
You were nicely, quickly folding. I raised 1 hand, and you're both like, well, how much is that? How much is that? Fucking both tank folds.
Is it that obvious?
Yeah, it is that obvious. Make it a little bit less obvious, okay?
So how much do you have left?
Holy shit.
It feels like we have to be quick because you're bleeding out.
6 folds.
I feel like if I wait a little bit longer, there might not be nothing left.
It's gonna be fucking 100K soon.
He said he's gonna talk till 80K before 80, after 80K is finished.
Yeah, that's true actually. I literally said that and I've bled about half of it so far.
No, you've played amazing. You got cooler many times.
10 fold. 3 fold.
I did get cooler once. Ace 3, ace queen.
El Haj opening, King Queen.
1 cooler.
17?
13.
Folding rounds. Sip on the big blind, ace 8 off. Quite similarly stacked here. 58 bigs for Julian Sipon, and El Haj has about 48. So just decided to defend slightly ahead pre-flop. Flop is 7-9-4, 2 clubs.
C5 check.
Sorry, everyone in Twitch chat's talking about meeting me. Where is this happening? NAPT, Prague? My birthday naked basement puzzle party? Because that's not until next year.
7 check.
Oh, Jojo, not me. Oh, sorry.
Deuce of clubs on the turn. Giving the flush draw to El Haj. 2 overcards still clean, though. And a king and a queen and a club.
It's frustrating losing these to ace high when you whiff everything on the river.
5 check.
We can meet up, Joe. I'm there for you. Just before I agree to this, is your name I. Daniel Johnson or I. Danielle Johnson? Because it's going to make a difference.
All right, wants to fire here with the draw.
6-7, bet 16,000.
Just about the half pot.
I like this bet. Just for the reason I said earlier, where it just really stinks when you miss the river and then you lose to ace 8.
You have to pick a good one.
Sipon reminded the dealer to flip one.
Show on.
Exactly the one I saw. Damn shit.
King of clubs shown, I think.
Queen of diamond?
That's a good one to see. Ooh, good guess, good guess, good guess.
I don't remember. Oh my god, you have to see a doctor, bro.
I actually was just thinking that I should see a doctor because I couldn't remember what I folded.
Might be really nice then.
That's too much weed, my friend.
My brain is fogged. I need to sleep.
That can happen if you eat too much wheat.
Just one? Do you think one is enough?
Especially if you have a gluten allergy.
That could be nice too.
You have a friend?
I got you.
I got you, bye.
6-7 raise 13,000.
I know a guy who knows a guy. Who knows a girl?
I don't believe that any of you know a girl.
$39,000.
6-8 re-raise 39,000.
I like how Dotto just announces it all, right? Just clear as day.
I try to do that, although I'm not really someone you should be emulating at the poker table.
5 folds.
What would Joe do?
Then do the opposite.
We do whatever we can.
6 folds.
WWJD.
And 7 folds.
Mac.
Pick one, pick one, pick one.
Pick one.
Of course. Ah.
Good
Showing every hand. Doesn't matter.
You kidding, you kidding, you kidding, you kidding.
Quite jovial at the table. Like to see a bit of friendly banter going around. These guys obviously
I do like seeing them have fun.
Yeah, a little bit. These guys have been around each other a lot. They play a lot of cards together, keeping it light.
Boy, oh boy.
Well, the run was also good.
I feel like they honestly could have been aces that time.
I need to see a doctor. 12,000.
Okay, it wasn't aces.
Raise 12,000. 10 folds.
Was it?
No,
I think it was.
You think it was? Still, really?
I think it was
3
really
folds.
good and ace king plus.
Ace king plus,
4
wow.
folds.
I couldn't be plus than ace king.
Aces.
Kings? Well, we know he doesn't have kings. We saw the ace.
Do you say?
We saw the ace.
Parker's so smart.
Still remember that?
Yes.
How does he do it?
He's coming back.
Julian playing by the rules here. Folds the queen 10.
It's like a modern day Columbo.
Oh, we're bringing someone? Oh, nice one.
Bring a little whale.
Another whale.
Okay, so there's good news and bad news.
We must have the softest table in it.
Oh, for sure. This is definitely the best table, I think. And the softest table, for sure. Yeah.
The good news is they are bringing someone to the table.
Yeah.
And that someone is a superstar.
Oh.
Dario Sammartino about to join the table.
Come and join us.
So heads up.
Here's the bad news.
Bad news is
this table is breaking, and we're switching it at the break.
so you got 15 minutes of action, hopefully.
Check.
El Haj versus Dato. Top pair for Dato. This hand should not take very long.
11,000.
Now, remember how I said there was good news and bad news?
Yes.
I lied. Because there's good news and bad news and good news.
Lay it on me.
The good news is the new featured table has some people we like to watch. People like Anton Wigg.
Yes.
Toby Joyce.
Yes.
One of the tournament chip leaders, Timur Vardanyan.
Yes.
And, get ready for it,
You have to.
some call him
Thank you.
the Little Tonka. Casimir Ser, a.k.a. Sice 25.
I thought they were the same person, honestly.
Popular on Twitch. Sice. Sice 25.
Yeah, we are also playing Squid Game, stand-up game.
But yes, there is Dario Sammartino. Drink him in for the next 14
Where is
minutes.
my time bank?
In your clothing.
Okay, thank you.
You don't need it.
Here you won't need it for sure.
It's fast table?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually it's okay.
All pro. This is why.
No
All
pro, no. This one fish is only has 2 patches. You start pro from 3 patches.
3 or more.
Yeah, 3 or more, then you're pro.
I don't have to put. I have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the box. Long time. I don't make.
Good observation, Undersea Monkey. As the table groans under the weight of Dario's chips, Dario does come to the table with the most chips. 128 big blinds, over 750,000.
We are moving after this.
We don't know. Maybe we think. She said you're moving?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
6 folds. You prefer?
I don't mind. I prefer because it's faster to play on the other table.
Yeah. But with the time banks, it's going to be similar. Anyway.
It'd be mostly similar, but I feel like usually on future tables, people
Yeah,
take a little bit longer.
But here not.
I mean, I usually don't mind, but I feel so bad right now.
Oh, but you know, when he deals, when he show the cards, when he say to this, yes, I think it's a bit longer. It's a bit slower. 14 and 4 is really slower.
Yeah, that's slower.
But we did only one.
8 check. But you want to play more hands? Or you, I just want a leather?
10 bet. 9,000.
White. I did. I came from death, so I'm not being here. I came from death. I had 2K.
Really?
Sort of letting this chat play out, but we do have a pair of 8s for Dato out flopping Kuznetsov.
8 fold.
Ace on the turn, Kuznetsov catches up.
8 check.
Absolutely drills it here on the turn. Very nice spot now. Check to the aggressor.
Remember, these two played that massive pot, which saw Dato shoot up the leaderboard when Kuznetsov value cut himself with a outkicked ace.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a spot where the 8 could get sticky. I mean, king high board already one that's going to be c-bet as a bluff quite frequently. The ace probably a combo that really likes to be bluffed as well. Sorry, the ace on the turn, a card that's in that range, and therefore a card that likes to be barreled. But also versus the pure UTG of Kuznetsov, who is one of the shorter stacks. I do just feel like he's going to have way too many strong combos to want to be that sticky with this particular combination.
As usual, Nick, you are correct, sir.
Dario, hai detto che a fine livello andiamo.
Ma English at the table, please.
Andiamo. You don't have to talk, you only like 500K.
And what?
You owe me 500K.
I owe you 500? Oh, you bet something?
No, we just let you know the break.
You won the 3K in World Series when I make 5.
I finished second.
Queen Jack again, Ace King. That's
I
my
finished
money,
second,
not your
yeah.
money.
Yeah. Okay. Just a 40-60, yeah. I can give you 100K if you want.
Sit 1 fold.
100 would be fair?
Yeah.
3 folds.
100, I can forgot everything.
Sorry, you have to think about it again.
Tonka really wanted to play it, you could tell, but gonna keep it cool, keep it chill, not get in the mix there. 9-7 suited, probably a lot easier to raise there. Bigger stacked. He's now a shortest stack at our table here. Parker currently sitting with about 32 bigs. Not only that, you got two bad boys to your left. Plenty of 3-bet action coming from them that you just don't know what to do against. So it's going to get out of the way.
Second, also get a bracelet?
No. You didn't know that? What did you finish? Third, fourth? I don't know.
I have a second and a third.
Yeah, the second is that.
So the raise now coming instead from Libert with the king-queen suited. El Haj deciding what to do. Might be a little raise here.
Adamo. 6-7 re-raise, 35,000.
Oh, yeah, exactly, yeah. I don't remember which one.
Looks like a 3-bet to me, 35,000 to go from El Haj with the little cheeky 9-8 suited. Great combo to sneak in here once in a while. I think Libert probably always calls, though.
Check again.
Maybe they changed.
They got them better.
So 68 bigs behind Libert after the action we've just seen. The effective stack, however, is El Haj with 42.
Yeah, I think if you fold king-queen suited here, you should just be escorted off the island. You're no poker player.
Here it is, going to the flop. Spade and 2 spades. Joe, this is becoming a bit of a theme. We've seen a lot of these very, very scary spots.
Whoa, what's the card, though, everybody? What is the card here? What is the card here?
You just don't see this stuff live, Joe.
Hachi Machi.
If I do, what if I take your card?
I don't even know who's going to win if I call for this card. It's no offense to whoever it is, but Mommy, please, I promise. I'll be so good all year. Just give me the 10 of spades for Christmas. That's all I want for Christmas.
Yeah, really good.
Mommy, please, I promise.
I just had the dealer, bro.
No offense to who's gonna it'll be Bart, unless then the ace of spades comes. Oh, Mommy, please, Mommy, please. Oh, Mommy. I will do anything. I will clean my room. I will walk the dog. I will take out the trash. You won't have to ask me to do any chore for the entire year.
You're too good at that,
To
Joe.
the turn. Okay.
Oh, wow. Action
Okay,
station.
6 of spades. Mommy, please. Mommy, please.
Hachi Machi. El Haj just thinking, how am I going to get all the chips in the middle? There's absolutely no doubt he's trying to get the absolute max, especially on this texture.
El Haji Maji.
Doesn't have to go big here.
Oh, but that is big.
Maybe you won the tournament. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Just under half.
I was going to say 50, but 60 does the same job. If called on turn, will have significantly less than pot. Puts him in range of a check shove on the turn as well.
Oh, no bounties for us, huh? I will have to skip the 10K to play the 1600 mystery bounty now. You have to skip it.
Liebart makes the call. 250K in the middle. El Haj with less than pot behind.
Super street flash.
River card is just a boring old straight.
No, but as long as I stay above 80K, I'm good.
Inconsequential. 9 high flush behind to the king high flush.
Two ends before the break.
Neither player with the nuts, though.
710,000 at 1K 2,500 yesterday.
Weaver checks.
Wow, huge one.
Nick, playing this from El Haj's perspective, it's just all in here.
You're just trying to get every single penny. Absolutely.
Oh, man.
Absolutely. This is a cold deck of biblical proportions.
All in, snap call. El Haj. Eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do there? That's just some absolute madness. Especially when you consider he can have the ace of spades in hand.
You have to open your hand no matter what.
On the ace-high board, that would make plenty of sense. And GG's, sir.
Slow rolling is the most fun part.
Don't forget your cloak.
Yes, but against him. Not against
I should have used 2 time banks and then call?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're going to turn your hand over like that, you might as well use 2 time banks.
Just a cooler.
With you, I'm gonna do it.
Sends El Haj to the rail.
I was actually thinking earlier that I would use some time banks to slow roll.
Not me.
Today. If I
Don't
got
do
a
it to
chance.
me.
Not to you guys, but to a guy on my table earlier who was just being super rude. And I literally thought, I was like, if I get a fucking chance, I'm gonna use 2 time banks.
Oh, really? Who was it? Name it.
No, I never saw him before. He was just being super fucking rude to a German guy on our table.
Oh, to a German guy.
Yeah,
That is fine.
Yeah, usually I agree, but
no, not to like another European. No.
He was just complaining about him being loud. It's just weird.
Oh, Joe, I gotta say, buddy, I'm feeling that one. That's some savagery.
That's rough.
Yeah, that's a cooler that you really just should not ever be avoiding.
It kind of makes people at home, though, feel a little bit better, though, right?
6 folds.
Like, sometimes when you're not as learned as you are, Nick, right? When you're not as studied as maybe you or some of the other pros at this table, and you go broke in that spot with the 9 high flush, you feel dumb. You go, oh, did I misplay it? Should I have been more aware of not having the nuts? Yeah, but it's okay, I guess, is what we're trying to say.
Well, I think you're absolutely right. There's plenty of situations where you should be introspective, right? Without being too self-critical, you should go, could I have done something differently to have won that Potter?
Idiot.
Yeah, but without getting too self-critical, just take a deep breath, walk away, think about what you could have done differently on every street. And I think under those circumstances, the way that the hand played, I think there's not really much you can do with the 8-9 of spades there. Flush over flush is already such a rare occurrence in this format.
What do you think of the statement from Giannis, who is, by the way, is the person that wanted to buy their way into Team Pro? Never got back to me with their best and final offer, by the way. Rule number 1, if you don't have the nuts, just check back.
He couldn't check back, though. The guy went all in. What are you talking about? All right, I'm starting to doubt the validity of this Team Pro application.
The price just went up. All right, Dato has 3-bet to 45,000 after the open from jacks, flat from 8s. Jimenez has called the 3-bet. It's on Parker now.
He might bluff 10 with 10 of spades. This is the only bluff I can see. To be honest.
Parker folds the 8s. It's so annoying how good Parker is. It's just frustrating.
No, 7 8 6 not possible, right? Or 7 of spades.
10-10-4.
Check. 6-3 check.
Jacks check. They're the best hand. Johannes says my offer was 3,000 euros plus I beat Lex Veldhuis in a heads-up match.
It's actually a reasonable application.
3,000 euros, huh, to become Team Pro?
Yeah.
Okay, I bid 3,001. 10s and 4s. Jacks with an overpair. Probably not super afraid of Dato having a 10.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You weren't sure winning, so you want to see first. You win or not.
And Jimenez has now had enough of not betting.
I think it's not in purpose.
If you want to slow roll them, then fine. But like, if you don't intend, I know, but you did slow roll them, right? Like, if you don't intend to slow roll them, just turn your hand over. It's an all-in.
Yeah.
Right? Like both players.
Can I see your stack, please?
When there's an all-in, I think both players should just bang over their hand as fast as they humanly can. Like, I really hate this waiting for the other.
It's not good for TV.
Yes, it is.
I'm with Tonka on this one.
You're not doing it for TV.
No, but I'm sure it was like really.
I'm not saying that you had any like mallet
it was for sure not.
intention. But if you did, then that's fine.
Oh, then it's fine?
Yeah, then it is fine.
You should have waited 10 more seconds, come on.
Jimenez is going to take this one down.
You can prepare your bet closer to you
open,
and then me. You prepare your bit closer.
So we don't go to do another one.
Pick one, please.
I'll pick one, and secondly we leave because you talk too much and we don't need another hand.
That's true?
High one? Huh? That was the high one? Wait,
no. Give me the same one.
Are they getting another hand in or not?
Sorry?
Seems like no. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, we are.
The break clock has started. Players are de-rigging. We will be sending them back out into the wild. Dario Sammartino came with the most chips, is leaving with the most chips. I don't think really moved very much at all. That big blind shift is only because the blinds are going up to 4,000, 8,000 with an 8K big blind ante. Parker headed back out in the field with a 22 big blind stack. You don't have to ask us if he's still in. We'll tell you when he goes out. We will be watching him. When we get back, we will have a new feature table headlined by Anton Wig, Toby Joyce, one of the chip leaders, Timur Vardanian, and of course, Casimir Lucas Cyr, aka Sace25. More from EPT Cyprus in 20 minutes time.
Back to the feature table. Actions on Steven Silverman. Queens under the gun.
Silverman was on the American Poker reality show 2 months, 2 million. It was the highest rated poker reality show in its time slot starring Steve Silverman.
He's raised to 15,000. Dan Smith has Queen Jack suited.
Dan's in rough shape, but he's got the exact kind of hand you can sometimes crack bigger hands with.
He calls. Negronu's out. As are Bakar and Sieber. Ravensbeck will fold the big blind, so we're heads up to the flop. And that flop is Jack, Jack 5, trips for Smith.
Hi-ya! Steve's almost always going to bet this because he's almost always going to have the best hand.
He does continue for 27,000.
I don't think he's folding.
Nope. He calls.
Dan opts to just calls. There are plenty of hands he could peel a turn with that aren't nearly as strong.
6 of spades on the turn. Smith with a virtual lock on the hand, 98% equity.
None of these cards are really saving Silverman.
Bets again, 65,000.
Now does Dan raise or just call and go for all his value on the river?
He calls.
River it is.
230,000 in the middle. Silverman with not much more than that behind. The case jack on the river. Quads for Dan Smith.
This is just a horrific card for Silverman. He's now got a full house, and in his mind, he's only losing the aces or kings, which probably would have gotten him 3-bet pre-flop.
Silverman shoves.
Oy.
Call.
Dan Smith calls.
Quick check of the quads.
Good in.
No kidding.
That is just brutal.
Steven Silverman eliminated.
Good luck, guys. Appreciate that.
He would need a luck recharge after a hand like that. See this right here? This is a great exit. Just fly down that ramp. Don't make a big production out of it.
Dan Smith now sitting on 958,000. He is second in chips. Timothy Adams has taken the vacant seat at our feature table. He folds. Eric Seidel opens from under the gun +1 with ace-queen to 16,000. Dan Smith has kings.
Almost always going to see a 3-bet with kings.
Not this time. He just calls.
Interesting. Dan's not wanting to look too strong, so he just calls. Calling reps a much wider range, and there's always a chance someone gets cute behind you.
Heads up to the flop. Quack, quack, quack.
Eric will probably continue with what he presumes will be the best hand a big percentage of the time. Dan, of course, flops a full house.
Seidel does continue for 18,000.
Let's see if Dan continues to play this deceptively by just calling. I think raising here would be a real mistake.
He does call.
Don't want to chase away that action.
The turn is a queen. Seidel now has a full house.
really terrible card for Eric. He's now going to have the best hand almost all of the time.
Fires again, 25,000.
We know Eric is more likely to call a raise here than I am to call an ex-girlfriend after 2 a.m., but does Dan know that?
Dan does raise, makes it 75,000 total.
Dan claims to keep his cool in these spots. What do you people think? Is he giving anything away? Let us know on Twitter, hashtag at EPT Barcelona. Now, don't get me wrong, this raise looks extremely strong, but A, Dan's had quads once already. What are the odds? Am I right, people? B, B, and C closing. Always be closing.
A?
I remember now. Even though that raise looks super strong, there are, in Eric's mind, only 2 hands that are beating him, kings and aces. And what are the odds Dan flatted with those pre-flop?
On this occasion, he did. Seidel now checks the river, having called Smith's raise on the turn.
Would have been really sick if a deuce had hit. Dan obviously has to bet again, but he can't be like me when a girl lets me buy her a drink in a bar, all eager. That's how you scare him off.
234,000 in the pot. He bets 200,000.
This is just a gross spot for Eric, you can tell, because all the liquid just drained from his body. You can't fault him for thinking about this, and you can't fault him if he eventually calls either. You can, however, throw him a parade if he somehow manages to lay this down. This is your run-of-the-mill / incredibly rare cooler crying call.
He can't get away from it. He calls, and Smith gets maximum value.
Eric Seidel's been getting brutalized by Dan Smith today.
Seidel loses 310,000 there.
Dan, don't say anything. Don't look at him. He is a legend.
I like the way he played that. And all things considered, I think it was really, really good way to play it. He was crazy.
Eugene Kachelov with Queen Jack under the gun. Raises to 16,000. Granu folds. King Queen for Reinkemeyer.
Reinkemeyer's got Kachelov dominated. It's a strong hand. It's connected and makes a very good top pair.
Tobias 3 bets to 34,000. Getting rid of Ivy, Duhamel, and Seidel.
Obviously, we know Eugene's dominated, but Queen Jack suited can make for some pretty big combo draws.
He calls. He'll have to play the flop out of position. Well, that flop is pretty kind to Eugene, gives him top pair.
He's paired his live card. He jumps way out in front. Reinkemeyer now reverse dominated. Don't get all excited. It's not as fun as it sounds.
Kachelov is checked.
Checking to the razor. Let's see if Reinkemeyer continues.
He does. Betting 33,000.
He's going to meet some resistance.
Kachelov calls.
We'll have to see if Reinkemeyer shuts down after this with only king high.
6 of diamonds on the turn. Eugene checks a second time.
Still in check call mode.
Reinkemeyer with just 7% equity will check behind. Interesting river card, the 8 of diamonds.
Eugene probably still just wants to get to a cheap showdown.
Good card for Reinkemeyer to represent.
Not only is it a tempting card to bluff at, it's almost obligatory.
152,000 in the middle. Reinkemeyer bets 125,000.
It's a pretty good shot. Eugene picks up on what a great spot to bluff this is and just snaps him off. You can't tell, but there's a huge leveling war going on between these two.
It will cost Eugene most of his stack to make this call.
Now, some players may have shoved top pair on the flop. In Eugene's case, he decided to let Reinkemeyer try to barrel off on future streets. However, this ace has thrown a monkey wrench into things. Right now, this just comes down to reads. Let's see if Eugene's ever read the book Chicken Soup for the Soul read.
He lets it go.
Turns out the book Eugene's been reading is Eat, Pray, Check, Call, Fold.
So Reinkemeyer adds another 84,000 chips to his stack. Eugene now playing fewer than 20 big blinds. Looking a little bit frustrated.
Probably wishing he had shoved the flop now, but that's playing results, and we don't do that, James.
Reinkemeyer closing in on the 1 million chip mark. Action folded around to Tobias Reinkemeyer at the featured table. He raises from the cutoff to 20,000 with pocket queens. Jack-9 suited for Jonathan Duhamel in the small blind.
Usually if you're going to play hands like this out of position, you want to do it with the betting lead.
He 3-bets to 62,000, gets rid of Seidel in the big blind, so we're back on Reinkemeyer.
Tobias could easily put in another bet here.
He doesn't, he elects to call.
It's a trap!
Heads up to the flop, 141,000 in the middle. A jack-high flop.
Jonathan makes top pair. Oh man, Jonathan is in real trouble here. The Death Star is fully operational.
He continues for 63,000.
Tobias obviously not going anywhere.
He calls.
You might wonder why he just called. These guys are super deep, and if you get raised in this flop, you probably puke up the $75 club sandwich you just had for lunch.
6 of spades on the turn. Some straight draws and flush draws just came in.
Jonathan slows down. His hand and draw's not as good anymore.
He checks, and Reinkemeyer now bets 160,000.
Unfortunately for Jonathan, he's still got to like his hand most of the time, especially given the action so far.
Duhamel makes the call. We're off to the river with nearly 600,000 in the middle.
You think Phil wants him to speed things along?
That river card sees Duhamel take the lead. He rivers a straight.
Did I say Jonathan was in trouble? I meant to say he's winning. If he wants any value, he's got to try to bet here. Plenty of hands Tobias would just check back.
Duhamel counting out a bet of 187,000.
I don't think Jonathan's doing this very often as a bluff, and my guess is that Tobias probably knows this too. At this point, his hand is pretty much pants. He's reaching for chips. Raising here would be a really sick play, and make no mistake, it would not be with the assumption that his overpair is the best hand.
Those red chips are worth 25,000 each. The blues are worth 5,000. Reinkemeyer raises to 500k.
Most players wouldn't even consider raising as an option here, but Tobias is repping a flush, which is a huge part of his range with the line he's taken on this hand. When you call with a straight here and lose to a flush, you feel like a complete dodo head. Looks like Jonathan doesn't buy it.
Well, he's certainly got to think about it. These are two of the biggest stacks in the tournament. Duhamel gives it up. Reinkemeyer turned his queens into a bluff, and that bluff worked.
Really sick play by Reinkemeyer. Sick fold by Jonathan, too. Would have been slightly better if he was right.
Reinkemeyer up to nearly 1.5 million. He's taken the tournament chip lead. Action will be on JC Alvarado. He folds. Michael Watson, 6-5 suited. Raises, makes it 22k. Eric Seidel has pocket sixes.
Likely to see a call.
Sure enough, Eric does call. Dan Smith on the button has ace-king.
Dan's almost certainly going to 3-bet here, in position with all that action behind him. And don't forget those massive chips.
He re-raises to 63,000. Sam Chartier's just joined the feature table. He folds. Simon Ravensbeck also has ace-king.
Another ace-king out there. This is going to make things pretty crazy.
Ravensbeck 4-bets to 134,000. Watson and Seidel both fold.
Now this is a little less exciting now since these two are destined to chop.
Smith 5-bets.
I'm all in.
Ravensbeck goes all in, and Smith calls.
This guy Ravensbeck must have some rep considering none of these guys ever appear to be afraid to get it in with him. 96% chance of a chop. No reason to hide that gorge face now.
The flop has two spades on it, and Smith holds the ace of spades.
Backdoor sweat.
And there's a spade on the turn. Oh, come on. That would be too gross, right?
Did anyone else hold the spades? I don't want to know.
Trust me, neither does Robin's back.
And the river brings another spade.
Wow. Oof. That was less cool than talking about a guy's bachelor party in front of his wife.
That was grotesque.
Dan, it's okay if you want to laugh.
Robin's bet gets 4 flush, and a big stack is taken out by the chip leader, who now has close to 2.8 million, a phenomenal number of chips.
Can we please lose another player soon? That average makes me uncomfortable.
Pocket sixes for JC Alvarado as we return to the main feature table.
Well, JC's on a bit of a heater.
He raises, makes it 45,000.
Speaking of heaters, this is the one guy at the table running hotter than JC. This kid makes more hands than a mannequin factory.
Dan Smith has King Jack off. Calls from the cutoff.
Speaking of, have you ever seen Mannequin 2 on the move? It's really underrated.
You may be the only person on the planet who's seen that movie. Tobias Reinkemeyer has Jack 9 suited in the big blind.
It's a decent hand, and he's getting ridiculous pot odds.
He calls as well.
Even though we know he's dominated by Dan.
3-way to the flop. And Tobias Reinkemeyer flops a full house. Dan Smith flops trips. Nothing for Alvarado, the original raiser. Action's been checked to Smith. He bets 85K.
Dan Smith has made another huge hand. This time it's not the biggest, though.
Reinkemeyer calls.
After betting a call, not much shot JC sticks around here.
He folds. Heads up to the turn. Which is a 6. JC's so lucky he folded on the flop. Reinkemeyer checks again. Smith bets again. 181,000.
Sick cooler developing here.
Reinkemeyer calls.
Both players are playing this like they absolutely know they have the best hand, and most of the time they'd both be right. As for right now, Dan is in deep doo-doo.
The river's a king. Smith now has a better full house.
OMG. This kid spikes more than a lie detector on Capitol Hill.
Reinkemeyer checks, hoping to induce some kind of bluff from Smith. This is not a bluff. This is a value bet. 384,000, and it's bound to get paid off. It may even get raised.
This is a slam dunk value raise situation. There are only 2 hands on the planet that are beating you, Kings and King Jack. King Jack is the more believable of the two if it weren't for the fact that it would have to be the case Jack.
Hold on.
Reinkemeyer shoves.
The double check.
Call.
Dan Smith calls, and we lose the German from the tournament.
Like the refrigerators at the Center for Disease Control, this is just a sick cooler.
Good hand.
No kidding.
Tobias, it's okay if you want to screen.
All right, good luck. Yeah.
Somebody go ask Dan Smith if it's uncomfortable having that horseshoe up there. Looks uncomfortable. What? I mean under his hat.
14 players remain, and Dan Smith now has close to 5.3 million.
This is the NAPT, my babies.
Comeback time.
Yeah, we can play for real now.
One time, come on. Yeah. Hey, Mom, I'm playing heads up on TV. I'll see you later.
Why are you so good, Vanessa?
Congratulations to Tom Marchese.
William Reynolds is the champion.
Vanessa Selps is the first ever 2-time NAPT champion.
No better place to play poker than in Vegas.
I think I'm going to have fun playing with you today, sir.
It has been a minute. See you on the strip.
Yes, we will be in Vegas at the start of next month, but right now we are in Cyprus with the PokerStars European Poker Tour, and day 3 of the main event continues here at the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Casino and Spa. 98 players returning from the second break of the day. 3 more levels to play today and a new lineup on the main stage. New lineup on the mics as well. It's James Hartigan alongside Griffin Benja.
Hello, everyone. You know what I love about that NAPT promo, James?
Your 5 seconds of fame?
Well, it looks like Helmut is saying that he's going to have so much fun playing with me. You know? I love that.
The magic of editing. So these are the chip leaders as we come back from break. They do include Carl Shaw, who final tabled Barcelona earlier this season, and Gerard Carbo, who is an online qualifier from Spain. On the main stage right now, we have a former EPT champion, Anton Wigg. Toby Joyce also has a seat at the feature table, Griffin.
You know how I feel about Toby Joyce, old friend from Ireland.
We also have the Japanese player Toru Ida. Clemens Reuter spent some time at the feature table yesterday. And we have got one of the big stacks, Timur Vardanian, who's got close to $1 million right now, nearly 120 big blinds, and that is at the new blind level, 4,000, 8,000, with an 8K big blind ante.
Anton Wigg been a big presence here in EPT Cyprus. Wigga Chad, he's become known as.
I guess we should highlight that both Ida and Reuter are short. Clemens Reuter very much in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
So we've got 90 minutes of poker with these guys, maybe another feature table change for the last 2 levels of the day as we check on the prize money up for grabs. With 1,320 total entries, a prize pool of $6.4 million. Obviously right now we're paying players around 10K, but when we get to the final table, we're going to be playing more than 100K. The winner's going to get more than $1 million. Pretty big turnout in this event. 12,300, by the way, is the current payout. I think it exceeded expectations, Griffin. We were predicting between 1,100 and 1,200, with 1,200 being a kind of best case scenario. Thinking slightly below what we saw in Prague last year, but no, 1,320 entries.
Yeah, I think it's you know, exciting for the EPT community to have a new stop, and it has not disappointed.
Clock is running. Cards in the air once again. And action is going to start on Casimir Cyr.
Just for a second, yeah?
Looks like Cyr is folded, so Vardanian starts the action with a fold.
This one?
Round to Ida.
We've seen Ida kicking around here at a few EPTs lately, finding his way onto some feature tables. Don't see a lot of Japanese players on tour, so it's nice to see. And once you get down to the final 100, he brings out the guns. Look at that tat, just a tease. You don't get the full sleeve until the final table.
I love these blind v blind battles. We get Toby Joyce completing, and we get Casimir Cyr checking his option. And we have a 7-4-3 flop. We'll get the whole card to the players in just a moment.
Ooh, that was a good soda open, wasn't it? Makes me feel like a kid. Brings me back. Jerk. Who am I kidding? I had a Coke yesterday.
Action goes check, check. Ace on the turn.
Going to be a card that certainly favors Toby Joyce's range, having limped in from the small and seen a check back from the big blind.
The bet from Toby is 16K.
this might be the kind of card that Casimir is still going to want to continue if he has a piece. You know, if he does have a 3 or let's say a 4 on that flop, could find some checkbacks and then might still think that he's good on the turn. Also, are some ace-X's that he would check back pre-flop at this stack depth. You know, if you have something like an ace-deuce off and the small blind limps, you don't want to raise and find yourself get check raised. So there are some check back aces in the range. And let's see how Toby is going to react on this jack.
Check, check.
That's going to be good for him, river jack, yeah.
Now we see the showdown, and with a jack, Toby Joyce is going to win this pot. Both those players below average right now.
Let's help her out a little.
Wow, flop the flush draw, rivered the pair.
Help her out a little bit. So
Toby Joyce playing 242,000, Casimir Sear playing 318,000. Average stack right now just over 400K, playing around a 50 big blind average with 97 players remaining.
I mean, like, I don't think it makes a difference to her. But what doesn't make a difference is how far you put your chips in. They should just recruit like washed-up basketball players to deal the feature.
Huh?
They should just recruit washed-up basketball players to deal the feature. It's like...
Cards are back.
Carolis Soreka raising under the gun with 6s.
Dude, I'm sure. Like, just go to Lithuania. Like, they're all poker players. They're all poker players and they're all basketball players.
Roy to the short stack, but with 4 deuce, nah. Anton Wigg has queens. He is one of the biggest stacks at this table. Starts the hand with 529,000, 66 big blinds.
Yeah, you know, I'm not surprised to see Anton actually flat here. I think you can work in a mixed strategy. You know, you're not going to be entirely thrilled all the time to get in 70 big blinds, you know, under the gun and the hijack. And it's nice to maybe, if there are some stacks behind that could squeeze, that might otherwise fold to a 3-bet. And we're seeing a perfect example of that right here with the 40 big blind, small blind stack of the pocket 10s. Now, we could just see an overcall here from Sear, but, you know, would be justified in just squeezing this in, and does do it. And this is why this flat is so effective. Anton just so aware of the stacks behind and going to be quickly called. Ooh, and he's loving that.
Great trap set by Anton Wigg. Casimir Sear falling into it. And Sear is the at-risk player and behind. Dominated.
And I think this is a good lesson for the viewers at home, is that you don't always have to 3-bet certain hands, certain situations. It's important to have different gears and a mixed strategy, thinking about those stack sizes behind, how they're going to react when you just call.
Still 5 cards to come, mind you. The flop is Jack 9 deuce, Queens holding.
Fair.
Suffice to say, Sear needs a 10 on the turn or river.
An 8 or a 7 will deliver additional outs.
There is the 8. So now he has 6 outs instead of 2. Is it always coming 7?
It has been said, James.
He's going to need a 7 or a queen on the river, or he is KO'd. It is a 7 because it is always coming, and that is going to be a double up.
And what a sick game it is.
Casimir Sear, a player with $135,000 in live earnings, plays as Sice25 on Stars. Used to stream on Twitch, but now focuses his time on studying the game, playing poker. I think it's fair to say he's still pretty active, though, in the Twitch community.
Yeah, and I'm not at all surprised to see Anton Wig taking it like the consummate professional that he is. This is the kind of guy that's been on the tour since as long as I can remember. He's seen it all before. He's been deep in EPTs before. He's gotten sucked out. But a player of this caliber does so many other things so well that when he takes the big beats like this, he still finds himself with 30 big blinds in a dream with 96 players remaining here at EPT Cyprus.
And we see that Casimir's moved up to 3rd place on the leaderboard. Remember, these are just the stacks that players were watching on the feature table, but now has more than 80 bigs. Anton Wig hovering around 25 bigs now with 211K.
How much was? How much the old was?
The old one was 380.
It really is always coming 7, isn't it, James?
Don't argue with the Germans, Griffin. Ah. Vladimir Kotlik has gone mustard for this event. Remember the mustard hoodie from Prague? The mustard hoodie that gave birth to Mustard Ramon?
Sounds familiar. Toby with those mustard sleeves. Trying to decide what to do with this king-queen. And is going to find a stiff 4x 3-bet. Pretty big sizing. Trying to probably dissuade any flats, just telling, and any room to 4-bet in general, just telling Kotlik, if we're going to do this, you're going to have to shove or fold. And from hijack to cutoff with just the jack that we see, going to be difficult for Kotlik to shove basically any hand that isn't 2 jacks.
Yeah.
You know, ace jack off is not loving life here. But you know what? Is going to find a call. So maybe something like an ace jack suited that isn't prepared to shove for the 30 bigs, but feels it's too good to fold. Maybe even jack 10 suited.
Queen 9-9.
Yeah, unless it's the jack 9 of spades under there for Kotlik, which I think probably would have been folded more often than not. Joyce is well ahead.
Can't be jack 9 of spades, Griffin. 9 of spades is on the board.
There you go. I was just testing you, James.
That's all right. I mean, much like Mr. Stapleton, I have my reservations about blockers, but if I've seen the actual card, I'm pretty sure my opponent can't have it.
Now, Queen Jack of Spades, certainly one of those combos similar to Jack 10 and King Jack of Spades that could be calling pre. So this could actually be very nice for Joyce. In general, any Jack X hand, unless it's the Ace Jack of Spades, I think, and then we do see the fold, and I would bet that other card is the Ace of Spades. Nice pot there to take down for Toby.
It's my first time having a green chip.
And the Irishman finally getting a green chip. Those green chips, of course, worth how much? 25? 50? 100,000? 100,000. How much are the green chips worth?
Greens are 25.
He must have had a green chip by now.
Greens are 25, the blues are 5, the yellows are 1.
See, I do know that. I just was just a little confused.
And I believe those are the only denominations in play at the moment.
Nightbot has the answers to everything.
1 or 2 green chips? 1.
1.
Yeah. Thank you.
The lucky Finn, Casimir Sear. I want it to be known for the record, has used his one time now. So, you know, if we see this guy later in this tournament try to use his one time, please, chat, you know, make sure everyone is aware. It's been used and it's done.
That was a walk for Clemens Reuter, and he will take it as the shortest stack right now.
There's no hole card cam, right?
No, no. This is like the RFI detector.
Yeah, just in Barcelona they had it.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, and they asked us to do it.
Yeah, when we make TV shows, we have the whole car cameras in those little holes on the table rail.
Yeah,
like to get those peak shots in the TV shows.
What card cameras?
But for this event, just a live stream, just need the RFID scanners so the cameras can stay at home. Does mean, though, you get those holes still, so people are like looking there going, is there a camera there? Am I on TV?
Mustard Man.
Well, not only have we got Mustard Kotlik, but many comments about Toby Joyce's attire, that he looks like the dude off Weekend at Bernie's. I think they mean Bernie.
I'm getting some Beach Bum vibes, too. Little Beatles.
Can we confirm that Toby Joyce is actually alive and there isn't someone sat behind him moving his body up and down to give the illusion?
Whoa, spoilers. I've never seen Weekend at Bernie's.
Would you like a hashtag fun fact about Toby Joyce, Griffin?
Yes, of course.
So you're probably aware that he has accrued a lot of cashes in his time, 2.1 million in live earnings. Might know that his PokerStars ID is Sad Face 11, but did you know this is his first ever EPT main event cash?
I don't believe that. I feel like he's been deep in other EPTs, but maybe it's because he's been deep in like a high roller, like a 5K or a 10K or like an Estrella, but I have a memory of him being deep.
Well, most of his poker is played in the USA, that's the first thing to say, but as far as main events are concerned, we can find no other record of him cashing an EPT main.
Wow.
So if you question this information, take it up with Mr. Hendon, because it's his mob.
Oh, no,
who are reporting
I'm going to
this
take it
information.
up with Toby, because I find that to be a fascinating statistic.
Nice try, though.
Huh?
Nice try, though.
No, but that guy's got a phone. It's just on his phone.
I guess on average, you're only going to cash 20, 25% in these events. And if he's only played, you know, 6 or 7, certainly possible he wouldn't have cashed.
No. Then you can get information from everyone else at the table, and no one else can. So
That's why they're doing it. I didn't know this rules. Sorry.
Please tell me we don't have a player who's violating the no phones policy.
The floor was coming to me, and I said that my phone is on the table.
yeah, no, it's fine. I'm not trying to accuse you of anything. I'm just saying like it's.
Yeah, I mean, the stream hasn't even started with us, so
Yeah.
can't accuse him of anything.
Well done, Toby Joyce, for calculating 30 minutes.
I'm just jealous. I want to be on my phone too. But
Now, Ida. Great opportunity for a Reuter shove here. Would love to just look down at an ace and put it in. But the 7-5 ain't going to do it.
A lot of walks at this table. I mean, I know it's only a handful, but it's like more than normal. Doesn't make great TV.
At least we have the hold cards.
I think it's better because I can easily go to toilet and take information there.
Then you're gonna miss a hand. So
I mean, if you do that, then I mean, yeah.
Fair point.
Like,
it's a bad rule.
Anything could happen in the toilet.
It's a bad rule if you can do something like that.
Wow, really sticking to his guns, this one seat.
Usain Bolt will have a big edge.
If you are so desperate for information that you're willing to like walk 200
yeah, that's not an edge.
to a
Like,
bathroom.
He's willing to die on a sword that he should have his phone. Gosh. We're just so buried in our phones.
Also, the rule does not exist to stop people from getting information after the event. It's to stop the possibility of any information leaking in real time. We're pretty confident in our systems, pretty confident that everything's secure, but belt and braces, don't risk it. Don't give people electronic devices so there's any chance of communication reaching them in real time.
And this should be it for Reuter. You're not always thrilled with a hand like, you know, a marginally strong hand like ace-10 after an early position raise, but when it's someone with 100 big blinds and you're only sitting there with about 7 or 8, you're pretty thrilled. Also because you're going to be up against, you know, hands that you dominate a fair bit, and
63, no?
Sarika's going to feel pretty pot committed here. And you're not going to be happy to see the ace-10, but knows he can afford it.
Well, it is a domination situation. Reuter ahead, but he is the at-risk player. So if we see some ugliness,
I don't want to play the player like you.
Clemens Reuter will be KO'd.
You shouldn't do that. Fire's back.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it is quite bad karma. But.
Hearing some GL Benny's in the Twitch chat. Is he still in the main event here? Did he not win enough over? Woo! Trouble.
I did allude to the prospect of some ugliness. That I consider to be ugliness. Two 10s in the deck, and Reuter needs to hit one of them.
He was the one that opened up the pop.
7 on the river. And we bring you a Reuter news flash to let you know that he is no longer in the tournament. We're down to 92 players now as Clemens cashes out for over 12K.
Your bluff was very, very good, mate.
What a fucking guy. He fucking roots against the guy and then...
Oh, he got a money ladder. He got a jump, $14,150. Happy days. Undersea Monkey says, I honestly thought the no phones at the feature table rule was because it's boring to watch 8 people look at their phones the second they muck every hand. That's not the reason, but it is a net benefit of the rule. I will agree with you.
Sorry, what? What are we talking about? I was on my phone.
Vesco says, why are you guys not streaming on Twitch?
I will not say this.
Vesco, you know that last comment I read from Undersea Monkey? That came from the Twitch chat of our live stream on Twitch. But you're more than welcome to continue watching on YouTube. You pays your money, you makes your choice. And by the way, the money you're paying, 0.
Unless you have YouTube Premium, which I recently bought. No more ads for me.
Good for you, Griff. Can't be doing with those 5-second pre-rolls anymore.
No, they finally broke me down.
compliment for sure.
Pavel asks how many they're playing till today. Not trying to hit a set number of players, Pavel, just playing 5 full levels, this being the third of 5 levels to be played on day 3.
This won't be a walk.
You were really like, fuck yeah.
And so far in this level, what has been established is a limp and a check back the last time. And Sear has one of those bottom of range hands. He might just want to make a 3.5 to 4x raise, hope to take it down pre-flop. Such little playability does the 9-3 offsuit have. And there it is, throwing in one of those fated green chips. And that is a 4x. And Queen 8 is going to be a little tricky. It's definitely medium high up in the range of the hands you're going to be limping with. Queen 10, you'd surely limp call. Queen 9 is probably right on the line. Queen 8 is going to be pretty close, but Toby, very experienced, very comfortable, is going to find that call. And is outflopped.
A pair of 3s for Casimir. A lot of people singing the praises of YouTube Premium, Griffin, because of the access to music. Can I ask how much per month it is? Or did you pay for the year like a baller?
I don't remember. I think it's something like $12.99 Canadian. So like $2.50 probably US. No. Probably about 10 or 11 bucks US. That's in my memory, but.
What do they charge in the UK in pounds sterling?
And would you look at this, Joyce seeing this incredibly small bet and actually getting the odds to suck out on that 3. And this is part of why Toby decides to continue here. You know, if your opponent, let's say, was doing this with the 8 deuce offsuit, you would want to be check calling here. And if it's happening with 9-3, it's going to be happening with 8 deuce. So still behind, but getting close to a winning hand.
Check, check. 6 on the river. So Casimir still with the best hand.
Yeah, but this is Toby's hand right here, because even if Toby thinks Sear is as high up in his range as, say, a 10, which would be betting small on the flop, that's the kind of hand that kind of needs to fold on the river. So Toby's going to be turning this hand into a bluff, and I think is very easily going to win this pot. And it's just very impressive work from the Irishman.
I want to see a hero call with a pair of 3s.
Come on, in this spot.
I mean, I know it's highly unlikely, but it still would be awesome.
I will say the only consideration that Sear could have is, you know, how is Joyce going to play ace 5 suited here? Even ace 5 off. Would be limp calling, would be calling the tiny bet on the flop just like he would the Queen 8, and would be turning that hand into a bluff. So Sear clearly aware of how Toby's range is constructed here, and it's not just, you know, the King Jacks or the hands of that nature, but it is still going to get through. Nice hand from Toby.
You know, I'm very bad speaker. I just want to give him respect and compliment about his playing. It's only about it. I know that people often don't realize my second meaning. I'm sorry. Okay, sure.
Tom, watching on YouTube, says, do you not like Nick? Would be good to have him on this table. You're going to have to be a little bit more specific, Tom. Nick who?
Ace 5 of clubs.
And do you hear that? He said ace 5 of clubs, that exact kind of hand I was talking about.
A little bit of a ace 5 of clubs kind of vibe. But not strong enough.
Oh, it seems that Tom is talking about Nick Airball. Well, if Nick Airball comes to Cyprus and plays an EPT, then maybe he could be at a feature table. But I can't put someone at the feature table who's not in the tournament, in the casino, in the country.
Well, you've shown your limits, James. Ooh, ace, queen of hearts.
$45,000.
Merstyle says, yeah, it seems unreasonable not to show Nick, really. I agree. Every feature table from now on will have someone called Nick. Even if we have to change the name of one of the players.
Anton trying to get some of those chips back there.
I think you'll find that's Nick Wig. Yeah, so what's Anton playing right now? 20 big blinds. Toru Ida, the short stack of the table with 9 big blinds. Timur Vardanian still the table chip leader with 113 bigs and still an hour to play at this level.
Ooh, there's a shove in hand. Very disciplined fold from Anton Wig here. Recognizing that Ida's shove range here on 10 big blinds. Ace-Jack is just not going to be dominating enough. And it's just going to get through. A weaker man might have just put that Ace-Jack in, thinking, oh, you know, he's going to have his king-queens and his sevens, and I can win a flip here, get back into it. But that's not enough of an edge for Anton Wig here with 92 players left.
Appreciate it.
W Cut More on Twitch wants to know if I watch the stream when I'm on breaks. I often watch the level leading up to the one I'm going to be on, see what's going on, see what time I got to be there. It's nice to kind of see what's been happening leading up to the level that I'm going to be broadcasting. James, I mean, he's just always doing pretty much every level, so if he ever gets a half level off, he's probably...
I do get levels off, to be fair, but I don't have the opportunity to watch the stream because that's where I have to do 1,000,001 other things.
He's got many responsibilities here.
There's a lot of stuff that needs to be sorted for Vegas next month. Ayush says, what happened to the last EPT winner? Is he playing this or is he not allowed to play again? No, he's allowed to play. We don't stop previous champs from competing.
And the table is higher.
Simon Witziak was the winner in Barcelona, and he did make it into the money. He was eliminated earlier on today.
And the pole situation is gone too.
I mean, it's a little bit problematic here in this seed,
but that seed's just problematic. It seems like no matter what, right?
Toby Joyce opening King 10 here.
Yeah, bottom of range open here from Toby in early position, just trying to maybe get one through. We are playing 7-handed here, so it's an effectively an, you know, under the gun 6-handed open.
18.
This would be one of the things you'd want to avoid as Toby Joyce is Ida waking up with a shoving hand. This is obviously quite a strong hand and one that is crushing Toby Joyce's particular hand, but Ida's not going to be as thrilled as, say, if he had ace-queen. But too good to fold, too short to flat.
How much is it?
I think Toby's going to be finding a fold here, but he needs to play the little game here to make it look like he has a medium strong hand that's just quite not good enough to call the 10 big blind shove. Maybe something like an ace-10 off. Or a king-jack off. Maybe ace-10 would be called, but you're not loving life against this range. Not a lot of fold equity.
Know when we get more time bank cards? Tomorrow.
6 new time bank cards at the start of play tomorrow, Toby.
I think it's like a reset, I think. Oh, okay. I don't think you get to bag them.
You do get to bag them. Of course, Toby doesn't know this because he's never cashed an EPT main event before.
Well, I'm not going to have any left, so.
Keeps them for tomorrow? And I can have 12 cards for time bank?
If you didn't use it today.
Wow, okay, thank you for this information. It's mine, yeah?
I do find it hilarious how people are paying $5,000 to play a poker tournament and not reading any of the terms and conditions, any of the rules. I mean, they could put in bold letters, when we get to 91 players, we're going to randomly expel 5 people from the field, and they won't receive any prize money, and no one would know. And they all would have signed up for it. In the same way that we all sign up for the latest Apple software without reading any of the T's and C's, which they ask us to agree to before we proceed.
As someone who just learned how much the green chip is worth, I'm going to have to defer from this conversation. I was thinking, though, if they did a 91-player chop right now, they'd all probably get, what, 13th place money or something? It's pretty good. Does that math check out? No. That would be with 64 left that they would get 100K each. Oh, my brain hurts. Nightbot, get to work. Okay, if the prize pool was 6 million on the dot, 90 players, that means that everyone would get
some money. Correct, Griffin.
Everyone would get 75K? Right? Yeah. Because 100 players would be 664K. So yeah, you'd get like 11th place money. I mean, that's pretty good.
Do you want to go out there and propose it? See if you can get 90 players to agree to it.
Challenge accepted.
17?
Yes, Toby. Yes. Beautiful work. You've been joiced. Oh, damn. Quayman just freaking blew my mind. See this? See this comment? I did not see this coming.
Hi, Gryphon. A large part of the prize pool is already distributed.
Yeah, that honestly, that blows my mind. I didn't see that. That's great. So the only way to find out what the 90-player chop would be is if someone calculates the exact amount of money that's left from 90 players. What's Nick doing?
As we've already established, he is not at the feature table.
If you look at your cards like that, I can almost see them. So be careful.
But why would you tell him that if you could see them? Good sport. You love to see some good sportsmanship, good etiquette.
Like 250?
No, like 260.
Button raised from Mustard Kotlik. Called by Casimir Sire. And we have a 6-deuce-deuce flop.
Check.
Sear taking a second here.
So we've got a couple of people, Griffin, who've done a rough estimate. With the remaining prize money, chopping 91 ways, you're looking at $54,500, $55,000 each. Less appealing now, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm able to convince more than 83 of them.
There's bound to be someone who'll go, I want 55,100.
Yeah.
So I want everyone else to give up like €5.
Toby, you bad boy.
Toby, bad timing.
Ten's been pretty good to Sear on this feature table.
64?
Three bet and a fold.
Ooh, I like where on Dragon 99's head is that. So 50K for everyone and the remaining 91 plus 4,500 for the winner.
Hang on.
That's clean.
Hang on. No, 91 times 4,500.
Oh, so like
409,500 for the winner. I mean, the numbers have all changed now because, as Black Volmir points out, we're down to 89. So we're going to update these numbers all the time for when Griffin goes out there and proposes this. I would start with players like Anton Wig and Tonka because they're the ones who are going to nix it. They don't have to worry about asking anyone else because all it needs is one player to say no and the deal's off.
Where's the fun in that? I want the sweat.
No, don't start with like the qualifiers, the first-time cashers. You start with the people who you know are going to be a problem. By the way, 90th place finisher Alex Kulev, future of me, who was the feature table earlier.
Early advantage for Sariga here, but Vardania in a lot of ways to catch up. Got shot to the nuts. Sounds a lot painful. It really is.
Right now, pair of deuces still good.
But Vardanian might want to start telling a story here. If you're not going to bet the flop, certainly that queen, you're going to want to start attacking to fold out hands like a deuce. Now, whether that's going to work, a pair blind on blind is a pretty strong holding. Hard to make a pair, but look, a 1.5x turn bet and doesn't even think about it.
So when you said he should start telling a story here, I thought you meant like, so me and my mate Dave, we're in a car, coming back from the pub. A reminder that we've got the mini EPT Cyprus online series running on Stars right now, which is awarding PowerPath tickets. Do make sure you check out PowerPath if you haven't already. 4 steps to potentially win a 10K gold Power Pass. Of course, there are the silver and bronze Power Passes as well. You can come in at the beginning for just 50 cents. Remember, you get one of those 50-cent spin and go tickets for free every time you play a real money hand on Stars. And of course, you come in at the step 3 to the $11 MTT, but that last step, the $109 qualifier, is ticket only. Work your way up the steps to make it into that qualifier. It runs every day. Bronze pass is worth $109. Silver pass is worth $2,500. Gold pass is worth $10,300.
Trouble hand. That's the right way to play jacks.
Oh, you wouldn't have gotten jacks anyway.
Oh yeah.
Want to point aces?
No one would have. Yeah, that's true.
No one would have had the hand.
Still the right way to play jacks.
Yeah.
Don't get him.
I'll take jacks.
Yeah.
Six folds, 7 folds.
Toby Joyce not absent of confidence on this feature table.
No.
And once again running into the pocket tens at the cutoff now from Sear. Certainly doesn't always have to play as a 3-bet strategy here. Can be a bit mixed and does decide to 3-bet.
So at what point does Toby Joyce stop being a believer and do something funky, like 4-betting with 10-9 off?
I mean, he has it in him. Don't do it, Toby. And this is also why Sear, I think, because of this dynamic that is being established between the two of them, the kind of hands they've played against each other, Sear probably aware that sometimes he is going to get some 4-bet bluffs, and then we'll just have all this dead money in there. But it's not even on Toby. Over here is Ida, who with the pocket nines is probably going to think, you know, doesn't have any fold equity, sure, but with these late position opens, might think these nines are too good. What if, you know, Sear is 3-betting with the ace-5 suited and you get it in 70% favorite? But big fold from the Japanese player. Wow. And a quick fold from Toby. Got a question here on Twitch. What does HJ mean? HJ is, well, I'll start from the BB. The BB is the big blind, which of course you post 2 to the dealer, small blind then the big blind. The cutoff is 1 seat to the right of the button, and beside the cutoff is the hijack, also known as the HJ.
10 folds, 1 fold, 3 folds.
Oh, this is a nice spot for Ida.
Yeah, folded to him in the small blind. Just shoves with the ace-9. And Anton Wigg with Jack-10 off folds the big blind.
So nice to get a shove like that with a hand like that from the small. You'd hate to see an early position open, even when it's from like a chip leader who you think you might be doing well against the range with an ace-9. It's nice, plays nice and clean. We can just shove and fold. I just got a nice mask. I like his mask. It's a clean black mask.
So with 89 remaining, the average stack is 445,000. There are quite a few players with significantly less than average right now. In fact, we've got quite a few players in the danger zone. Danger zone! Including Paul Newey, who was the feature table earlier on.
Spewy Newey.
Michael Molinar, a.k.a. Lord Barre. Oleg Ustanovich, who celebrated his birthday yesterday. And Mario Tratu, who was on our feature table yesterday.
Tratu. Go, Toby.
18,000. 10 folds.
18?
18. 1 fold. 3 folds. 4 folds. 6 folds.
Once again, Toby Joyce opens and finds an opponent with a decent pocket pair. Mustard Kotlik in the big.
And this is going to be a raise. Comfortable, especially 7-handed, to just get this in against the end of the gun range. 33-ish bigs. Toby, a bit of a defeated grin there. Now 3 hands in the last 4 or 5 that he has been 3-bet. And, you know, I like the way Toby's going for it, but maybe a bit of a lesson in this, that he's getting maybe a few notches out of line. Those are the hands that we've seen open now are 10-4 suited, 10-9 off, and the King-9 suit. I think the King-9 probably the more standard than perhaps the other two.
Good job, Neuhunter, for observing that that was indeed mustard on mustard action.
10 folds. 1 fold. 6 3 folds. 4 folds. 6 folds.
Well, blind v blind. Kotlik with King-7 of diamonds in the small completes. Toby Joyce, 8-4 off.
Yeah, one of those low equity hands that sometimes you want to ISO here, blind on blind, as we've discussed.
6-8 raise.
And although Toby has lost some momentum in the last orbit, does still have Kotlik covered. So going to go for that 3.5x range raise, hoping that Kotlik has something more like the Queen 3 off, something of that nature that's just going to limp fold, but it is definitely a limp call hand in the King 7 suited.
Jack 6 deuce with 2 diamonds.
7 check.
This flop obviously sucks for Toby. But, you know, the times that your opponent has something like the Queen 7 of clubs that might just fold to 1 bet here, that will probably just fold to 1 bet. Even the King 7 of clubs or hearts
20,000.
might just decide to fold sometimes here. So Toby's going to continue the story, but he will have some trouble shaking the second nut flush draw.
6-7 calls.
There's the call from Kotlik. Turn card is the ace of hearts.
Check.
A card that's certainly going to favor Toby Joyce. There are still some aces that Kotlik is going to have playing as a check call pre and then a check call on the flop. So this is going to be really define what happens in this hand. Is Toby just going to give up? And it looks like he is. And I don't blame him. Not going to fold out a jack. Kotlik has some aces in his range. Not going to fold out diamonds. Your opponent doesn't have a lot of 6Xs, so this makes sense as a give up, and Kotlik should just win this at showdown.
7 check.
I mean, Kotlik brick in the river though.
Well, you would hate to lose here
70,000.
against, you know,
70,000.
a Queen 9 of diamonds or a Queen 10 of spades that would, you know, check call pre, call on the flop. I mean, you'd hate to lose to 10-9 of diamonds, right? Like, you are, the thing about bluffing in spots like this is you're finding yourself at the bottom of your range, and you need to be prepared to bluff a good portion of the time here when you do find yourself here. And would you look at that? Brilliant work from Toby Joyce.
No king high hero call from Mustard Kotlik. Toby Joyce chips up to 449,000, actually just over 450,000. He is an above average stack, playing more than 55 big blinds right now.
Yeah, you know, it's so interesting being in the booth for hands like this, because when you start to break it down, knowing what they have, it just feels more and more like a call with king high there from Vardanian, you know. Hard for Joyce to have a jack with 2 out there. Difficult for him to have an ace if he's not prepared to bet the turn for value.
Should I put card like this, or I can do?
And king high is a pretty good calling hand there.
Yeah.
You're only.
Just to clarify, it's Kotlik, not Vardanian, who was the opponent.
Pardon me. Yeah, Kotlik. Yeah.
1 fold, 3 fold. 4 fold.
Anton now sitting on 15 big blinds. I think he knows better. Just probably getting a bit frustrated that he can't play the kind of hands he was able to play when he was one of the big stacks on the table, which he has been pretty much most of the coverage that we've had leading up to that brutal bad beat queens to 10s earlier in this level.
6-8 fold.
Uh-oh. Toby Joyce is playing the Spraggy. So blind v blind, unraised pre. And Joyce has paired his 7.
Can I get a sparkling water, please? Yeah.
Yeah, probably the most interesting dynamic we've seen over the course of this level has been between Joyce and Sear, and this is now the 3rd blind-on-blind confrontation there's been, both with very strong blind-on-blind hands, both electing to put in the minimum. So under-repped. A lot of interesting turn cards like that one. Going to be tough for Toby to hold on. Can't really effectively bet this card with the ace-7. And if Sear starts betting, are you willing to call 2 bullets? Going to be very difficult.
Is it comfortable to you to play in sunglasses?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Sear also probably reckoning with the fact that he's not going to get a ton of better hands to fold, and he has so much equity, he doesn't want to get check raised or something like that, and gets there on the river.
Bet 8,000.
Very small bet on the river here from Toby, just designed to set the price. Sometimes you're going to get called, just a curiosity call by a worse 7 that would have, you know, of course, called this flop bet. And maybe if this was just a float with, you know,
5 seconds. Cool.
A king high type hand, would be less inclined to bluff over a lead.
Nice catch on the river, Casimir.
I'm on a big line here.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that.
Can I get a sparkling water as well, please? Thank you.
Same for me, please.
2.
Yeah. Can we get FS? Yeah.
It's the second one?
Not the second one.
No, the second one.
We were on the same table at the start of the day, and he ordered a beer down too. I'm like, are you hammered? Because you're really good at holding it.
For folks.
Anton with a pretty awkward ace-8 suited here on 15 big blinds. Feels like too many chips from the hijack to shove. So is just going to play it for a raise. Would love to find a little momentum here. This is a kind of a, even though it's, the hand is starting out with small bets, it's the big swing, right?
Yeah.
You lose this hand, you get closer to 10 big blinds. You win it, you get closer to 20. Very important hand here, raising into the table chip leader of Vardanian.
Defends his big blind with 7-6.
Ooh.
8-6-3, top pair versus second pair.
Yeah. Dream texture here for Anton. This is the kind of board that hits the big blind, and also because it hits the big blind and Vardanian has all these chips, might just try to rep it if he didn't have a piece. But he does. He has that 6. Anton would love to be able to get all in on this flop. He's going to bet exactly half pot. And this could go one of two different ways for Vardanian. I think more commonly we'll see a call here, but also, you know, Anton only has 10 big blinds behind. You might just want to end the pot here, not give your opponent an opportunity to get there on the turn if they don't already have it.
I'm all in.
And there it is, yeah.
Seat 1, raise all in. Seat 6, call.
Well, this is a great spot for Anton Wigg. You talked about him needing some momentum, Griffin. If he can hold here, get the double up.
Tell you what, though, I mean, with that 7 of clubs in hand, backdoor straight opportunities, Vardanian is no further behind than an ace-queen against pocket kings, and we've seen that ace pop off. So 29%, pretty decent. Wigg not even close to out of the woods. We saw how steely-faced Wigg was after that brutal 750K pot bad beat. Let's see how he manages if his day ends here on a river 7 or 6.
5 outs for Vardanian. Is it always coming 7 on this occasion?
Every time you say that, it comes. Sorry, you've been condemned, Anton. Squadoosh.
River card is a king, pairing the board. Anton's hand holds, and he gets that important double up. Bear Totem says Wigsy for the win. Anton Wigg now playing more than 30 bigs. Still a below average stack, but a lot more comfortable than he was a couple of minutes ago.
Wonder who we're getting. Yeah, I know. The suspense. See if they rigged it.
Someone slow.
Oh, you should have put his cards on the scanner so you can see that he folded it. Nice.
We will never rig our feature tables, but we will wig them from time to time.
Nick Wigg. Got to have someone called Nick at the table at all times. Ace 10. Back in action.
7 folds. 8 folds. 10 is a fold.
So we kind of have a new player at the table, Griffin. He was dealt in this hand, but ran to the bathroom. Sierhai Shudapal has taken the 4 seat. He's an online qualifier who got a seat for EPT Cyprus via a $530 satellite. But we're talking about someone with a lot of online experience, a lot of live pedigree as well. 900K in live earnings.
Let me get this straight. Okay, James. We have Sirika,
You get to see on TV.
a Casimir Sear, and now we have a Sirhei Shudapal.
Yes.
That's a lot of Sear.
Okay, what did I fold under the gun there?
Feels like a negative
Like I said, self-deprecating.
Sear this table anymore, it's going to be overcooked.
5 folds. 6 fold.
Ace 8 of clubs for Kotlik.
16,000, 8 folds.
Raises to 16K.
1 fold. 3 folds.
And round to the big blind. Queen 8 for Toru Ido, who's still hovering around that 10 big blind mark, is the only short stack now at the feature table.
Yeah, been pretty sneaky, been hanging on.
And see 4 folds.
outer table action featuring Tonka playing against Spanish qualifier Jose Jimenez.
Badonka Tonk.
Looks like Tonka has bet the flop and been raised by Jimenez.
Oh, that's a fold.
Tonka gives it up and is now down to 120K. Starting to struggle now as a sub 20 big blind stack.
And appears to be going into the big blind. Ruh-roh.
So 84 players in action right now across 11 tables. One of those tables on the main stage right now is our feature table. And we're returning there. So Vladimir Kotlik opened to 16K with Queen Jack suited. Siyahai Shudapal defended the big blind.
7 check.
They have a King 4-3 flop. Check, check. 6 on the turn.
C5 bet 13,000. Seven folds.
Bet a 13K on the turn from Shudapal is going to win him the pot.
Seven folds. 8 folds. 10 folds. 1 fold. 3 folds.
What are you drinking?
4 folds.
What? Epis. What is that? Beer. Oh.
Shudapal completing in the small with 8-7 of spades.
Ooh.
Don't think I've tasted it.
Anton.
They have here, because the other ones they have is Carlsberg, and for some reason
They
the
do.
other-
They do have Carlsberg.
Yeah, I said.
Doesn't want to lose his customer here, so maybe isn't going to go quite as big as maybe the standard we've been seeing, 3.5 to 4x, but also might want to stay balanced. Does make it 3.5x.
I saw they have.
And Shudapal has the kind of hand that might want to see 3 at 30 big blind effective.
And C5 fold.
Okay. I mean, isn't this one of the hands that has the best chance to crack a hand like Kings? And good.
Wow.
Wow, and look, 50-50.
This is a post-flop flip. Shudapal has flopped the straight, but Wig has a redraw to a better flush. In fact, this is a street flash hand.
Yeah, this money's getting in on the flop unless Anton somehow mixes in some checks.
It does go check, check.
Yeah. Anton going to be well aware this is all over Shudapal's range.
With the board pairing on the turn, Wig still has close to 40% equity. Shudapal leading now.
Yeah, not making a cheap full pot. And listen, Anton Wig is not loving life here. A lot of Jack X's in Shudapal's range. Of course, can just have a flush, can have something like 7-8 suited, Queen 8 suited. Of course, is going to be calling here, but I think is well aware that to continue comfortably on this river, he's going to want a Queen, Jack, or a heart, and there is the heart.
C5 check.
Now, Anton would not only be losing to the ace of hearts, but also the 8 of hearts. And that is why we see a bit of a tight check, maybe expecting not to get much action from what Chudapal's going to be holding. And that's a big pot, yeah.
Rivers the flush to chip up to nearly 50 big blinds, back up over 370,000. He is one of 2 previous EPT champions still in the field. The other is Nicholas Schwiti. Both won their EPT titles in 2010. Wig was in Copenhagen, Schwiti was in Monte Carlo. And as you'd expect, as someone who resides in Lebanon, Nicola has been playing a lot of poker here at the Merit over the last 2 years.
Yeah, he was talking about the 45-minute break. Yeah.
There's the break and one more left, right?
Yeah, the 45 minutes.
14 minutes left on the clock, 14 minutes till the next break. 83 players remaining.
Yeah.
And it's like so far in the end.
And the 45-minute break is barely enough time to
Can we
get
get
up
an
to the
espresso
better
macchiato?
buffet.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
it's like,
Yeah.
I'd rather it be 60 then, so I can like, because I want to go to the better buffet, obviously.
C5 raise 16,000.
Yeah, rather 60 or 20. Like.
Ooh, loosey-goosey button open here from Chudapal, and is going to get punished for it.
Couple of quick updates from the field, Griff. Jose Gonzalez up to 1.9 million. Carl Shaw chasing him with around 1.4 million. So those are the 2 biggest stacks right now.
My whole game is here.
Sick needle.
But I come used to. I'm all in. Ria is all in. 2-7 Ria is all in.
I'm pretty impressed by your ability to call out the seed numbers, even though they're different.
C10 is a fold. 1 fold.
Pocket threes
C3 raise 16,000.
for the table chip leader, Karolis Saraika.
Barely. Tied up top again with Vardanian, both around 750,000.
Chudapal flashed his cards as he folded. They're displayed to the whole table.
Use the clubs for a diamond.
Yeah. 6 fold.
Please, no one say, make a nit joke. Don't do it. I think that's one of my at the table pet peeves over the years, James. Someone gets a hand exposed and someone just has to say, ooh, what a nit. Like, no matter what the cards are. I can't deal with that one anymore.
Again, if they'd read the terms, conditions, and rules of the tournament, Griffin, they'd know that the dealer has the right to punch that person in the face. 3-bet from Kotlik, re-raising with the jacks.
Yeah, I think you just got to let this one go.
Don't mess with the mustard man.
Don't mess with the mustard man, mustard man, mustard man. Do not mess with the mustard man. He will squirt mustard on you.
Workshop the M bit, otherwise, no notes.
Do you repeat the 510 level or not?
I don't think so. I think it's just a 6-1200 that repeats once and then that's it.
Yeah.
So I think 612 is the last one, yeah?
One fold. 3 folds.
$11 big blinds, ace-9 off, early mid position. I just like, you know what? I'm not going home and telling my wife and kids and friends that I busted with ace-9 in early position.
It's not really the hand you want to be revealing when you tell your bust-out story.
No.
What were your whole cards? Ace-9. Sorry, ace what?
Sorry, under the gun 2 you were?
It was ace-9. Oh, dear.
8 folds. And 10 folds.
With color 0 and ice. Color 0? Yes, yes. Put here, it's okay.
Should be an easy board for Wig to just put out a small bet and get a fold, but wants to balance the range with a check. Probably prepared to do this with aces as well. Also probably thinks queen high is just good a lot of the time. Doesn't want to give Sear the opportunity to get tricky.
Then check. Six, bet 10,000. Folds.
Coming to the end of this level, and I can reveal, Griffin, that we are going to be switching up the feature table during the break. Reference that Carl Shaw, EPT Barcelona third place finisher, is among the chip leaders right now. Table Shaw. Helen will be delighted that one of her boys is going to be on the stream.
Yeah, taking a break from battling with the Toretto gang. Carl Shaw.
Kings again for Anton Wig, and again with the King of Hearts.
Six, raise 17,000, 7 folds.
Just don't do Toby dirty. Yes.
It's 18. It's 18, by the way.
Sorry?
It's 18. I think you said 17.
No, 18. 18,000 raise.
18,000.
I'm the last one, yeah?
Yeah.
The lazy Speedy Gonzalez asks, is it allowed to make a straddle in an EPT? You can't straddle in any tournament. It's a cash game play. If you were to put double the big blind out, it would just be a blind raise, and you would not have further action on it. Omar Skin says, but can you strudel? Here you can. I think they have strudel as one of the 238 dessert options at the buffet. That's right, Scribbles. If the players had read the terms and conditions, they would know about the straddle/strudel situation.
TOC, baby. Anton riding high on that momentum, going from 14 big blinds to 52, and is going to raise one of the weaker hands that he's going to be prepared to raise from this position, but got a lot of nice momentum here. Play the rush.
One fold.
King 10-6. Open-ended straight draw for Anton Wig. Ace high still the best hand for now.
Advantage Vig.
Bet 24,000. 3 folds.
Tonka
One day, buddy, one day.
standing on the rail,
For you.
but I don't think he's been KO'd yet.
It's going rough, buddy. Let's go. So far we played 3 levels. I literally just fold for 3 levels. Like fold for 3 levels. I put in, I 3-bet, ace 3 suited, big blind go all in, I have to call. That's the only hand I play. And then I go from 500 to 400, and since I have 400, I go down to 100.
Now
we build mountains.
run.
Now we build mountains. Now we build the mountains.
Yeah, Tonka still in, just chatting to Papo MC on the rail, recounting his fate today.
Now he wants to turn a mountain out of a molehill.
Shooter pal is open with ace 4. Anton Wig's got the snowmans.
Nom nom.
6 fold, 7 fold.
Decides just to call the 16K.
Yeah, you know, when you're up against the under the gun range of a 15 big blind, 16 big blind stack, you know, if you do 3-bet the pocket eights, you're not thrilled to get it in. So I like a flat here from Anton.
Just to respond to Wilpo's question, you can buy PokerStars merch at the PokerStars store, but I would say there is some stuff which is exclusive to the event. So, for example, all the stuff branded EPT Cyprus, you have to be at the event to get that merch. Jack 9 on the flop, and that means 8s are still ahead. Anton Wig now a 3-1 favorite.
5 bet 8,000.
Quite a peculiar bet from Chudapal here.
Peculiar.
The kind of board that is going to be all over Wig's range, whether it's between the, you know, medium strength, sort of ace-jack suited, queen-jack suited, king-jack suited kind of type hands that would be calling in this seat, to your king-queen suited that have all this equity. Just not a lot of folds you're going to get on this board, but Chudapal gets lucky.
Always an ace on the disc. Normally it's when you have kings, but the same rule applies when you've got 8s.
Ooh, and another annoying bet on the turn of 8,000. Anton's sitting there like, ugh. Why'd you just throw these back-to-back rocks in my shoe? Left my shoes out here, and then you put rocks in them.
Keep going with this metaphor, Griffin. I'm loving it. I mean, that's a horrible board for 8s. Bloomin' horrible.
Yeah, but he bet 8,000 into 84. If you can get a river, like a diamond or something, you can try to rep like a hand better.
EPT main event players.
Oh, we've hit the break.
And enjoy a 20-minute break.
We get to enjoy a 20-minute break.
Telling you right now, Anton is not calling this, and he is probably not folding. Oh, he is. No.
6 folds. 8 you call, yeah? Right?
8 you call.
So that hand is going to take us to the break. 81 players remain in the EPT Cyprus main event, and still 2 levels to play today. Still 3 hours of poker to be dealt. And these are the stacks of the players we've been watching over the course of the last session. Vardanian still a big stack. Anton Wigg hovering around the 40 big blind mark. Toro Ida very much in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
And when we come back, a new feature table, which will be headlined by Carl Shaw, who is among the chip leaders. Other players at that table include Harold Zammer, Fabrice Bigot, and Bart Leibert. Blinds will be 5,000, 10,000 with a 10K big blind ante. So we'll be back inside of 20 minutes. Enjoy the break. In just a moment, we'll find out about Vegas Infinite. And we'll return with more action from the PokerStars European Poker Tour here in Cyprus. Blinds 2,000, 4,000. They are not in the money yet. 32 players getting paid.
He's announced the raise, makes it 20,000.
And Callahan opening with 8s. Pocket 3s for Slade.
All in.
Yeah, it's about 100.
Lee Jones doing chip counts now.
Johnny pushes all his cookies in.
Loddon pushes in all of his cookies. Lee Jones, 2006.
Pat pushes all of his cookies.
Oh, graphics error. AJ White has become AQ White.
Ack White?
Now the action is back around to 7-seat Pat. He's invested.
Pat O'Callaghan now has to decide whether to call. The effective shove is Loddon, of course.
Patrick of the Callahan. Lets it go. Can't really blame him.
So White is the at-risk player. Dominated by Jonathan Loddon.
And slap him down, dealer.
5 deuce, no suits.
Now I really want to hear this turn card.
It's a queen.
Come on, buddy, one more queen, put it home. Now, Johnny will need a king.
Never call for outs for your buddy when they're ahead.
Yeah!
Got some nice deal in there, Slappy.
Wild! Okay, so we get 13-6 from there.
Nice hand, AJ. Aw, Slappy's gone. But this, James. This could be the one.
You know it's coming, right?
This could be the one.
Loddon raises with King 10.
Connor, would you move the button a little more towards you so which one players that you have?
Slappy meet sloppy.
Johnny makes it 2,000.
AJ doesn't really have the chips to do anything but move all in.
Pat says he's all in.
Is all in.
I guess we had his name wrong before. It's actually Ack White. I'm all confused now. Luca's got a king.
Hold on to Luca in the small blind. Johnny has to call 32,800 if he wishes to play.
So it's going to be Loddon versus White round 2.
I think so.
Yep. Johnny calls.
Johnny is gambling for most of his stack.
King 10 for Johnny.
White officially the at-risk player here. Ahead, but Loddon has live cards.
We know that one king's been folded.
Pat has flopped a pair of queens. Johnny needs a king to win this pot. Burn us all. Turn card, please. There we go. That changes things. Now Pat has 2 pair. Johnny now has...
I'm focusing on the dealing and not on the cards.
4 out, which are the jacks to win
This
this.
dealer's a lot more ginger.
It is a jack.
She tapped the table. She was like, sorry about the bad beat.
Hitting Johnny's gunshot.
Before she turned the river over.
Out of the tournament.
White eliminated.
Did you lose a player?
Yeah, we did.
Okay, congratulations, all the remaining players. We're down to 32 players. Everybody's in the prize money.
Oh, wow, that was the bubble. White bubbled, and now we're down to 32, and now everyone's locked up at least 7,400 euros.
So that was a sorry you just bubbled table tap and then turned the jack over?
Oh. Anthony Holden still watching from the rail.
This side is so rigged. Yeah. The button is on Luke in the 8th seat. Nick Connie has the big blind in the 2th seat. Rob's going to be first act. He passes.
Holds queen 10 under the gun.
Canvas passes. Connor and Pat.
Round to Luca on the button, King Deuce.
Luca passes.
And now it's Slade.
Nick makes it 13,000 total, so 9,000 raise.
Raises with the 6s.
Johnny
And
calls.
Loddon calls with 3s.
Was that a huge raise?
Just to get him in.
I think this is it, Joe, yes.
9, 9, 3.
Let's take it back. The worst flop in EPT history.
Flop is 9, 9, 3.
One more time.
Just to get him in.
So bad. Just incredible.
Oh, full house for Johnny Loddon.
He bets 25,000.
Now, James and I can do that because neither James nor myself have ever made a mistake on television before.
Correct.
Johnny makes it 50,000.
Slade continues. Loddon raises. Oh my God! Well, why would you try? What? Just say the words.
It was 2006. It was all about style. That's super embarrassing, though.
So
you don't even get a chance to make your little move with all your chips. You get snap called, drawing pretty much dead.
Yeah, they're checking the stacks here, but it looks like Slade's got Loddon covered just.
The turn is an ace.
So Loddon is at risk, but a 91% favorite with one card to come. But it's a 9 on the river, and Slade makes a better full house. Loddon effectively counterfeited and eliminated in 32nd place.
I should not have said almost dead.
Golden.
I was playing a heads-up sit and go for $50, and I just lost a really simple hand on the river, and I just had enough, and I picked my mouse up and threw it at the screen and cost myself like 400s or something because I had to replace the monitor. And I was like, you know, that was really stupid.
Irish Open 2023 main event champion David Doherty, welcome to the podcast.
Thank you for having me on, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Obviously, we can see numerous trophies behind you, David. What is your poker origin story? I mean, how long have you been playing for? And just to give us an idea of some of the events you've played and the stuff you've won in the past.
I think I started playing when I was in university around 2008 or something. Maybe a little earlier than that. But I just played pretty, recreationally at the start. While I was doing my studies, I was doing computer science. And, I didn't really play for any serious money until, probably 2008. I then luck-boxed my way into a World Series main event. I just turned 21 on April the 7th. It would have been 2008.
Oh, happy birthday, dude. Did you have your birthday during the Irish Open also then?
I did, yeah. I deliberately played day 1B so that I would have my birthday off if I bagged up, and then I bagged the chip lead. So
what a birthday present!
Off. Yeah. Yeah,
dude, your birthday is lucky for poker.
Yeah.
You really seem to have a nice, fair, just sort of cool demeanor about you. And I just want to know, where does that come from, do you think? Because, just the way you explain, like, yeah, I realize that I'm like, not a lot of poker players have that same sort of level-headedness. They do at times, but yours seems to be like pretty consistent. I'm just wondering what about your life do you think makes you that way?
I don't know. I'm sure if you asked my dad that same question, he wouldn't know either, because he's the complete opposite of me. He says I was giving him a heart attack while he was watching the stream the other day. So
that could be why. Maybe it's because your dad's a high-strung guy that you're more chill out. Sometimes we go the other way.
Yeah. It could just be an opposite thing, like trying to do what you interpret other people are doing wrong or whatever, just trying to fix it. He's got better at that over the years, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've not always been like this. I'm sure there's been plenty of times where I've maybe busted a tournament and stormed off and just not taken it well. I remember one time when I was maybe early 20s as well, I was in the midst of a downswing and I just lost a really simple hand. I was playing a heads-up sit and go for $50 and I just lost a really simple hand on the river and I just had enough and I picked my mouse up and threw it at the screen and cost myself like 400s or something because I had to replace the monitor. And I was like, that was really stupid. So it's not something that's always been there. I've definitely refined it over the years. But I do think it's really, really important to have a perspective when you're playing mass fields tournaments. If I lost heads up to Declan in the Irish Open, sure, I wanted to win the tournament, but it was going to be nearly $250,000. I'm not going to stand there and be like, oh man, I'm so disappointed. I'm so unlucky I didn't win it. I realize how lucky I am to be doing this. And You know, like you can't control the results of certain tournaments. It's either going to fall for you or it isn't. You can just play your best and, you know, see how it goes. So yeah, I think it's just that understanding that you can't really control everything.
Well, let's not forget, David, that one of the reasons that you didn't lose heads up to Declan is because you were rescued by that 3 on the river. You were rescued by a chop pot, and you then gave us what I think is probably the best ever performance of the chop pot song we've ever had on stream, because none of the commentators needed to get involved. We had one of the players sing it for us.
Yeah, you're welcome, guys. I did watch it back this morning, and I saw a lot of the Twitch chat giving me a 10 out of 10, so I appreciate that.
Everyone loves the chop pot.
Is this where the comeback starts? Hamilton is going to be first to act here. As Ace King continues to pick up solid hands. And he's counting out a raise. Opens to 900k, 3x's it again, and ace queen for Sinclair.
No, no. What a setup for Sinclair.
All in, called, a domination situation. Sinclair at risk and behind, at least he's got a smile on his face. And the way Hamilton runs, I don't see how Sinclair comes back from this.
Come on. Come on, Nate.
Queen. Dominant.
Come on. Come on.
The Sinclair family looking for a queen on the flop. That's his best hope of survival. If Ace King holds, this is over. And Ian Hamilton is an EPT champion. Okay, straight draws for both players. They switch out.
Now we need a king.
Three cards that Jack Sinclair can hit. Unless we see a king on the river, we have our latest EPT winner. The river is a blank. Hamilton, the hometown hero.
There we go. That's the rill we were looking for this whole time.
Celebrating with his boys as he wins the EPT London 2022 main event. And Jack Sinclair will have to settle with a second place finish. Hamilton gets it done. Goes to commiserate with the guy he just beat heads up. Jack congratulates him and will cash for £414,650. He's the runner-up. But Ian Hamilton is the winner.
Yes. Well done. Yes, mate.
Someone's going to be making a reservation at Tiger tonight.
This is the NAPT, my babies.
Comeback time.
Yeah, we can play for real now.
One time, come on. Yeah. Hey, Mom, I'm playing heads up on TV. I'll see you later. Why are you so good, Vanessa?
Congratulations to Tom Marchese. William Reynolds is the champion. Vanessa Selps is the first ever two-time NAPT champion.
No better place to play poker than in Vegas.
I think I'm going to have fun playing with you today, sir.
It has been a minute. See you on the strip.
Have you told your mom that the NAPT is back? Doesn't matter. What matters right now is EPT Cyprus, day 3 of the main event. from the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel, Casino, and Spa continues. Beautiful island here. Deep into the money, 80 players remain. Joe Stapleton, Griffin Bender.
What's up, guys and ladies?
I'm not here.
Chip leaders of the overall tournament on your screen. Carl Shaw. Been popping up all over the place. Second in chips overall. Carl Shaw, friend of Ian Hamilton, I believe, who took down EPT London. In the highlights we were just watching, Gerard Carbo, a player we saw yesterday at the feature table. Kenny Hallert, EPT Reg for a long time, and World Series of Poker main event final tableist. And I don't know anyone else that was at that final table. Here is our featured table. Bart Liebert back. Had him earlier today. Had himself a time. Expect more chatter from Bart, but it's Carl Shaw who's drawing all the eyes right now. 1.6 million in... Ooh, this is a fun blind level, Griffin.
Oh, yeah?
1.6 million in chips, 164 big blinds. The human calculator.
He's back.
Is back. Guven's back as well. Guven was on a feature table yesterday. Fabrice Bigot, a player we have seen multiple times throughout the last year or two. Andrea Dato, a player I thought had been an EPT reg, but based on his questions about how time bank cards work, I guess he hasn't been around for a while. But Andrea Dato is not a new person on the tour, but an old person back again. Prize money. Cha-ching.
Hasn't changed.
Hasn't changed. Still the same amount as it has been since registration closed yesterday. 6.4 million total in the prize pool. Right now we're paying out just over $10,000. Over $12,000, I should say. If you want to get to six figures, you got to make it to that official final table, 8th place or better, and all the good stuff. Very top heavy as per usual on the EPT. 465,000 for third place, 650,000 for second, over $1 million for first.
Millionaire Zone.
With 80 players left, we are paying out exactly $14,150. Next ladder is at 71 players, so not super far away, just basically a table. Who's this Rory Jennings knockoff sitting in the one seat?
Here yesterday. We are using the box to the right.
Probably gonna look nothing like him once we
Actually, no.
show his face.
For our main event, welcome back. Level 19, 5,000, 10,000, 5, 10, 10. Dealers, you can
Poker Stars European Poker Tour. Fourth level of the day. 4 of 5. Kicking off right meow.
We are here for one level, right?
How many levels will we be here? Do you know that?
Sorry?
How many levels will we be here at the table?
Change over a level.
One, yeah, one level.
Yeah, okay.
One level.
Here's some EPT trivia for you,
Unless you do something
Joe.
crazy.
Yeah, it doesn't look anything like Rory Jennings. Go on.
Just because I
like
forget
a
the
break.
specific EPT, what was the one that Carl Shaw got deep in that we were covering him all the time?
It was double time, so they didn't change us.
I believe it was the last EPT.
Barcelona, right?
EPT Barcelona.
He final
yes.
tabled it, right?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Third place.
Yeah, he played great.
Unfortunately, he had to take a dive so he could take out the Toretto family.
Yeah.
This is for this one. Okay, yeah, but
Action is
handy table.
folded around to Bart Liebart in the cutoff. Jack 8.
And that appears to be a call from the small blind.
Small blind is Ege Guven. We know Bart's hit a jack at least. Guven flops a gut shot.
We'll see it continue from this combo from Guven, drawing to the nuts.
Six of hearts on the turn doesn't hit anybody.
And I wouldn't expect to see Liebert. And two Barts on this table. We got Liebert and wait, we have Bart Liebert. It's all in the same name. Never
That's
mind.
right. 8 on the river, 2 pair for Bart Liebert.
So now the question becomes, does Guven want to start bluffing? You know, is finding himself near the bottom of his range here, given the positions, is going to have all those Queen 10, King 10, King Queen misses, but is also going to value bet the Ace-X hands. And Liebert with that bluff catcher, the Jack-8, does make the call.
Not a problem. Making that call is going to pick up an extra 70 on the end. Ill-timed stab from Guven. Liebert sandwiched between Carl Shaw and Andrea Dato. Griffin, I have a text message to read to you.
Do it.
It's from my friend Boston Rob Mariano.
Oh, nice. What does he think?
Do you want to set this up?
Sure. So there are 2 Survivor seasons every year, and I do a little draft with a group of my friends, bunch of couple friends. And just did my draft the other night. We do it after the first 3 episodes because there's five drafters, and then when there's 15 left, we all pick three players. And my partner and I had the first overall pick, and I spoke to you about it at breakfast this morning, and he said, I'm going to find out what Rob thinks about your picks.
That's right. Rob came through. So I guess you wait a couple of episodes into the season before doing it?
Yeah.
So you're not completely drawing people that might all go bust
I
out.
mean, if we had a 6th person, maybe we would
You would have done
18.
2 weeks earlier or whatever, probably.
Well, I think if we had 6, maybe we would have done from the beginning, but because
Okay,
we have
got
5,
it.
yeah.
All right, well, do you want to say what picks you made?
Yeah, so we had the first overall pick, and we picked D. I will say, though, I'm an episode behind here, so I don't want him spoiling anything.
I don't think there's any spoilers in here. I mean, other than, yeah, I think you're good here. All right, so here's what your boy Boston Rob had to say. As we go to the flop, Ace-Jack for Liebert. Vavilonsky defending and flops an up and down draw. We'll get to this in a second. We'll have plenty of time in between hands. We'll just tee it up for now. Wasn't that Abe Lincoln beard guy in the North America main event? Where do I begin? Where do I begin? Is this the Abe Lincoln beard guy?
I don't know. But I do know he will continue in this hand to some capacity. Whether it's a call or a raise is yet to be seen, but it is a call. Drawn to the nuts.
Is that the Abe Lincoln beard guy? 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Nope. Pretty good deuce to 7 hand. Not great in Hold'em.
Liebert gonna think this ace high is good enough for the time here.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is a straight. That's a bad deuce to 7.
But it's only the 3rd nuts.
That's it? Seems like it should be more.
I know. It's because you're
9, 10.
discounting 9, 2, 5.
Yeah, okay, sure. And 9-5.
A hand he would never have on this. Calling a flop on the bet. That's what I was about to say.
Makes more sense than wasn't that Abe Lincoln Beard guy in the North America main event?
And yeah, I think Liebert
This
is
seems
well
like
aware that
super
this,
easy fold to make against the big blind.
Yeah, I mean the problem I guess that you run into is the times your opponent is floating the flop with something like King Queen.
All right, so
Very friendly book, making compliments about the hairstyle, and I do like that. Yeah.
Give it to me straight. I see at least one big paragraph
Yeah,
there on
looks
your phone.
funny.
I'm excited.
here's what Boston Rob had to say. I said he picked D as the first overall pick, Julie, and Bruce as the last overall.
If you had nice hair.
Yes, I know. You're saying he doesn't? Because he said
I don't know. He
if
always
you had
wear
nice hair.
I don't know. You know how his hair looks?
No, but
Me neither. Yeah.
But you're implying his hair is not nice, right?
That was a joke, yeah.
I love Bart. He's chatty.
Don't know if I see you without hat.
Yeah, you're doing it.
So I guess he still watches every season. Eh? He like.
Not only does he watch, but he's like expected to have an opinion most of the time. He gets like, you know, does a lot of appearances.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, does radio shows, podcasts, whatever. All right, here we go. He says, from what I've seen so far, and it's still early, I like Emily to win.
They have many secrets.
After the first episode, I was 100% she was drawing dead. But after 4 episodes, I have done a 180. Obviously, anything can happen. Bruce, as the last pick, is a good pickup. He could go deep.
Nice. I'm very excited to share this. If you want to take that screenshot and with the.
Oh, you want to throw that in your little,
Yeah.
Survivor group chat?
Yeah. Maybe I'll just send it to my girlfriend, but.
All right, you
just
got
want
it,
to
pal.
send me the contact info too. That'd be just make things easier.
you're not getting the contact page. Here's exactly what would happen if you got your hands on any of the phone numbers of the famous people I know. You would promise me you wouldn't use it, and then I'd be like, why do you need it? And you'd be like, you don't trust me. And then I would give it to you.
Yeah.
And then you'd be like, don't be mad, but I texted them out of the blue, but also we're really good friends now, and we're going on vacation together next month. And I would just be furious with you.
Yeah.
In every possible way.
Go. Just going for it. See a lot of these suited aces 3-bets for the big line lately.
Yeah, the sourdough's expanded to ace-4, and then no time at all, ace-3
Yeah.
is now in the mix.
Is Tori your favorite Avenger? No? Yeah?
I mean, come on, bro. You got a Thor card capper. You got to give him more than that. No. Why are you asking?
Yours?
Actually, I'm not a
Marvel guy?
not a real huge Marvel guy. I've had Guardians of the Galaxy. Yeah. This one I really like.
Which one?
Which Guardian?
Huh?
Groot?
Hard to pick. I guess it has to be Star-Lord, right?
Who?
Star-Lord. Exactly. Who?
Wow. Picks the cisgendered white guy.
Standard.
Jeez. Guvin opens, King Jack. Sammer wants to take a peek at a flop with Jack 10 suited. No, not just taking a peek. He's trying to get a little funky with his chicken, but has run into the pocket queens of Vavilonsky. And Vavilonsky is reaching for them bigger chips. 4-bet is likely to get a couple of folds. One down.
Jack 10 suited, so pretty. Hate to fold pre, but you know, what are you gonna do?
Question in Twitch chat from Tay WT, who says, how do we get in the online mini EPT stuff for cheaper? It says in the lobby that we can get in at a reduced price if we watch this channel. The price is already reduced. It's like if the sign outside the store says clearance and then you go to the clearance rack, it's not a double clearance.
Right.
We're going to check in on Tonka. Oh, that was so weird till I realized he was getting a massage. I was like, who's grabbing his hand? Tonka down to 55K in chips. But maybe the massage is going on because he's trying to chill out and stick around for a while. You know, you ever do that? You ever like, I'm real tilted and I just want to punt it in, so I'm just going to get a massage and I'll wait till I have a good hand. It's a bit of a tell if you're doing that, but
I think he might just be stressed out.
Yeah,
he might just need it.
Looks like action is folded around to Fabrice. Raises on the button with ace-4, ace-5 for Jovan Kenjic. Jovan? This one time I'm going to let the audience correct me.
Johan, maybe?
Definitely not. I don't know any language where a V is pronounced as an H. You couldn't resist, huh? You sent that. You sent the screenshot.
Yeah.
Buried in your phone. Yeah.
That's the whole group.
So transparent. Such an easy read. I don't know how you're such a good poker player because you're just face up all the time.
Carl Shaw. Carl Shaw has crabs. I said it.
Wow. Not the first time you've outed someone on stream. Shaw does get to defend, does not hit a set, does get outflopped. Goes pair of fours, good enough there, wins uncontested on the flop. Puckle Patrick writes in to say, how is Tonka doing? No, we just did it. I love Tonka.
But he's not doing well, okay? He needed a massage. He looked really stressed. Hasn't been a great day. He's letting down his fans.
It's kicked off a whole weird debate in chat over whether or not getting a massage at the poker table is creepy.
Yeah, it's just, you know, you gotta pay attention.
Try showing up on time if you want to know.
We're just so buried in our phones.
20,000.
Ooh, ace king.
Yeah, under the gun. Ace clanger.
Guarda un attimo.
Sammer folds the suited connectors this time. We did get a good bad look-alike moments ago. I'll say it next time. Right there, Wentworth Miller. I'll take that as a bad look-alike.
Yeah, that's strong. That's good.
Joe Van Kendrick.
Where are you going at the end of the year?
Hey
We in
guys,
Bahamas
can
or-
we head with the chips? The dealer
But instead of Prison Break is trying to break the bank, you know?
Of course. Right? Come on, Ed. The win. There's 4-0 millions, and I'm just dreaming about this for the last week.
So I have a message from my girlfriend for you, Joe.
Or if I win this one, then I don't
She
go.
said,
Oh, yeah?
Retire. Go vacation.
Retired.
No.
You almost said it, right?
Yeah. No, it wouldn't keep me long.
Fabrice talking about his EPT dreams.
No, so yes, the win. I booked already.
Oh, yeah?
Not often that I booked before, but I was scared it was going to be full.
Okay, they're talking about a different poker tour. Go ahead.
yeah, she said, ha ha ha, OMG.
Oh, wow.
This is too good. Thanks, Joe. This made my day.
Griffin's SO is, much like my own, a delight.
Yeah.
And tickling her, metaphorically, has made my day. Don't turn around. Don't look at me. Everyone knew what I meant. Don't even look down your glasses at me. Just, yeah, no, stay facing that way. Don't. We go with A7, Ace King for the Prison Breaker. Imagine people thinking you look like Wentworth Miller. Ah.
People used to think I looked like Heath Ledger when I was a teenager. That's true.
Boy.
Listen, we all have our we all have our days.
Now you'll never know what he would look like at 40.
No, that was actually the worst part.
Yeah, that was the worst part of him dying, is that you didn't get people telling you looked like him anymore.
I cried when he died.
Did you really?
Yeah. I remember what I was doing. I was playing Mass Effect. Do you know when some like big event happens and you remember what you're doing?
Sure. I think we all remember where we were when Heath Ledger died. 3-bet from Kenjic. Ends the hand.
Kendrick Lamar.
This must be a line from Prison Break, from the great Gonzo. There are only 4 rules you need to remember. Make the plan, execute the plan, expect the plan to go off the rails, throw away the plan. Is that from Prison Break?
Yeah, I would have to imagine. I actually have a good Prison Break story. I think I probably told you this before.
I've heard it, but go ahead.
Yeah.
You can
No,
put
it's
it in here. I'm sure people in the audience want to hear it.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, if anyone doesn't want to be spoiled on Prison Break season 3 or 4, because it's kind of part of the, it's
I feel like the
touchy.
statute of limitations.
Yeah, I think so.
Second tier.
So
no
this
offense,
is when I was in my late teens, early 20s, traveling to a Counter-Strike event, and was on a flight with my teammates, and one of my teammates, Pasha, was watching The Breakup with Jennifer Aniston and Vince Vaughn.
Great movie. Love that movie.
Yeah. And we had been recently, all of us had kind of been watching like Prison Break together. It was like the big hit show. It was kind of like our whole clan was watching it, and I was a few episodes behind. And the flight landed before he could finish The Breakup, and he got off. He's like, "Oh, I didn't get to finish The Breakup," and I was like, "Oh, well, they don't get back together. Don't worry about it." And then he was like, "What?" He was like really offended that I spoiled. Angry that I spoiled The Breakup, and then he just yelled at me and he goes, "Abruzzi dies," which is like a big character death. So he spoiled Prison Break, the biggest show on TV, because I spoiled The Breakup.
Probably maybe the biggest show on Canadian TV. We had some better shows than that at the time.
At the time, it was pretty big. Prison Break was a thing. It was a vibe.
Shaw outflops Sammer in this 3-bet pot. And don't expect this is going to go too much further. It does not. All right. Great Gonzo's back in touch. Says, sorry, that wasn't a Prison Break quote. It was the other great Wentworth Miller role, Captain Cold in The Flash.
Captain Cold, right. Yeah, okay. I'm starting to realize that character was just the kind of guy that, like, robs banks, and it's kind of similar thing.
Captain Cold?
I watched some of Captain Cold in The Flash.
So, it seems like that those WB shows like ironic casting. They like casting people in roles that are very similar to other roles they've played.
Yeah.
Like casting anyway, I haven't seen any of them. I should probably quiet. Kern Termers is freaking out right now on YouTube. Says, wait, this guy was teammates with Pasha Biceps? How? Oh my days. This guy is Griffin Benger. That is crazy. That is too funny.
So he's just realizing that he just realized that I'm the Counter-Strike Griffin because of Pasha, of all people? Pasha Lari?
He still does want to know what is up, Swedes. Woo! Sammer versus Kendrick. Sammer defending with Queen 8 and top pair for Kendrick. Marley also wants you to know that they loved watching you on the Mystery Cash game lately.
Oh, that's very sweet. Thank you. I had a very great time doing it.
And follows up with they used to bet on CSGO games with Griffin and them when I was a young person.
Hopefully not too young. You shouldn't bet until a certain age.
Until it's legal in your jurisdiction.
Exactly. Easy takedown there for Wentworth.
Crazy Carl weighs in to say, by the way, Joe, you did an excellent job with the Mystery Cash game.
Can always count on Carl.
Can always count on Crazy Carl. It's weird. I think I probably told you this before, but every once in a while, I'll just read the comment first. I'll be like, oh, compliment for me, and then I'll see it's from Carl, and I'm like, doesn't really count.
It kind of goes without saying.
It's like 4 compliments an hour. We love you, Crazy Carl.
But
yes,
you need to start making some burner accounts to if you really want to.
Crazier Carl.
No. With fake accounts to give you compliments, and you'll think they're from other people.
Real ones, yeah.
Yeah.
And
that
first time viewers were like, who's this Joe Staples?
So see, the problem with that is you will make Joe feel good, but you won't get as much credit. And then, but there's also the downside of maybe Joe will start assuming that all the compliments are from your burner account. So don't start doing it.
Crazy Carl's has a very distinct writing style. I'm
sure
I'd be able to know it's from Crazy Carl. Anyway. All right, Big O raising under the gun.
Decent amount of chips on this table between Shaw's 170 bigs, Andre Vavilonsky's 80, 2 other stacks with 75. So a lot of, not going to see a lot of all-in confrontations, I think, on this feature table, but a lot of post-flop play. 2 pretty big hands like ace, queen, and nines, maybe under a different stack size situation, we'd see these 2 players all in. But of course, so deep, just a flat from the nines.
Bigo continues.
Bigo, let the rhythm flow. Do, 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 do.
Ace on the turn. Definitively, I guess not strictly definitively, but more or less shuts the door on these pocket nines. West Wolf has a question about the Mystery Cash Challenge, Griffin. Is Alex Botez as lovely and hilarious in person as she seems on her social media?
Yeah, she is. She's very sweet, very intelligent, my kind of nerdy.
I mean this in the nicest way. She's a huge dork.
Yeah, she's a nerd. It's great.
Oh, Goovin getting sticky.
What are you goovin'?
River is a deuce. It's a spade. 3 spades on board now. Pair to board. All right, Griffin, the way this hand's played out, let's look at it from Big O's perspective. Are we worried about this spade? Called twice.
Marginally, yeah. But we're also recognizing that ace jacks are going to float the flop and then hit. Something like ace 9 of clubs is going to float the flop and hit. So by doing this, you're kind of saying, I'm surprised Goovin is just paying this off, but
does indeed pay it off. No move, no goof from Goovin.
I mean, Goovin is hoping that his opponent has something like, you know, your king queens with a spade, those kind of hands that are gonna bet twice, 3 times there. But it did kind of look like value. It didn't look very bluffy, the sizing. So bit of a gift, but I know where he's coming from.
Bit of a goof. Goovin giving gifts.
Yeah. Bigot, another no stranger to the EPT and deep runs, was a final table list as early as, must have been Paris. That'd be my guess.
Yeah, maybe.
That's a good guess now.
Sure, why not? French guy, Paris. Whoa!
Whoa!
Look at these bad boys for Carl Shaw.
It's a bit early for ASMR, but
I say go for it.
I don't know, Joe. Before dinner, should I really break out the ASMR? I don't want to have anyone cringe too much. Oh, yeah, right there. That's a good, yeah, right there. Oh, thank you. Okay, you can stop. Thanks.
Ooh, King Jack. Calling from the button. Another King Jack in the small blind. Not my favorite.
No.
There goes the King Jack. That's going to eliminate some outs for Sammer, but also probably maybe keeping it so that Sammer doesn't get in too much trouble. Sammer doesn't make a pair.
So someone just said on Twitch, that guy looks like Ole Shemian, but I can't help but read it as Ole Shemian.
Ole Shemian. Well,
he looks like Ole Shemian.
Old Shaw has flopped top set. Sammer with a gut shot to the nuts.
If it's all the Sammer to you, I think I'm probably going to call here. Try to hit a queen.
Seems reasonable. 18,000. That is not a lot into a pot of 71,000. I mean, how often does a gut shot come in? See? Safe. Perfectly safe turn. Bet real small again. Let the gut shot have another stab at it. Shaw checks this time.
Yeah, I mean,
He's afraid that he can't get called twice.
Yeah, I mean, you have all the aces. To get all the money, you would need your opponent to have 2 10s, which might have 3-bet pre.
Check,
You're
check.
yeah, you're hoping to get those king jack and the leg to start bluffing.
Oh, boy.
Oh,
boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Straightenized. Sammer rivers the nuts. Shaw checks. Really hoping for a bet.
But I tell you what, if the sizing is big enough, we might just see a call from Shaw. I understand it's top set.
75.
Your opponents can have lower sets, but
3/4 pot.
5s, 3s, 10s, all these hands bet the turn. Queens probably 3-bet pre.
230.
Oh, he still goes.
230 is the raise. Sammer won't be able to believe it. Double check your hand.
Yeah, and this is because of the queen 10 combos, right? As well. Those hands, queen 10 suited, would be flatting pre, checking back the turn, betting the river. But once he gets shoved on here, I think Shaw's gonna know that this is the king jack and might be able to get away from it. But it's only gonna be 180,000 more.
Sammer jammer. And as Griffin mentioned, the pot odds here are pretty terrible. And by terrible, I mean good.
But Shaw knows. Shaw understands that he's probably just gotten really unlucky. Does he just want to give 18 big blinds to a range that is pretty much always king jack, right? I mean,
it's not a lot of bluffs.
No, I mean,
And
Sammer's
it's not a lot of sets of queens.
I mean, maybe Sammer could have like 2 jacks and flat pre, try to bluff the river and then reshove because you're blocking king. It's just like, we don't see it, you know? It doesn't happen. Your opponent just has the nuts here and you've gotten really unlucky.
Nikki on Twitch says if the queen was a club, Shaw would get away, but now IDK. Certainly easier to get away.
Nice fold.
And Shaw does lay it down. Doesn't give the courtesy double up. But once again, the great slammer is going to pick up all the pogs.
Hard to make top set, Joe. Hard to make top set. And even harder to lose with it. But Carl Shaw recognizing that his opponent has the nuts there and making a very impressive fold.
I know I have.
Yeah, no, also, yeah. I would be surprised if it's something else, but it would surprise me very much.
Stoic. Taking it like a champ. No moaning like I would be.
The queens and king jack, right?
Even if I wasn't on stream, the whole world would know I folded aces there.
Yeah. No, not 300% Brazilian, no.
Vavilonsky going to take the opportunity to raise the button, Jack 8 off. The guy who asked about the Abe Lincoln looking person says that they would have folded to the river bet from Sammer. The original bet.
Wow.
The 30K bet.
The 75K bet.
75K bet.
With the aces, the top set.
Yeah.
Wow. How does the team pro process work? Can we just get this guy?
Sign him up.
I feel like we could have we have enough pull. This could be our guy. Could be our pet project. With a fold like that.
Pavlonsky does have position in the pre-flop lead, but Big Go has the better hand and the better draw.
So one more quick follow-up on the Boston Rob thing.
Yeah.
The girl in the draft, this lovely girl named Jennifer who drafted Emily, said OMGGGG, 5 Gs. That made my day. So cool. You're making days over here, bud.
Is Emily also a delight, like Jean?
I've actually never met Jennifer. It's a friend of someone else in the group. It's the only one I don't know.
Oh,
Emily is the draft pick.
Got it. Right, Jennifer. Yeah. But Jennifer's.
We can look at her. We can look at her pro. Yeah, she has a
don't bother. King on the turn. Another straight made.
Wow.
9-10 jack. Yes, another straight made.
That is the nuts. It goes looking at that board. The way that I look at the mini bar of hotels. The nuts. And just as expensive.
That was a big bet. Over bet. Pretty easy for Jack 8 to say bye-bye.
Yeah.
To the OVB.
So people are saying this guy has an Abe Lincoln beard. Like I feel like he looks like would be a character from like a TV show, but
he was talking about Carl Shaw's very tight,
okay, yes,
faded beard.
Yeah, actually, no, there's something there with that. That's good.
Uh-oh, Tonka all in.
God, just finish him off already.
Called.
King Queen?
Oh,
No.
yes.
Oh, sorry, bro.
Was called by Jose Gonzalez Sanchez. Tonka has got ace 4. Gonzalez with ace deuce.
Fine and fair. Yeah. Drop it up.
Oh, man, a deuce on the river.
No way.
That is it for Tonka. The power of the massage did not stop him from being domination rotation. Understandably excited, knocking out one of the game's greats.
Love you, Tonka.
Oh, that's sweet.
And Jose Gonzalez, in addition to knocking out Parker Talbot.
That's definitely not the masseuse's first bust out during a massage. Like she was very good. She was got out of the way, got everything, that was good.
Jose Gonzalez is chip leader in this tournament now with 2.2 million.
Oh, it's not actually, sorry.
And a couple of other names have gone busto. Julian Sitbon is now Julian Stand gone.
No, but if you're colorblind, you don't see the difference.
And Toby Joyce.
No.
Got no joy.
No.
He out.
Not so far. Maybe after.
At least he got his first EPT cash.
Hand developing on the featured table. Sammer open with 2 10s. Kenjic calling with ace jack, king, queen for Shaw. 3 ways to this flop.
Do you think Shaw has a partner, girlfriend?
I don't know.
Do you think that he calls her his shoddy?
Four minutes till James is in the booth. Top 2 pair for Jovan Kenjic. Carl Shaw with the gut shot. Going to be tough to hit it with those 2 10s in Sammer's hand. Shaw does improve on the turn. Drink it in, Griffin.
Finally got some good reviews.
Drink it in.
One of my puns. It's a big day for me.
Your writing's good. It's your crowbarring. Shaw gets away.
I was totally puzzled. I felt like
Sammer gets away.
Like, these are the big ones. I want to have one as well. I was like, what?
You know, I was confused because you have the yellow right to the green. From here, it looks exactly the same.
Yellow here.
Okay, thank you.
No, I really want to get some red chips.
There's two. You can get them if you say the right words.
Please.
Sammer
Actually, he already
up to 71 big blinds.
Oh yeah.
He just didn't keep it with him. But
Shaw still table chip leader with 138 bigs. Action is folded around to Big O. Queen 9 in the cutoff, good enough for a raise. Kendrick's out. Shaw folds. Beert, Liebert makes the call, dominated. Oh, hadn't made the call yet. Now makes the call, dominated. King 8 deuce, 2 hearts. Queen 9 close. Queen 5 less close. C-bet. Removes Bart Libart from the equation.
See you later, bet.
Monkey C-bet. Monkey do win pot. Yeah, want to try some of these jokes out on hard again, Griffin?
You know I do.
Oh, God, no. All right, I promise to be as objective as I possibly can in judging your humor, Griffin.
You got to do it the same way you did it to me.
He's setting you up for a mighty fall. Come on, Griffin. Rise to the occasion.
I'll do my best. What?
Have at it, go.
Just what? You want me to have a joke ready?
Do the joke. No, do the same joke.
Oh, okay.
I mean, so far, you're failing.
Yeah, no, okay, sure, yeah, okay.
Do you want to take it from the top?
Yeah, let's take it from the top.
Okay.
Hey, James, do you think Shaw has a partner, like a girlfriend?
I don't know, Griffin. Why?
Do you think that he calls her his shouty?
See ya, James.
Wow. Don't go, Joe. Don't leave me like this. No. Just to be clear, have the audience now had to listen to that twice? I am so sorry, everyone.
You know it.
I am so sorry. We have got a dinner break in 44 minutes.
That's just the beginning.
That's going to make everything all right. It's going to make everything okay.
There's no shoutage of that.
Oh, God. Have we got the satellite working? Is Maria joining us this evening? Picking up the action in this hand. I mean,
the shotolite?
That just doesn't even work, Griffin. You can't just insert that word into other words where the letters and the sound are completely different.
Sure, I can. All right. Let's clean it up.
Well, talking of Carl Shaw, a pair of fours, nut flush draw. What is not to like? Calls this 22K bet from Kenjic. A continuation bet from the pre-flop aggressor, who has got a wheel draw now, but nothing else.
%. You can draw a wheel all you want, but it's not going to get you anywhere.
Well, he's now slowed down on the turn, checking the action to Carl Shaw, who we can see is an 84% favorite to win the pot outright. Takes over the betting, and it's 36,000. Wayne Smith believes a 5 on the river would be nuts. If it was the 5 of diamonds, maybe. Otherwise, it would just be a chop. I mean, it would be a pot that everyone loves, but nuts, yeah.
It would technically be the third nuts. Right? 5, 6, 5, yeah.
Well, instead, it's the king of spades on the river. So neither player's draw gets there, but a pair of fours is still the best hand. Kenjic with just ace-8 high.
Check.
Does Carl Shaw check this back? Has showdown value. Does check it back. Shows the 4. Wins the pot. Chips up further. Still table chip leader. Still one of the biggest stacks in the tournament. Close to 1.5 million now. Nearly 150 big blinds, with 73 players remaining in the first ever EPT Cyprus main event. And while you're watching the stream, you can play the mini EPT. Remember, if you open PokerStars, if you see it as one of the tabs on the main lobby, you know it's available in your part of the world. 3 low buy-in tournaments every single day, giving you the chance to win big cash money, plus 60K in added value, Power Path tickets added to the prize pool of every single mini EPT Cyprus event. And on Sunday, when we run the mini mains, we will have 2 gold Power Passes available, going to the winners of those 2 tournaments. Now, you can use that gold Power Pass however you see fit. It's worth $10,300. But just going to give you an idea, you could redeem it for an EPT Prague package, and you could be seeing us at the final stop of EPT 2023.
Yeah, and there's a reason why that's our final stop each and every year. Just such a memorable one out there in Prague in mid-December. Christmas market.
I know it's weird to say I like the cold ones because no one really likes cold weather, but there's something right about Prague being cold, right? The Christmas market would feel wrong if it was mild.
It's a crisp chill. It's lovely.
By the way, if you do, at any point, bag a gold pass and redeem it for an EPT package, especially via a mini EPT online series, do let us know, because we would love to talk to you. StatTrick would like to keep track of you in the tournament.
And maybe we'll throw you on a featured table.
No promises, but maybe, just maybe.
And 6-8 fold.
What's Govern's country there?
That is the Turkish flag.
Turkish, gotcha.
So I don't know whether you saw the breakdown of nationalities in this EPT main event, Griffin, but slightly different to what we normally get. Traditionally, France is the single biggest percentage of players. Normally, Italy, number 2. Here, single biggest section players came from Russia, the second biggest from Turkey.
How far away is Russia?
Not that far if you look at a map.
Thank you.
So remember the rule that at least one of the players at the feature table has to be called Nick. Who has been rebranded? Who is going by that moniker, this particular lineup, Griffin?
Well, we've decided that Jovan Kennick,
Yep.
we've decided the J is silent.
Okay. So it's Kinnick.
Yeah.
6-1 is a fold.
Also that the E is silent in Bigot's first name, too.
6-3 fold.
That would just be Rick.
4 fold.
We don't need a Rick, we just need a Nick.
Right.
Six raise 20,000. 7 fold.
Liebert's,
8 fold.
you know, this isn't the first feature to table that we've seen him on. Feel like he's just playing very comfortably, very much in flow, making some good reads, some loose opens, some light defense, just having a good time. Look at that! Look at that smile, that wave.
Yeah, I know.
You're gonna love this, Griff.
I know.
So Adam on YouTube was wondering who the commentators are, got the comms prompt, and Nightbot hadn't been updated, so it says, in the booth we have commentary from Joe Stapleton and Griffin Benja, to which Adam responds, ah yes, I recognize Joe Stapleton's voice.
Colleagues.
I'm guessing he's confusing you rather than me.
No, it's nice to have great friends.
Well, thank you very much.
What speed do you have? Crazy speed.
I just realized I don't think I have a Joe in me. That was me trying to do a Joe. How does he do it? Hello, my babies.
Oh wow, that was something. That is a good Griffin Benja challenge. For the next 15 minutes, try and convince people that you're actually Joe Stapleton.
7 fold.
Driving me crazy that I'm flanking for all, you know.
Actually, I have one more now. Because, yeah, it's not good.
This is 20.
Are you sure?
8
Yeah.
20.
Want to bet?
No, not against you.
So what's going on here? We've got the button raise
I'm missing one there?
from Govan. Jack 9 of strawberries for Harold Zama.
Loser.
10 fold.
He calls, and Andrei Vavilonsky has King 8 in the big.
And 1 fold.
Tried to win one, but didn't work out, so I just changed it.
Jack 10 deuce.
Three players.
Zama with the advantage.
Are you tilt now?
1 check.
Action check to the pre-flop aggressor, who does have second pair and will continue.
8 bet 22.
I'm only tilting when I miss reading the colors.
Phantom Tornado asking about a potential appearance from Maria Ho. Assuming the satellite uplink works, and we have had a few tech gremlins in the last 48 hours, Maria will be here for the last level of the day.
A bit awkward.
Big turn for Sammer here. Govan drawing very thin. And a very difficult card to bet in any capacity. And there is a full boat.
Nice.
Then bet 30,000.
Sammer going for value, 30,000 into 114,000.
Yeah, not getting greedy here, giving Govan a great price, and this wouldn't be a very good call, but just wants to see it for that quarter pot. So Govan definitely, in my opinion, being a bit of a calling station right now. I mean, I appreciate, you know, you have second pair. The board is now paired, but given the range you're up against from the small blind there, also three ways, you're just never ahead there with the 10-4. So, frankly, not a good call, and Govan bleeding a bit here.
Still hovering around 50 bigs, around average, which is 565,000. Biggest stacks to the table are Carl Shaw and Fabrice Bigot, and this is a great observation from StatTrick. We've referenced a few times that Carl Shaw came third at EPT Barcelona just a few weeks ago. At the start of the year, Fabrice Bigot came third in EPT, the first ever EPT Paris main event.
Yeah.
Since then, Fabrice has joined Benny and you for commentary on our French stream, has 1.5 million in total live earnings.
7-fold.
By the way, I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. I know everyone's excited about Maria making an appearance. We have not tested the uplink yet. I hope that Maria will be here for the last level of the night. Govan back in action, raising with King Queen. Vavilonsky with Ace-10 of hearts in the small.
You know, it's pretty crazy to think about, if my math is right. She's probably not even awake yet.
68,000. 3-fold.
Maria is not like most poker players. She tends to be on a kind of normal kind of...
Oh, I guess it's 9 a.m. right there.
It's 9:15 a.m.
Yeah.
on the...
She'll be up at 9:15, but, you know, she hasn't been up for more than an hour and a half. And here we've been on broadcasting for over 7 hours. Time is funny. Time differences are funny.
That extra hour of time difference makes all the difference.
Yeah. Tell you what, especially as a sports fan, hockey games when we're, you know, in the UK or some other parts of Europe, usually around midnight, 1 a.m., maybe I can watch a little bit. Sometimes squeeze in the whole game if I'm staying up late enough. Out here, starts at 2 a.m. Just can't do it. Sorry, Maple Leafs.
8-fold. 10 folds.
Vavilanosk the second with 9-8 suited and the button.
6-1 raise 23,000. 3 offer. He's calling again. Okay, this is exposed.
Good fault.
I got flood, 2 of flood exposed.
Ah, you would play them, I know.
In net.
Oh, God.
But you need special skills.
Did you hear about our bad lookalike for the big blind here? Let's see if you can get it.
You better follow your strength, see?
Here's your clue. Lead actor in a popular mid-aughts, early mid-aughts TV show on Fox.
I have no idea what was on Fox.
I don't even know if it was on Fox, but I just assumed.
I mean, he's got a touch of the Wentworth Millers about
Yes, 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 that's who.
Really?
Yeah, that was the lookalike. That was,
right.
Yeah, you nailed it. Prison Break.
Another level after dinner break?
Yes.
Look at that.
Yeah.
James just proved. That kind of makes it a good lookalike if you can just get it in the first guess, right?
I'm finally going to be able to finish my series. It's very good.
Did you see the movie Stoker, written by Wentworth Miller?
No, but Kenjic is in trouble here with just 300K behind.
Oh dear.
We can talk about that in a second. That's 30 big blinds and 3x what's in the pot. Vavilonsky unblocking the entire board. It's probably going to be Wana firing here and getting some action. You want to get all the money from the times your opponent does have the 8. You want to get those 2 pairs.
What a horrible situation to be drawing to a chop.
Yeah. And problematically, if Kennick gets eliminated here, we're going to have to get another Nick to the table.
Was very entertained by John Wick. No
Vavilonsky will have to change his name to Nick by virtue of busting the other Nick.
Like Avengers, just with more violence. Yeah.
Avengers has a lot of storylines.
Really?
No? They have different worlds even.
Yeah, no, I know. I mean, what I was referring to, like, when I said, like, I don't like Avengers that much, because, like, I like in-depth character about, yeah. And, like, for me, you have, like, these many characters, and you have, like, all of these, like, developed a little bit, and, like, you have to...
So Vavilonsky sitting there with the nuts, facing a bet of 25,000.
Character, otherwise we'll have no clue, so this is not something I can relate to. Yeah. But I do like Guardians of the Galaxy.
Just calls.
Deadpool.
Deadpool is also very good.
Yeah.
A lot of rivers where, but that's not one of them.
No.
And also like the
151,000 in the middle, and Kenjic is the effective stack here with 291K behind.
I know this is a big hand, James, but I'm trying to hear the Marvel discourse in the background.
as well. With Christian Bale.
Kenjic. Just got to think he has the best hand here. And bets 120 of his remaining 290. Oh, this is no way to go home, man. And Kenjic is going to know it as soon as those chips get in that this is most probably an 8 or 8-9.
One raise, all in.
All in from Vavilonsky.
I don't think I can fold this.
And I can understand why Kenjic feels that way.
I think I can fold this.
No, I don't think you can either. And you're somewhere out there, Kenjic, buried in the past, as we are on a 30-minute delay. And whatever's about to happen has already happened.
5 seconds, all in code. Showdown.
There is the call and appropriate reaction from Jovan Kenjic, who is eliminated in 69th place.
Giggity.
And so Andrei Vavilonsky is now Nick Vavilonsky.
You like the turn?
Pretty much.
Yeah, was okay.
Current payout $16,250.
Did you also like when you said, I don't think I can fold this?
Next money jump is when we get to 55.
I mean, he's right. You can't fold. Oh, you can't fold? How much is it for coaching? How much is it for
And now Andrei Vavilonsky has 1.1 million. Second in chips at this table. He has $164,000 in total live earnings, and interestingly, 124K of that is from this week. He was the 4th place finisher in the Eureka main event that was won by Ankit Ahuja. So, bit of a Cyprus heater.
A little breakout week
for Vavilonsky.
20,000.
Seed 7 raised 20,000.
And Andrea Dato here with Ace King. Ace 5 suited for Harold Zama.
You know what players like to do with this hand? Artisanal.
10 folds.
Oh, wow, okay.
One
Good
fold.
for you. Every now and then.
3 folds.
Just don't tell the solver you did that, or you're going to be in timeout. Shaw's like, you know what? I got 1.5 million of these. I can give you 10K.
Queen 8-3. Neither player really connects, so ace high still the best hand.
What are you going to eat in the buffet? Everything? Are you a vegetarian? Yeah. Good, many options here?
Yes, I mean, yes and no. But yes, overall it's very good.
16,000.
Seed 7 bet 16,000.
You? Vegetarian and no alcohol?
Halal.
Halal. Main regime is on cheese and...
Yes. Everything that's kosher.
It's a good life.
Healthy mind in healthy body.
You gotta chase to get it, right?
I'm getting some discounts. Anton Wig here in the 8 seat, at least from this angle.
Probably, yes.
Who bluffs these days?
Not anymore.
People,
No reason.
people don't even fold straights on the river anymore.
8 folds. 10 folds.
Yeah.
1 fold.
I think he was a believer because he didn't want it to call, but still.
Seed 3 raised 25,000. Can you put back the cup on the box? Thank you. 5 folds.
For you.
6 fold.
Can you put back on the box? I'm not hearing what you have.
Heads up. 60 check.
Mid pair for Bigot, nut flush draw for Liber.
Seed 3 bet 15,000.
How many red chips do you have? You will release all of them this hand.
Check.
3 check.
Ooh, yummy. The stone cold nuts and the bolts.
Seat 6 check. 3 check.
I have a 9.
Ah, tried to trap.
Can beat the 9?
Interesting little playful
Like the money?
angle, slow roll there from Liebert, saying he just had a 9.
Check to you.
Yeah, I know.
Perhaps to see
Almost dinner break.
what Bigot had there. So that was a little
Of course.
interesting.
And we swap 50-50. I don't want to play big pots against you.
Right. Spade flash again.
At flash? Only 9.
Spade flash again.
Flash. Don't see with the glasses. What?
Oh, it's fine. Keep playing in glasses. That's fine.
Now he's trying to say that he only thought he had a 9, but I don't think so.
Seat 1 raise 22,000. Three fold. 5 fold. 6 fold. 20.
Take it.
Few people have suggested a bad lookalike for Vavilonsky, Griffin. Are you aware of an English soccer player called Jack Grealish?
No.
Google him.
6, 7 check.
I have to say,
Jack what?
Grealish, Grealish. As far as bad lookalikes go, this is a good one.
Oh yeah, that's great. That's really good. That's just the guy.
Ninja Aubergine says that might be the best worst lookalike ever. Could be right.
5 seconds.
Nice fold here with the ace-8 from Dado from the hijack open. You know, ace-8 high is going to be good a decent amount of the time there, but just tough to play against sometimes.
Are you still going to
It wasn't like button against big blind, which would be a bit different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You still doing all of them, almost?
4 or 5 times a year, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
You don't like it here?
I mean, yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
But now the people here are very different. Because
Leo says no one sees Jonah Hill.
Normally they get free rooms and now they have to pay, so they'll say.
Sorry.
It's weird. I was thinking that when we had the camera on, like for some reason it came to my brain as well, but it's really not.
Vavilonsky?
No. The gentleman, the Liebert.
Oh.
But it's no good. It's too bad.
So a guy punted like 100 big blind against you because he thought you were capable of 5 bet bluffing.
23,000.
What an idea, huh?
You think I'm not capable?
No, you're not. That's why you had aces in that spot, right?
3 folds.
But he had ace deuce suited or something, can't remember.
5 folds.
Okay, Salty's got one.
7 folds.
Not bad. Andrea Dato looks like Romain Grosjean.
Who's that?
Formula One
They
driver.
all the time, so it's
Sure.
here, yeah.
Yeah, maybe here actually.
Yeah. Actually.
These bad lookalikes are not bad. They're breaking that rule today. These are actually decent lookalikes. Indeed, Nuck39. The guy was on fire.
We can't do other poker players, right?
correct. That's the #1 rule, Griffin. And if you violate it, I'm going to unplug your microphone.
One bet 28,000. 8 folds.
C6 smooth bottom.
6 is very nice. C10 face button.
So you like local start?
I won't pay you. Not start. I never
Not
win.
local.
I never win. Local fish.
Okay. Nice to meet
I never win here.
But just to let you know, after the next break, you will be back to your initial table. Okay?
So the floor staff confirming to these players that there will be one more feature table change today. We're going to end the day where we began, with table #1. Interestingly, Paul Newey's still there in the 1 seat.
Nice.
Nicolas Schweite,
Don't win here, no.
a former EPT champ, also at that table, along with the Spanish online qualifier Gerard Carbo, who's built a decent stack over the course of the day.
You run pretty good.
No, running bad. With 5 million.
6-5 raise 22,000.
Liebert contemplating getting a little out of line here and is going to pull that trigger. Have to imagine one of the worst hands we would see being 3-bet here. King 9, I think, does not fall into Liebert's range here, so King 10's got to be pretty much the bottom. Shaw with a very playable 8-7 suited. I expect to hear more from him here, playing 80 big blinds effective. This hand has a lot of maneuverability. Could also consider mixing in some 4-bets, really putting on the pressure on the stack that you cover. But I would be very surprised to see Shaw just let this go pre-flop for an extra 40,000. $130 plus in the pot. And let's see what we get. Gut shot for the original Razor Shaw. Liebert surely going to be wanting to continue his story and hope to just get a fold, but against what Shaw has, don't expect that to happen. But instead, Liebert's going to mix in some checks.
Check. 6 check.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 'Tis a straight.
But I don't think Shaw's going to want to start betting here. I think would rather. But you know what he does with the 4 diamonds out there? I'm a bit surprised. Liebert's only real move here would be to raise this bet. But what kind of King X of diamonds hand would he have in this spot to find himself on the river with it? I mean, yeah, this is a defeated look here.
5 seconds. And 6-6 fold.
Very strong play of mine. Check, check, fold. Don't try it at home.
Actually, you can try it at home. It's pretty safe.
I mean, you did what you said, right? See you on the river.
Yeah. Of course, I always do what I say.
Except those spots where you don't, right?
Except where I'm lying, yeah.
No, Bart is a man of his word. He's always keep his word.
Yeah. unfortunately. Gets me.
There's that beautiful gold trophy made out of pure gold. Maybe.
PLO I like more. Or if it's stand-up game, Hold'em. Now that's so much fun. But normal Hold'em is boring. But
You love action, right?
well, in cash game, yeah, of course.
How did you go in? How did you do in your VR game in?
I lost.
Lost?
I can have revenge in Rosodov now, next month.
Really? Okay. So it was good? You liked it?
The lineup was not so good. There was not many fish. So he said, I give you a chance to win it back in the better lineup.
Raise and take it for Guven. Sitting on almost 50 big blinds. Actually, 50 big blinds, yeah. Not bad.
Tournament, I won the tournament, so
Oh,
it was not a losing trip, so. But
I remember, huh?
Yeah. Because you must not good.
Hozadov could be pretty good. For the lineup, I mean. I think Hozadov could be pretty good.
Yeah, Leon will play also.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it would be pretty good.
I think, yes, Leon and Elki, and so, nice.
Yes.
Fun.
Yes. 7-deuce game, like as you like it. Yeah. Everything is good, huh?
I just had 7-deuce hand before. I was tempting. I was tempted.
We're not playing the game.
What?
We're not playing the game.
No, so that's why I folded.
8 folds.
Action folded to Zama on the button with 9-6 of clubs.
Then raise 23. 1 fold.
You play around 700?
No more. A bit more.
780.
7.
Thank you.
And 3 folds.
So we've got 6 minutes until the break and 66 players remaining.
Everything that not fold?
Average stack is 600,000. All the sixes right now, Griffin.
So how much you have? 7?
I was just curious.
And don't even call one big blind.
I want to know first before I watch my hand. Otherwise, I'll watch like, okay, you have like.
I'm looking forward to 7-deuce off in the stream.
He was looking
Maybe he got me.
He was looking for red chips.
Okay, a bit of sad news from one of the outer tables. Birthday boy Oleg Ustinovich has been eliminated. On the flip side, that means he won't be coming to the feature table again and we won't have to deal with loads of lame Harry Potter jokes.
8 folds.
That birthday song was fire, though. The whole table singing for him yesterday.
Yeah. Especially as they didn't know his name and just kind of went, "Ugh," when it got to that.
Yeah.
Aces for Vavilonsky.
I thought it was especially sweet because, you know, living with the Dudleys, you're not getting a lot of birthday songs.
Griffin.
James.
Let's just try and get through the final 5 minutes of this level without incident.
James Potter. Aces. Let's see a flop. I'm liking that these players are getting the ace crushers.
Yes.
You know.
Suited 8-7, which is not really doing a lot here, is it?
Nope.
5-6.
But might get a free card. This is kind of bored. Vavilonsky could mix in some checks. Would hate to get check raised here. Want to allow your opponent to turn a pair. But
15,000.
just also prepared to bet really small. Start getting value from those flush draws and 6x type hands. And just hope you don't get check raised.
And 5 folds.
So a chance to squeeze in 1 or 2 more hands before the end of this level. It will be a 45-minute dinner break, followed by the last 90-minute level of the day.
20,000. 6, 7 raised to 20,000. 8 fold.
Dre writes on YouTube, please say you are a wizard, Harry, one time. Well, I just did because I just read your comment.
It's not even the line.
3 fold.
The line is...
No, Griffin, you've got 2.5 minutes. Please don't make me disconnect your microphone.
6 folds. And 6 folds. Wow.
Wow. Good hand.
You're a wizard, Harry.
Right, that's it. He's off. Bye, Griffin. He'll be back tomorrow.
Who does? Who does? Too boring.
I'll see out the rest of this level on my own.
90 minutes, nothing happened.
Just one player.
Yeah.
Was busted.
You bluffed him on the river one time.
Yeah.
That was a nice play. Everything else was boring.
With King Jack.
He's literally walking out, ladies and gentlemen. The fact the buffet's open is probably an influencing factor.
But probably
It's Queen Jack only.
Geez, I hope there isn't like some complicated top-level hand where they play through the streets just before the dinner break.
Nog een minuutje en eten.
10 folds.
Give an opening here with ace-10. Bigot with Queen Jack in the cutoff. One of 2 EPT finalists at this table, the other being Carl Shaw. And with Bigot folding, the action is now on Shaw, on the button. He also has Queen Jack, but he has that circular plastic disc in front of him, and he has a lot of chips, and he is re-raising. What's Bart Liebert got? What's he thinking about? Nothing consequential. Action back on Govan. Come on, dude. The cheesy pizza bread goes really quickly. Everyone else knows that. That's why they're running away from the table. Okay, ace 9-4. Given called the 3-bet out of position, playing in flow, checks to short. He's going to take a stab at this. Continues into a pot of 155,000 for 46,000. And it's a check, raise, shove from Govan, who is a 97% favorite here. And Shaw will fold. Bringing this level to an end, taking us to the 45-minute dinner break, and bringing a change in feature table lineup. A reminder that when we come back from break, there will be a new feature table. I say new, it's a table we've seen before. Table 1 includes players like Paul Newey, an online qualifier Gerard Carbeau. Nicholas Schweiti, a former EPT champ, has joined them. Meanwhile, former EPT finalist Carl Shaw still has a monster stack at this table. 115 big blinds. That's at the new blind level. 6,000, 12,000 with a 12K big blind ante. That's going to be the level we come back to. Andrei Valinovsky, it was a good level for him. He's got more than 100 bigs. No super short stacks. Andrea Datto still playing between 25 and 30 big blinds at the post-dinner blind level. So we're off to enjoy the buffet with the players, and we'll be back in just under 45 minutes time for more action from the Cyprus leg of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. One more level to play, 90 more minutes of action on day 3 of the 5K main events.
I wish I had the confidence to actually use Don Draper as my own PokerStars avatar, but I think I would prefer the anonymity rather than broadcasting it.
People are always asking me who I think the best celebrity poker players are, because I do end up playing in some of these games in LA, playing on some of these celebrity TV shows. I want to know who you think some of the best celebrity poker players are.
The guys I always find hard to beat, and we lost one this year because he was an excellent player.
Willie, yeah.
Willie Garson, sadly and shockingly, oddly, are one of the usual suspects. I mean, Jason Alexander, Kevin Pollak, they're both very good. They're both very they play good, sensible poker. You know, if they were chess players, they'd be, you know, grandmaster. They don't make mistakes. They rarely make mistakes. And Hank is also very, very good. But you know, I'm more of a surprising poker player, to say the least. But David Wayne, I think, is a very good player. Michael Ian Black. I've not played with her, but I've seen her play. Jennifer Tilly, not Meg, not her sister. They're two separate people that share one voice. Yeah, so I mean, there's quite a few people out there that are good. I mean, I think that the explosion of poker as a cultural thing has proven that if you're good at math and you're quick witted and you have a lot of patience, that you can be as good as some of these people who are professional. I think people really realized because all of my home games and fun games and friend games all went online.
Yeah.
And most have continued online, even though technically we could reconvene. It's just so convenient. And I think it was an amazing lesson for a lot of people to learn when you start playing hundreds of hands a night rather than 10 and 20 a night. How many times hands that you didn't think you would see start to show up. And I think, you know, we were all kind of mystified, like quads again? Like, I've played with these guys for 20 years. I've never seen quads hit. Like, are you crazy? Or I can think of the amount of times that they've hit you know, on one hand, and we'd get them 3-4 times in a night. It's like, oh yeah, we just played 250 hands of poker. Like, on any given night at somebody's house when there's food being ordered and music being put on, you know, maybe we'll get into 50, 60 hands. Like, it's crazy. But yeah, that kind of stuff is that the math is no joke.
In the same way that you were finding yourself playing a lot of online poker and watching a lot of movies during lockdown, John, we found ourselves watching a lot of online poker rather than being able to go to live events. And one of the things I think we've discovered in the last 18 months is there are a lot of players on PokerStars who have Don Draper avatars. And we would love it if every time it's like, maybe it is John Ham.
You think that's John Ham?
Maybe that is actually
John Ham from
Ham.
Scotland.
Wow, I did not know that. That is that's a weird honor, but an honor nonetheless, I suppose. Yeah, that's amazing. I wish I had the confidence to actually use Don Draper as my own PokerStars avatar, but I think I would prefer the anonymity rather than broadcasting it.
Call. Yep.
Two monsters here, 4 deuce versus tray deuce, hearts versus clubs. Let's have ourselves a flop.
Clubs, 8 of spades, ace of clubs, deuce of diamonds.
Hit their deuce.
Deuces never loses.
Check and check. Deuce of spades. $600,000.
So trip deuces for both players. Gimbal betting 600,000. Ryman raising to 1.6 million.
Re-raise. Should be 3 million total.
Harrison re-raises. 3 million total. A total bet of 3,006,000.
Boy, this could be just horrible, disgusting, and gross.
Ty makes the call.
Re-raise from Gimbal, the call from Ryman, a pot of nearly 8.3 million. The river card a 7, so this will be a chop, assuming it gets to showdown.
Come on.
All in from Harrison.
Does this somehow not get to showdown? That would be incredible.
No.
You can't ever fold a deuce here, heads up, right?
Can I get a total count, please?
I don't think so.
Ty's asked for a count.
10, 12, 12.6.
It's a pretty big bet. Wow, that's
Problem is that Ryman loses to so many better deuces.
I call.
Call.
He calls, and they're going to chop this pot. And Joe, you know what they say?
Chop, chop.
Everyone loves the chop pot.
3 deuces to the ace 8.
Chops all day.
So many big chops,
so many huge.
I like
this
show,
boy.
They love a chop pot.
Nice hand.
That was sick.
Damn, I thought you had like ace somewhere. You're like.
The only thing I was worried about was backdoor spades.
Yeah.
Like ace-4 spades, you know?
Nice hand though.
Yeah.
Nice call.
Well, look at this. Previous heads-up matches in the PCA main event. Good luck deciphering that graphic.
Loser. That's a very harsh way of putting it.
Isaac Haxton, what a loser.
Loser.
Ace 5 for Gimbal. This is probably the hand I was thinking about before.
600,000 from Harrison.
All right, well, I'll pay attention again. I hope I'm not wasting my time this time.
$1,675,000.
Oh, I'm so mad at myself. I was waiting all day for there to be a tie pot for Ty Ryman, and I missed it.
75,000 chip raise. Harrison calls. Deuce of diamonds, ace of clubs, 8 of hearts.
Out.
Get out flopped.
Check. And check.
There's check, check. A little
7 of spades.
deception from Ryman. Excuse me, from Gimbal.
It's a 3-bet pot, right?
Check.
Yeah. Ryman's still not biting.
2,200,000 from Harrison. Call.
Ryman calls.
River card, ace. 3 of spades.
Joe?
Yes?
I think I pump faked you again. I think it might be another hand I'm thinking about.
Damn it, James. I mean, this is a great hand, don't get me wrong.
4 million.
Yeah, exactly. I'm glad I made you pay attention.
I mean, Ryman's played this super cautiously. He hasn't liked the ace all along.
Yeah.
Why ruin it? Why ruin it on the river here?
Call.
Oh, he did.
Ace 5 for aces with an 8-7-5. Ty tosses it away. Harrison's going to take this spot.
It was 4-7.
Gimbal closing the gap. Ty Ryman playing 19 million. Harrison Gimbal has officially taken the chip lead with 26.4 million, more than closing the gap. Now has the advantage as this heads-up battle continues.
Did he just go up $1 million?
I think there may have been an ad break in the original TV show at that point. Ryman raises with 8-7. Ace 4 for Harrison Gimbal. Okay, this is the hand.
Okay.
Nope. Fool me twice?
No,
Shame on you.
Trust me, guys. Pay attention.
All right.
5 of diamonds, 6 of hearts, 4 of hearts.
Okie dokie. Flops the joint. Bottom pair. And the backdoor heart draw.
630,000 from Ty.
Ryman bets 630K.
From Harrison.
Gimbal calls with bottom pair.
10 of clubs.
Gimbal now officially drawing dead.
Ryman very happy to keep betting into this pot.
1.8 million, nearly half pot. Quickly called by Gimbal.
Wow.
River's a 7.
7 of hearts on the river. The board gets straightier and flushier.
Gimbal with the ace of hearts blocker. Checks, okay.
$4.2 million from Ty.
And Ryman goes big, 4.2 million.
Small one.
And Gimbal shoves.
Wow.
This is so dirty. How do you have the cojones to rep this flush?
This is very sick. I gotta give him respect for this. This is sick.
Ryman lays down the straight.
He folded 7-8, showing an 8-high straight. Harrison takes the
Show it. No, show it.
If he shows it, the match is over.
Live chat pros silenced.
Idiot if you check shove there with us same straight, but
To be fair, that dude reacted like that because he's so drunk. It looks like he folded 2 straights.
Right.
Gimbal now with the chip advantage, and some would argue the psychological advantage.
I mean, not seeing it, he gets to think he made a good fold.
I mean, he's calling to chop or lose.
Worried about the heart on the river, worried about the flush, and now raising with eights. Tens. The hand for Gimbal.
$1,800,000 is the re-raise from Harrison.
I'm all in.
All in, re-raise from Ty.
I'm probably calling, but can I get a count?
10,250.
I call.
Good luck. I got eights.
You're dominated, my friend.
Harrison, eights for Ty.
10,000. That's 10 million, my babies. Huge, huge prize difference here. $500,000 between first and second.
Plus the title and trophy. And if tens hold, Harrison Gimbal will be a PCA champion.
Wait, are you sure it's not Gimbal? Pretty sure it's Gimbal. Oh!
Well, this could be all over on the turn. A diamond would make things interesting.
All right, let's see the turn card.
Or an 8. Ryman has an out.
A set of 10s against a set of 8s.
This is normally where I ask someone if they folded an 8.
Harrison Gimbal wins the 2010 PCA main event. 2.2 million. Wait for it. He's going to ask him about that hand.
What did you have on the text of?
I had 8-4.
8-4?
Yeah.
He's got bluffed.
But he doesn't specify. It could have been ace four of hearts.
He knows. He knows.
I can't speak for John Hamm or, you know, the people who are really under pressure, but for me, I mean, it was like, I'm not doing the writing, I'm just, you know, performing it, and it was all good.
I got the impression, watching every season, that this was a show that clearly had budget behind it, but also real craftsmanship and care, because you could see the attention that was going into the period detail. Everything from like the belt someone would wear to the watch they're wearing, everything looked and felt right.
Yeah, I mean, my desk was really decked out, stuff you probably never even saw, with real 60s props and things. The prop master was great, and costumes. I mean, we wore true vintage undergarments.
Wow. Even stuff you couldn't see?
Even the stuff you couldn't see, because it does fit you a different way and makes you look a different way in the clothes. So
it's incredible.
It was definitely.
I mean, two things. You talk about Roger Sterling, John Slattery's character. When people talk about great TV characters, of course, people think Mad Men. They're going to say John Hamm, Don Draper, but Roger Sterling was just such an amazingly written character. I don't think anyone expected him to survive to the end of the show based on his lifestyle.
Right.
And if we're going to talk about the end of the show, and again, no spoilers for anyone who hasn't seen Mad Men. If you haven't, watch it from the beginning. It's bloody awesome. But Joe and I have this thing where we talk about how endings are hard, and even some of our favorite movies and favorite TV shows don't quite stick the landing when it comes to their final episode or their final act. Mad Men is a show that bloody delivered. What an ending. What a great way to go out.
The actual, like, last minute of ending you're talking about?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you something. We didn't know about that until it aired, because only a few people were privy to that. So we read the table read, and I'm thinking, wow, I didn't think he really buttoned it up. And then they showed that. But that's how secretive he was. Nobody even knew about that until you aired. I'm like, oh, good. Yeah. That was great.
So when you're on a show like that, that is obviously, you know, while it's happening, people knew how good it was, right? It's like not a show that people
Well,
needed
certainly
to
by
look.
the time I was on it, they did, yeah.
Yeah. So, is it just as is it more fun or more pressure?
More fun.
You did so it wasn't like big tension, pressure, egos. We're on the best show
I
on
can't
TV.
speak for John Hamm or, you know, the people who are really under pressure, but for me, I mean, it was like, I'm not doing the writing, you know, performing it, and it was all good, so no pressure for me.
Okay, you may have seen this next hand before.
5-9, yeah, I've seen 5-9.
This is probably one of the most famous poker hands in EPT history.
Mercia raise and take it.
80,000. Anthony pass, small blind pass. Eric calls, 80,000.
So Koskas defending his big blind with 10-3 offsuit, which bizarrely is currently the best hand.
2 players, Eric check in the dark.
Checks dark too, huh? All right, I like it.
Jack 6.
Jack 6-5, bottom pair for Mercier. He checks it back. Turn card is the 8 of clubs.
220.
220,000 bet from Eric.
Wow, an overbet on the turn from Koskas. And I actually like this bet from him, right? Jason Mercier checks back the flop. Koskas can easily have 7-9, 7-4, all the 2-pair combinations from the big blind.
With Koskas overbetting the pot, Jason quickly called. There was not a lot of consideration there.
Yeah, no, there really wasn't.
Total snap call.
And Koskas could still be bluffing with just a bare 7 in his hand, or as we can see here, as wide as 10-3, but it's still a pretty aggressive snap. Wow.
Yeah, board pairs, and Koskas announces all in.
The check dark, the fast bet on the flop, fast bet on the turn, fast bet on the river. It is a little suspect. You tend to think a little bit more about your value bets, right?
Right, and if he was betting with a jack on the turn, he really isn't going to like that 8. So it's unlikely that he shoves all in. You know, it's a card that can hit Mercier if he has a hand like 7-8, 8-9 that calls a turn, checks back flop. So a jack doesn't like the 8. Does an 8 overbet the turn? A lot of this doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I think one of the only hands he can really have, like a value hand, is a flop set that is now a boat. But again, I just think you put a little more thought into it.
Yeah,
how
and
to get the
5-6
most value.
is counterfeit as well, Joe. So that 2 pairs now dust. He wouldn't jam that. I guess he could still have 7-9, 7-4. But it's not too much in the way of value. You start adding in all those 7s, those missed flushes, some 9-10s, some queen-10 gut shots, and then 10-3. He's bluffing a lot.
I call. And call. Eric all in. Showdown.
Jason Mercier makes the call.
Eric shows.
Koskas shows the bluff. Mercier shows the 5. And that is the hand that announced Jason Mercier's arrival on the poker scene. Eric Koskas eliminated in 4th place. And Jason Mercier now chip leader with 3 players remaining at this final table.
Yes, sir. Cool hand. Cool call.
Congratulations.
Calls him with
Wonderful.
just a pair of 5s. Love to see it.
Koskas both impressed and also a little bit disgusted with the call.
Well, it's such a huge call to make anywhere, let alone here at the EPT final table, 4-handed as well. You've got to admire Koskas's heart, overbet the turn, ship the river.
100.
So now Mercier has pretty much all the chips. Minieri raising here with queens.
So Anthony called. Sorry. Raise to 100,000 from Dario. Action is on Jason.
$340.
Raise to 340,000. Jason. Anthony pass.
Well, this is a situation that you'd expect Dario's reputation to pay off really well.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially now in a three-handed situation, even more so. You know, hand strength of Mercier's ace-4 is going to go through the roof once you remove 5 or 6 players from the table.
How much do you have behind?
What is 700,000?
I got 1.8. No, 1.9.
Okay.
1.920.
So here's the flop. Jason will be first to speak. Flop comes.
That flop does not have an ace on it, but it does have 2 diamonds. And this is almost a coin flip.
400,000.
Dario bet 400,000.
It's a huge flop for Mercier, especially when Minieri, obviously we can see he has the queens, but Minieri very capable of just getting here with, you know, some jack highs, queen highs. He jams, tries to make him fold, not getting the queen.
I don't know how you don't jam there against Dario.
Queens and ace.
You get him to fold a slightly better hand, and if you get called, you can get there pretty easily. This is not a slightly better hand. This is a much better hand.
Dario's got in player. He's in the lead. Pocket queens. Jason has.
There's still that option.
If a diamond comes, or an
catching
ace,
the diamond.
Or the ace.
We take the lead right now.
Or the ace. That's true.
Yeah, Mercier's still very close to a flip.
Diamond.
4 of hearts.
Okay.
Running 4s.
Is it
diamond?
Not flush to Jason. Dario Minieri finish in the third.
So Dario Minieri makes it to 3rd place, but is eliminated by Jason Mercier and cashes out for 287,600 euros. The Merce Dog, woof, woof, looking unstoppable.
$95.
Raised to 95,000.
Given stack distribution, given we're heads up, wouldn't be surprised to see Lelouch make that re-raise.
Yeah, why not? You get a pair, it's heads up. You get a huge chip disadvantage.
All in and call. Anthony, all in.
And it's flip time.
His hand is pair of 7s, and Jason shows king, queen.
You skipped the 2008 flip analogy for such a big moment here.
And if Mercier gets there, it's over.
King, queen for Jason. Good luck. Here is the flop. Flop comes queen.
There's a queen on the flop.
Pair of queens.
Just destined for him, huh?
Anthony needs a 7 to survive.
No 7.
Here is the turn.
Doesn't even have to worry about spades.
No help. 2 cards in the deck. The card is not a 7.
There's 2 outs once.
Of the EPT here in San Remo. And here is the river card. It's a deuce.
No 7. Jason Mercier wins EPT San Remo.
Good game, man. Good playing. Played well.
Yes, sir.
Yeah!
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute, we already did this one.
They're worse than mine.
Peluso with 10s again.
Whoa, 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 don't raise if you're just going to fold them this time.
Makes it 11,000.
You know this is the time you get it all in with 10s against ace-4 and the ace hits.
Round 2, Paul Newey in the cutoff. Ace-6, he folds. Lucien Cohen on the button has ace-queen. And he shoves for 13 bigs.
This time, not for the tens.
No fold this time. And we're off to the races.
Now we lost this four. Before we win.
Ace queen, 2-10.
In my mind, there's no one over there.
Okay.
Ace.
He's just shouting into the void.
He's shouting to the rats.
Jack king for suspense.
Right man. Bilou, bilou, bilou. Hey, il a 2-10, j'ai As-Dame de trèfle. Qu'est-ce qui va s'arriver? Ah bon? On fait les paris, allez. $100.
Well, it's a race the Rat Man needs to win.
Ah, le 10.
Oh, hits his queen, but there's a 10 on the flop as well, and it's looking good for Lucien Cohen.
Il faut un trèfle.
Jack of clubs for the sweat.
Yeah,
Il est dur.
yeah. Suspense,
On va appeler le
Jack
trèfle,
of
le
clubs.
valet de
You
trèfle.
don't want to see
Jack,
Dramatic
Jack
turn.
Jack.
yeah, dramatic. This is theater street.
Jack,
Club.
10.
Club.
Jack,
Club.
10.
5.
No way.
Please, okay.
Lucien Cohen drawing dead on the turn. The Rat Man has been exterminated.
Are there any more pest-based personalities we can bring to the feature table? Is La Cucaracha out there? Maybe Nutria, human?
Any pigeons?
Pigeon player? And I'm pretty sure I'm going to be there. Not just for the NAPT, but I think I'm sticking around for F1.
Oh, sick brag. Thanks
yeah,
for that.
I think James might be sticking around for F1 too. Yep, he's nodding his head.
Oh, that's huh?
Yeah.
That's it must have been some sort of an oversight.
Must have been
my booking.
Must have been an oversight.
Oh, these things happen. Don't worry, team. Don't worry, team. There's still time to fix the flights. It's
I
okay.
think tickets are on sale still, probably.
Statric, can you get on that, buddy?
Do you want to
Chase
buy
that
one
up for me, buddy?
I don't know.
It doesn't have to be in the box. Don't worry. I'm not precious.
I still don't know what's real and what's not yet. All I know is that I'm sticking around for the F1. I don't know if I'm going to F1, but I will be in Las Vegas.
In fairness, I actually haven't even seen my flights yet.
Oh,
so.
shoot. Med Green in Twitch chat says I won a red spade pass, so also going to the F1.
Hey, let's go.
That's going to be a really, really sick.
That's amazing.
Once-in-a-lifetime thing. Med Green, can you write in the chat all the stuff that you've been told you're getting with the red spade pass?
And can you tell me that your +1 is NICK WALSH? They'll know who they're talking about.
Dicey spot here for Kuznetsov, who is out-kicked. This is a 3-bet pot also, and it was Kuznetsov who 3-bet. Dato open and then flatted ace-king. Now Kuznetsov continues. Dato raises. This pot's getting big in a hurry. Six of diamonds on the turn. does nothing to catch Kuznetsov up, excuse me.
Is that a check raise on the flop, Joe?
Yeah.
Check back. Yeah, got it.
I mean, the check raise, you know, he was checking to the aggressor, so playing in flow, but
5 seconds. Check. 8 check.
Dato checks again. I don't think Kuznetsov bites a second time. Seems like the perfect spot to check back. Just in case. Just in case you're up against ace-10, ace-jack, ace-queen.
44.
Ace-king, ace-5, but does not. Bets again. Kuznetsov getting caught in his own net. Soft. Because if Dato double check raises, I'll be real impressed.
I mean, once he puts in that 44 initially, he'll have less than pot behind. But I think you probably call and then check again.
How about 5 seconds?
That's my line at least.
Do you think Dato is genuinely perplexed what's going on here? Do you think he's suspicious or just taking his time?
I think
to figure out the best way to call or raise with the best hand.
I think he's just weighing it up. But I think a call is what you want to do most of the time. Yeah, it does call. I like it. And on the river, hopefully some illumination. A 5 or a deuce is usually going to be a really nice card. A king would be a lot better than that for the ace-king of Dato.
No king. 3 on the river. So a bit of a scary card, right?
I'm not sure from the cutoff. Not so much.
You don't think there's a lot of ace-4 suited? I guess there's not a ton of combos, right? I guess at this point.
Ace-4 suited is 4 combos.
Ace-5.
Pocket 4s is a few more.
Yeah.
But again, maybe pocket 4s wouldn't have played their hand this way, so that's kind of discounted. And the thing is, if your opponent does have ace-jack, ace-queen, they're just going to check here a bunch. So I think the check gives you a lot of information. Because a bet on this river will quite frequently be an indication of extreme strength, given the 2 streets that we've seen so far.
Kuznetsov wide-eyed.
Anton Wig has queens. He is one of the biggest stacks at this table. Starts the hand with 529,000, 66 big blinds.
Yeah, you know, I'm not surprised to see Anton actually flat here. I think you can work in a mixed strategy. You know, you're not going to be entirely thrilled all the time to get in 70 big blinds, you know, under the gun and the hijack. And it's nice to maybe, if there are some stacks behind that could squeeze, that might otherwise fold to a 3-bet. And we're seeing a perfect example of that right here with the 40 big blind, small blind stack of the pocket 10s. Now, we could just see an overcall here from Sear, but, you know, would be justified in just squeezing this in. And does do it, and this is why this flat is so effective. Anton just so aware of the stacks behind and going to be quickly called. Ooh, and he's loving that.
Great trap set by Anton Wig. Casimir Sear falling into it. And Sear is the at-risk player and behind. Dominated.
And I think this is a good lesson for the viewers at home, is that you don't always have to 3-bet certain hands, certain situations. It's important to have different gears and a mixed strategy, thinking about those stack sizes behind, how they're going to react when you just call.
Still 5 cards to come, mind you. The flop is Jack 9 deuce, Queens holding.
Fair.
Suffice to say,
Queen.
Sear needs a 10. on the turn or river.
An 8 or a 7 will deliver additional outs.
There is the 8. So now he has 6 outs instead of 2. Is it always coming 7?
It has been said, James.
He's going to need a 7 or a queen on the river, or he is KO'd. It is a 7 because it is always coming, and that is going to be a double up.
This is the NAPT, my babies.
Comeback time.
Yeah, we can play for real now.
One time, come on. Yeah.
Hey, Mom, I'm playing heads up on TV. I'll see you later.
Why are you so good, Vanessa?
Congratulations to Tom Marchese. William Reynolds is the champion.
Vanessa Selps is the first ever 2-time NAPT champion.
No better place to play poker than in Vegas.
I think I'm gonna have fun playing with you today, sir.
It has been a minute. See you on the strip.
See you on the strip indeed, but see you first at EPT Cyprus. Welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour, live coverage of day 3 of the main event from the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Still waiting for a couple of players to get back, or all of them to get back from dinner break. I am Joe Stapleton. With me on the line via satellite is Maria Ho.
Hi.
Hello, Maria. How are you?
I'm doing well, but maybe not as well as you are, because you mentioned Spa like you stopped by there today before you headed in.
No, I've walked past the Spa several times, but you know what the schedule's like here. Not a lot of free time. Taking a look right now at the 5 biggest chip stacks in the overall tournament. Nathan Tatart. I didn't think we used that word anymore. This is our feature table. These are the players we'll be focusing on for the next 90 minutes for the last level of the day. Gerard Carbo, a player we got to know a little bit yesterday, is the biggest stack heading into the last level of day 3. Montoy Julien, a player we saw at a feature table earlier, as well as Fabio Peluso. Nicholas Schweedy, a former EPT champion, sits 5th in chips at this table. And Paul Newey has been getting a lot of screen time yesterday, earlier today, and right meow. Whew. James Hardigan also with us at the moment.
Apologies, I got delayed at the buffet. Hello, Joseph Stapleton. Hello, Maria Ho, who joins us live via satellite.
Hi. I mean, what's your favorite dish at the buffet? I feel like it sounds like a good buffet out there.
I liked the mincemeat and vegetables today. Was pretty good.
This evening I had some kind of Turkish kebab, and also the cheesy garlic bread is particularly pleasant. But you've got to be there when it comes out the oven, because it's on the buffet stand for seconds before it's all decimated.
That's why I went to dinner a little early today. I couldn't get a seat last night, and I felt like an idiot walking around with a plate and nowhere to sit. So I snuck out early.
So looking at the prize money up top in this EPT main event, the single biggest slice of the $6.4 million prize pool is the $1,042,000 for the winner. 64 players returning from dinner break. 64 players competing in the final level of day 3. Tomorrow we will aim to get down to 16. Hopefully get that done inside of 5 levels. Might take a 6th level. So maybe we'll get a little bit more Maria time tomorrow if the day runs a little bit longer.
That would be fun for me, because I want to see who ends up making it through tomorrow because it's going to be a big day for a lot of these players, but recognizing some familiar faces here already.
Yeah, Nicola Schwiti, as Joe just referenced, is an EPT champion, won in Monte Carlo in 2010. He is a below-average stack right now, and that is a look. 349,000 is Schwiti's stack. Average is 620,000. And we are at the 612 blind level, so hovering around that 50 big blind average, which is where we'd expect to be. Fabio Peluso is an Italian qualifier. Gerard Carbo is a Spanish qualifier. Both of them big stacks at the feature table. As we take a look at the outer tables.
Are you a new member? Yeah. You stay one? No, you.
A lot of people have changed their clothes and put the right shirts, right?
Yeah. 8 by 8.
Two people.
The cards
For the camera.
have to be in this box, okay?
Not me neither. Nice play, nice play.
I didn't even thought about it.
Maria, if you'd had to have set a line for the total number of entries in the first ever EPT Cyprus main event, would you have been close to the actual number?
I had a feeling based on just the murmurings online with hotel rooms being sold out that it was going to get big. I don't know if I, without all of those clues, would have gotten to this number. I think over 1,000 I would have been really, really happy and surprised by. But I know that poker's really big there, so a lot of players coming out for this.
Most of the projections were between 1,100 and 1,200, with the most optimistic estimate I heard between 1,250 and 1,300, which would have been like Prague numbers. So to beat Prague is pretty good for this debut stop.
I would have had the way under. I would have been way off. Granted, most of the people who are here didn't, it doesn't take as long for them to get here as it took me.
Well, and how long did it take your luggage to get there, Joe?
Yeah, it took my luggage several days past. It only took one extra day for the luggage to arrive at the airport. It was just on this end, getting someone to go pick it up took 48 hours longer than it should have, probably.
So play is underway. This is the first hand of the new level. Reminder, the blinds are 6,000, 12,000 with a 12K big blind ante. Level 20 of the main event. And it's all Biz. Mustafa Biz winning that first hand. Paul Newey is a regular in the one seat at this table. He's been on 2 different feature tables, and each time he's been in that seat, although, wasn't he wearing a different shirt earlier on?
Is it like a pre-buffet and a post-buffet shirt?
Now, do you think that's an intentional shirt change, or implying that maybe there was a bit of a mess at the buffet?
I mean, I feel like, generally speaking, you know, if you're rushing and you're eating at a buffet, accidents tend to happen. I'm not saying that that's necessarily the situation here with Newey, but could have, you know, been some red sauce at dinner, some type of bolognese option, perhaps.
We've got Kenar Ine in his cyberpunk goggles raising here with the James and Joe. He's made it 25,000, and Carbo has defended his big blind with Queen 5.
You know, granted, Carbo's off the big stack, but Queen 5 offsuit, not always necessary to defend with against an early position open. Ine just going to exercise some pot control with the check back. So far, still a decent turn card for the jacks. Could elect to go for a delayed C bet, especially up against a defending range here from the big blind.
In Turkey, very aggressive.
Yes, very, very. Yes. We are aggressive with hands. These guys are aggressive with nothing, so it's different.
Just I see the percentages. One out of one out of one.
2 out of 2, 100%. Dealer, so is it allowed to change your shirt in between the breaks? It's a different shirt now, like a different person.
Change luck.
I believe it is
I've been in
allowed.
3 times in 2 days in this seat. I'll say yesterday as well. This morning and tonight. I've got to put a different shirt on.
I don't even have so many shirts to change, so he knew he's going to be on TV so much. Professional.
Action folded to Paul Newey in his post-buffet shirt. Pavlov.
Wait, what? These glasses again? They come in different shades?
So blind v blind. Now, you know, my attention is always drawn by a fancy watch. We do see a lot of Rolexes in poker. And look, Rolex make very nice sports watches, but Nicolas Schwete is next level. That, to me, looks like a Patek Philippe Nautilus. Now, Patek, one of the Holy Trinity. We're talking high horology now. Schwete, class.
Wow. He does not hand out the stamp of approval that generously.
If you're rocking Vacheron or Patek, you're next level.
Maria, it tells time better than any other watch.
Oh, no, it doesn't. It will be less accurate than a Casio. Genuinely.
I have
just
no
not
retort.
used to a watch. I'm just not used to a watch having only one function. It's just weird.
Yours also tells your horoscope.
It tells me that the 24th of October is going to be my lucky day this month.
To be fair, Maria, some watches tell the time in 2 different time zones. Some will give you the date, the day of the week.
The date. You're right. You're right.
Some have a stopwatch built in.
Maria, my girlfriend just so happens to be out of town on the 24th of October. Is that what you're referring to about it being your lucky day?
Oh.
Ooh.
No, definitely not. Well, if your girlfriend's going to be out of town, I'm also going to make sure I'm out of town.
Hold on. Maybe it'll finally be the dinner that you owe Maria. Maybe that's why it's her lucky day.
Oh.
Ooh,
think about it.
Now, James, you're talking. Yeah.
Carbo raising the button with King 6 of clubs. Leo spotting that it is an Aquanaut rather than a Nautilus. Fair point, Leo, but it's nonetheless Patek.
Peluso coming after this button open from Carbo. King 7 off, not a bad hand to do it with. You got that nice blocker to some of the premium holdings. Carbo, I feel like King 6 suited just feels too weak to continue, but it's also a matter of the frequency in which you think the big blind is going to be attacking your button opens, but they're just going to give it up.
Now, during the last level, of the last feature table, not only did we have some good, bad lookalikes, we actually had some genuinely decent lookalikes. I'm pleased to say that normal service has been restored, As Kanik writes, is it just me, or does Ine look a bit like George Russell? It is just you.
I do not know who George Russell is. I can neither confirm nor deny.
Same.
George Russell is a Formula One driver who drives for Mercedes along with Lewis Hamilton.
Oh, that George Russell. Well, okay. Well, I do know who that is, and I don't see it.
There's just a lot going on here.
Milking the camera time a bit here when deuce off.
Listen, my friend.
Oh, I think I see a friendship developing. Starts with change. Next, it's a little joke, making fun of the player in seat 1. No offense, it's just the other end of the table. You know how these things work. Then it's a drink after bag and tag. Next thing you know, sharing a room at EPT Prague.
Every relationship always starts with asking for change.
Are you guys like me where you pick a favorite at the table to ask for change from? Like, I don't always ask. Like, common sense would dictate you should ask the person that either has the most chips or the person closest to you, right?
Yes.
But I sometimes choose the person that I want to initiate a conversation with the most, you know, hence this whole starting a friendship over asking for change. It does check out.
Even if they're the other end of the table,
I
just
think
ignore everyone near you.
Yes.
I think distance is the key factor for me. Because then you have to get the dealer involved, or some other player has to be involved, acting like a croupier, pushing the chips from one end of the table to the other.
But what about the person who just won several pots in a row, so you feel like they might have lucky chips? That might just be for the superstitious folk.
Yeah, that's
out
just
there.
for the.
But
Paluzzo Ace King on the button raises to 25,000. And a fold to the small blind. Montois in the big blind with ace-5 offsuit.
I hate it. I hate that you can't just fold. I mean, look, against the button, fine.
You can. I mean,
theory
will
right.
state you're not meant to, but you can. You can also do this.
yeah, Stapes, do you feel more comfortable folding
Yes.
or more comfortable
Folding.
betting?
Folding. More comfortable
Yeah, I
folding,
know. It was
always.
a rhetorical question. You definitely would not be doing this with ace-5, and I don't mind it. Again, against a button open range, shouldn't contain hands that are as strong as ace-king normally, but does run into it here. Just goes for the full stack.
In all honesty, I might have re-raised against the button open.
And then you get shoved on, and then you're really angry.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I would assume that they're just picking on me because they know I'm a bad player, so I'll call it off. You think I care about the money? You think I do. I care a lot, but not right this second. Oh, man, I really care about the money now that I'm out.
Paul Newey folding. Ilya Pavlov with Queen 10. Raises to 25,000. Carbo and Schweiti are both folded. Paluzzo's out. Are the steampunk goggles going on? Is Kanane going to play this hand? Nope. Rounds the blinds. Montois folds. Mustafa Biz. 9-4 off. When I lived in Canterbury, there was a nightclub called The Biz. Spelt B-I-Z. Mustafa makes me think of that club.
What was your drink of choice there?
I was a student. I could barely afford anything. You had to buy a bottle of Charmaine from Asda. Drink it through a straw. Make sure you got drunk before you went to the club. 99p a bottle. Tasted like paint stripper, but it did the job.
What in God's name is Charmaine?
Well, clearly, it's a cheap supermarket variation of champagne. It's a cheap sparkling wine.
Charmaine. Wow. Do you ever have any luck at Biz?
No.
I just don't even really picture James being like a big club guy, though.
I mean, none of us were, but we all got dragged in college. I remember the first time I tried to go to a club in college, the bouncer made fun of my shirt. Really broke me.
Do you still have that shirt?
I don't, but I should try to find like a replica of it and wear it out and get bottle service now. Show that guy.
Thank you to Paul K watching on YouTube. He says, I went to university in Canterbury. The Biz then became The Works and then became Bars. 3 floors of chaos. It's always been 3 floors of chaos, Paul, whatever it's been called.
Is it a small world, or does this stream just reach so many people that there just happens to be somebody who went to school there and knows this place you're talking about?
I guess.
That feels likely also.
Schweiti raising here with Kojak. Paluzzo with ace-king.
Chody off of about 30 bigs, just slightly under to start the hand, so Paluzzo could easily just go for the 3-bet and call it off if Chody decides to go with this hand, which I don't believe he will, but you never know. Certainly counting his chips, making it look like he's interested.
Seven. Maybe more.
Certainly if this hand was suited, perhaps he'd be interested in calling and seeing a flop, but the unsuited variety from +1 and the 3-bet from under the gun +2 certainly doesn't feel strong enough to continue.
With Schweiti folding. Another pot gets shipped to Fablo Paluzzo, who's playing 63 big blinds now. Referenced earlier on, the Fabio won an online satellite on PokerStars Italy.
That's what PokerStars.it is?
Yes.
I just got that.
Oh, good end.
No.
For me, good end. Very good end is aces and kings.
I thought it was like the it thing. Like that was a new hot suffix to have.
If you show, I call. I don't know what that means.
You know how they're always trying to sell you on those different things like dot whatever, like you better buy all the dot whatevers for your name because this. So I thought they were trying to sell me dot Joe Stapleton dot it.
He has glasses anyway. You're not seeing his eyes.
Oh yeah, it says it right here. Dot Italy. Got it. You learn something new every day.
So staying active with the under the gun +1 open with ace-8 suited, and Pavlov in the small blind looks interested. There is a lot of 3-betting going on pre-flop so far. I mean, and some warranted by the hands, by the strength of the hand that they hold, but some, you know, maybe not so much, maybe just feeling like Peluso is just a little more active in this last orbit or so, and Pavlov maybe picking up on something as a frequency issue, but does get away with it.
I feel like we were about to get a Maria Ho as played explanation if that had gone further into the streets.
No, that was just really a pleasantly surprised reaction, I think, by me of seeing a lot of 3-bets so far. Sometimes there's like a post-dinner lull. People ate too much. They're a little tired. They see a spot that sometimes they could 3-bet or sometimes they could just pass up on it, and they just decide to pass on it because they don't want to think that hard.
Yeah, I think it's just an emotional thing too, right? Like, if you make a move earlier in the day and you get caught up in some cooler because you 3-bet king jack out of the small blind against an early raise. You're like, whatever, I picked my spot and it didn't work out. And then if you do it with like an hour to go in the day, you feel a lot dumber about it, even though it's the same thing.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be affecting some of these players, though, but I completely agree. I mean, people want to bag at the end of the night, and, you know, as it gets closer, people might start locking their chips up, playing a little bit tighter, not getting into marginal spots.
Like, I don't think I know a single player who wouldn't mention that they went broke on one of the last hands of the night if they went broke in one of the last hands of the night. For some reason, it matters. All right, we got Pavlov opening a6 on the button this time. From out of position to in position, Sweetie.
He is a Sweetie.
Defense with the deuces, and a big, fat, juicy flush draw for Pavlov. Almost makes you salivate. Like ringing a bell. Here's the C-bet.
Not a lot of places for the deuces to go except into the muck. I feel like there's just not going to be a whole lot of turn cards where you feel like you're going to be able to proceed profitably. So if you call here, that doesn't feel like a good option. But then perhaps sometimes you are hoping your opponent will slow down.
Well, you got a full house draw now.
Future streets. Yeah, well, there's that. You didn't have, you know, the backdoor flush draw or backdoor straight draw. You just had deuces, but now you have 2 pairs, so perhaps that will strengthen his resolve a little bit. You know, Pavlov can certainly go one of 2 ways because you do have some showdown value with ace high, but you also have the nut flush draw, so can certainly continue to bet your equity and try to get rid of perhaps, you know, a 4x or a hand as weak as deuces. Okay, you're right. Full house draw did come in.
Full boat.
I'm on a boat.
Not the full house he was hoping for.
And looks like Chudy's going to be the one to put chips in with this baby full house targeting at ace highs. Feels comfortable after Pavlov checked back the turn that perhaps this is the exact type of hand that he's going to be up against here. Pavlov reaching. Oh, well, okay. That's one way to play it. If you're not going to go for the double barrel on the turn,
Pavlov is
why
just
not try to rep?
itching for an as played from Maria. 2 hands in a row.
You know, the way that this hand is played, it's certainly, I wouldn't say it's suspicious, but you just want to think about what you're repping here. Is it possible that you do want to check back trip kings there on the turn with the flush draw possible? You know, would you maybe check a hand like queens or jacks or tens or one of those premium pairs on the turn, and then now feel like against that sizing on the river, you actually have a hand strong enough to raise for value? Say if you had, you know, kings full of queens or jacks or even aces in this spot, would you go for the raise against that particular sizing? It gets called. Oh my goodness.
Stationed by Schweedy.
And Schweedy will chip up to over 500,000, now playing more than 40 big blinds.
Did you hear the way Maria danced around saying as played? She said the way this hand was played.
Is that what I said?
Yes.
So Paul K has come back to me with some Canterbury trivia.
Yeah, I'm excited for this.
James, the Monument Pub is now owned by one of my best friends and a former World Series of Poker November 9er. The reason I know this is I was in Canterbury recently, and my friend Tony took us there and went, I think the guy who owns this plays poker. So he told me it's Sam Holden.
Sam Hold'em? That is there
Holden.
hasn't been such a good.
Done.
Just let me have my moneymaker moment with Sam Hold'em. That's some, I mean, that's pure passive income right there, right? If you have enough money, just buy a bar in England. Never have to work a day in your life.
In a student town.
Student town, I mean, come on. Did you get a bucket of Jaeger bombs? For old time's sake?
No. I did. What was the name of the place we ended up at, like 1 in the morning? I did do a Sambuca shot, which I instantly regretted.
In a plastic shot glass?
It was in glass.
Oh, wow, classy. Paul Newey shoving from the hijack. The old ace clanger.
Good luck, all-in player. Does Peluso want a count? He does.
Yeah, ace-8 suited seems interested in this spot. Hijack, shove. About 13 bigs. Does feel like there's going to be some hands that you'll be slightly ahead of. You know, all of the king, queen suit, queen, jack suited, jack 10 suited, small pairs that, you know, hopefully you'll have 2 overs against. Certainly, of course, can be dominated by some of the stronger ace-X's.
You guys will end up chopping anyway, so.
PUBG Karakin, watching on YouTube, says
that was going to get your attention.
Give us a prediction for one player for final table commentators. My prediction is that Griffin Benja will be a player who will be among the final table commentators.
I will predict Nick Walsh.
I
as
think
a player who will be a final table.
I think there's a pretty good prediction
Yeah.
there, Joe, and there's a solid prediction.
Thank you for your question.
I'm sorry neither of us picked you, Maria, but we know that you are an official PokerStars business on the East Coast this weekend, so you might not make it for the final table.
That is true. I might not make it, but I might. I might, just to throw these people off that aren't expecting yet another player to be at the final table.
Maybe, man, we're kind of all booked up on the podcast for the next couple of months, but I would love to get a rundown from Maria of what goes on at this swanky event. Maria, is this the event that used to be the Vanessa Selbst event? Or is this different?
I believe it is different.
Okay.
You mean the one that Vanessa Selbst was a part of in terms of hosting and helping to organize? Yes. No, this is not the same charity.
Got it, okay.
Did you attend one of those back in the day?
I hosted
Did you
one of
come
them,
out from
yeah.
that? Oh, okay. Yeah. It is not, but it is for an equally good cause.
Interesting board. Peluso still ahead, but Carbo with a pair and a draw. By the way, Karakin, my least favorite map. And there's a lot of maps in that game.
I was going to
don't
say,
like.
I knew you were going to have a strong opinion about Karakin. I knew it was either really good or really bad. You're polarized.
Really interesting board here
Yeah.
for both players. Peluso with the overpair and the gut shot to the 8 high straight. Carbo working with a pair and a straight draw himself. Okay, are these players just all gas, no brakes here post-dinner? Because they are going hard.
There is
no break.
There's a lot of beans and aubergine up there, so all gas does track.
It is blast-off time. Four, five, six, seven. No,
you need them both. Yeah, that doesn't work.
I mean, if they combined hands.
That's what I mean by you need them both. Yeah.
Is nice in the sense that now improves to an open-ender, but you wonder what they're going to make of the fact that Carbo did bet and call the raise. You know, certainly you can be up against sets sometimes. You can, of course, be up against better hands than 8s right now. It does feel like a bit of a defensive sizing to just go 80 here. If Peluso was the one with a set, you would imagine he would go a lot bigger with this type of texture. Just trying to give himself a little protection from all of the draws out there, the flush draws, a straight draw.
The river is a 3.
That's got to be a
3,
straight.
4, 5, 6, 7. It is a straight.
That's got to be something.
And Peluso, who was actually ahead all the way to the river. Oh, feels like there'd be a card that is going to be a natural when your opponent calls twice. You know, certainly pocket 5s will be in there. You know, a hand like 6-5 suited, 5-4 suited, definitely be in there. You know, and
You're not torrenting something while you're on the line with us, are you?
No.
You're not on the Pirate Bay?
No.
All right, just checking.
Why?
I don't know if your line's breaking up.
Is my
a little
connection
bit.
bad?
Yeah, like you're downloading entire seasons of Dragon Ball Z.
Okay, let me try to
Oh God, no! Don't
No,
change
try
anything.
I was just trying
pop
to do.
out the chat. No, I had YouTube on, but like muted to see the chat, but I just popped it out and then I closed YouTube.
Absolutely. I mean,
Does that help?
that's obvious, Maria. None of us thought for 1 second you'd actually have the stream going in the background.
But does this help
It should do, yes.
by any chance? See, I can troubleshoot this. I'm pretty tech savvy, guys.
Don't know if you saw this message from Drazzle, Joe.
I did.
Amazingly, found an EPT 10 car protector I won while living in Thailand back in 2016. You guys posted it there. Still watching you all these years later. I remember when we gave away car protectors. I remember the Mug Stapes promotion where you walked around for an entire EPT season with a car protector in your pocket and said you would give it to the first person who came up to you and demanded it. And at the end of the season, you still had that car protector.
I think his glasses are also kind of smart.
I have very little recollection of that.
I was the one who turned it into Mug Stapes and decided they should actually physically interact with you to
You
get
know how many
that car
people I had to
protector.
fight off? It was the fight of my life keeping that thing all season.
17 fights and 16 of them were with Asif.
It was it was my own personal version of the Running Man. Paul Newey. Ooh.
Yeah. Our guy passes up on this spot. Probably just doesn't like the fact that he's in such early position and doesn't love the open shove, but doesn't maybe feel comfortable with the min raise.
Paul Newey is not spewy.
Nicholas Schweete back in action, raising to 25,000. We'll probably get through the small blinds. And now the big blind. Montois defending with 10-9.
I have 1 million.
It's a Jack 9-4 flop.
Oh.
So a pair for Montois, the gut shot for Schweete.
Things could get a little goofy here.
Yeah, you expect that Schweete can find a C-bet at a pretty high frequency with the 2 overs, with the gut shot, straight draw, with the backdoor flush possibility. And Montois really should just go into check call mode here on the flop. Doesn't feel like there's a whole lot of reason to go for a check raise. You have a hand that has a decent chance to win at showdown.
So we've referenced a few times that Nicholas Schweete won the EPT Monte Carlo main event in 2010. That was worth 1.7 million euros, by the way. He actually has 13 EPT main event cashes.
Oh.
This will actually be his
Wow.
14th. Obviously, we don't know the size of that cash yet. It will be at least $16,250.
Lebanon,
wonder
2013 Country of the Year, the European Poker Awards.
Oh, European Poker Awards. Those are the days.
Schweete considering the double barrel here and does feel like it should be effective against this part of Montois' range. Gonna have some 9Xs, gonna have some weaker, smaller pairs that, you know, isn't gonna love seeing further aggression on the turn. Schweete can certainly have a lot of good Jack X's here, you know, Ace Jack, King Jack, Queen Jack, all of those hands plus over pairs as well.
Montois folds the best hand.
I can relate.
Sweetie chips up further. Quick update from the field. Earlier on, we had Casimir Saya on the feature table, size 25. Still going strong and currently a top 10 stack. Meanwhile, another Twitch regular, Gilles Simon, known as Gilly on Twitch, is comfortably inside the top 5.
Go Gahili.
Which one is it?
Did Gabby just give Nicholas Schweedy a gold star for making that call with the Kings full of deuces?
At this venue, we hand out merit badges.
I said, I'm not coming extra. Sorry. But the bullet with the quality busted re-entry.
Okay, Mr. Newey. King, queen suited.
Well, ace jack, one position sooner. Yeah, that's going in the muck too. Paul Tidy.
Is it bad, Maria, that I would have just opened jammed king, queen suited from under the gun for 14 bigs?
No, it's definitely not bad. It's not. It's no. It's just. It's not. It's not a bad shove. I think you can either open shove or you could just min raise. Min raise essentially gives you the opportunity to, you know, get a little bit of value if the big blind defends, and usually, you know, you're going to have a pretty good hand for most flops, all things considered, against that range. But, you know, if you also min raise, then you can get away if there's a 3-bet and a 4-bet behind you without your tournament life being on the line.
You brought that up, because that would be my problem if I were to just min raise. Because you get 3-bet, and then you're kind of in no man's land because you feel like you could be folding the best hand, but if you shove, they're going to be priced into call.
You're never folding the best hand when you get 3-bet.
I like to take the guessing out of it and just put my chips in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you would have already been broke from shoving
fair.
ace jack the hand previous to that.
No, ace jack offsuit, I would have had a bad feeling about that. Dre says we need some passion here. Joe, are you up for giving Dre the passion he desires?
Yeah, come on, Dre. It's open bar, buddy. Let's find some liquid passion.
Oh, the cyberpunk goggles are going on.
Full back. I didn't see him. But he has it raised.
So you have to raise.
37.
Yes, 37 is going to be the raise.
Minimum.
Minimum raise.
Okay, that's fine. That's 25 and 37 and a half.
Okay, so Ine said the word raise, then threw out a 25K chip because he didn't realize that Pavlov had raised under the gun. He intended to raise to 25,000.
Yeah, I thought I can do more.
No. By saying raise and throwing out the 25K, it has to be ruled as a min raise, which is to 37,000.
I do like saying that he wants to do more, though, once you get sort of in this spot. I think it's a good way to keep people confused.
Yeah, and it's hard for Pavlov to really know what to make of this, right? I mean, on one hand, you know, if you think that Ine was just trying to steal from the cutoff, not realizing there was an open in front of him, then he can have a pretty weak range. But sometimes you might just run up against a real strong hand that just didn't realize there was an open, but it wouldn't have changed their decision either way to continue with the hand. And now Pavlov with queen jack suited decides to call and whiffs the flop, which is really unfortunate because those chips are pretty precious for his stack depth. And now you kind of feel like you just have to continue to feign strength, especially on an ace-high board as an A.
Continuation bet from NA is 22,000. Pavlov is considering doing something here. That is a check raise.
Wow.
I love it when something funky happens in a hand. Something goes wrong, it throws everything off the rails.
I know this is my first shift commentating here at EPT Cyprus, but you guys do notice that there's a lot of action pushing happening, right? This isn't typical, you know, for 3 orbits after dinner break. People aren't just going to decide to check raise the queen jack of diamonds on an ace high board against a min 3 bet without fully knowing whether it was completely, you know, them just abusing the situation of thinking it was folded to them the cutoff, or perhaps just having a hand they would have played regardless. And it's pretty ballsy, I've got to say.
What a ballsy move from the leopard print gentleman. Dre has responded. Lol, let's get it, buddy.
Sorry, did you say Dre or Drea?
Dre.
Oh. Yeah, whatever. Sure.
If there's passion on the menu, you're not fussy.
Mm-mm.
Halfway through the level, Carbo is the table chip leader right now. Gerard Carbo, a player who's had a few decent scores in side events on the EPT, but has only cashed the main event a couple of times, both this year. Barcelona in the summer, Paris at the start of the year, and he's already guaranteed his best ever live score in this tournament.
We've got the leopard sitting next to the jungle. Philip asks, where are the commentators coming from? Mostly from a place of understanding and hope, I'd say. Schweedy with the Queenies.
25,000.
Nobody else in the EPT has a name that sounds like whistling. Schweedy. Shields up. Seemed like a waste of a wardrobe change, but okay.
You've got to give your opponent the stare. Look at this. All biz.
He's about to give Schweedy the biz. I'm the biz, and nobody beats me.
Re-raises to 80,000. Gets rid of Paul Newey in the small blind. Gets rid of Pavlov in the big blind.
You sure? Okay, yep. Okay, checks out.
How much do you have total?
Who's covered here? Biz is covered.
Oh, yeah. Biz has only got 168 behind. Oh, it's all going in. Don't worry.
It's been a while since we've had a disgusting cooler.
Yeah, I mean, the silver lining being that Biz is on the shorter side.
I ran kings to aces today, queens to kings. Amazing. Yalla, go.
Amazing you're still in then.
Today, I lose both for now. Amazing game.
Well, Biz needs kings to hold because he is the at-risk player. Nicholas Schwiti wants some justice.
You can't take muttering seriously.
Justice. Oh dear, that removes one of Nicholas Schwiti's 2 outs. He's drawing to a card. Only the Queen of Clubs will eliminate Mustafa Biz. The 8 of Clubs. King's hold, that's a double up.
Well, Schwiti got the justice. The best hand won. I would have been rooting for injustice personally.
Schwiti hovering around the 30 big blind mark now. Mustafa Biz playing more than 40 bigs. Average stack right now with 55 remaining is 720,000, and we only have 2 players at the table with above average stacks. Julien Montois with 938,000, just shy of 80 big blinds. And table chip leader Gerard Carbo, who's got 1.28 million, which is close to 110 bigs.
Philip wants to know, are you guys actually commentating from Cyprus at the event? Philip, if we are not in Cyprus, then it was a real piece of showmanship, me acting like my luggage didn't get here for 2 days. We really went the extra mile to sell it.
To be fair, 2/3 of the current commentary team are in Cyprus. Maria is at home on the west coast of the United States of America, joining us live via satellite.
That is true, the live via satellite part, but I am not on the West Coast. I'm on the East Coast.
Of course, you've already relocated ahead of your big gig this weekend. Because understandably, Maria, it's a 3-hour time difference. It's a, you know, got to make a big adjustment there.
I have a lot of trouble falling asleep with the 3-hour time difference because it's, you know, 9 p.m. on the West Coast and it's midnight here, and I'm like, I should go to sleep. I should be in bed. And then I just toss and turn for 3 hours.
Well, plus you don't bring those $1,000 pillows with you, do you?
Come on, Stapes. I buy my pillows on Amazon, just like everybody else.
Amazon Prime.
That's true, just like a lot of people. I don't know anybody that doesn't have Amazon Prime, actually. It's a great deal.
To be
It's a
fair,
bargain.
the Prime element is the delivery service. It doesn't mean the quality of the goods is any better. Montois is open to 25,000, and look at this. Biz just calls with queens.
Nobody beats him.
That beats queens.
Is this the justice?
Justice.
I'm still confused about the whole justice part.
I mean, if Biz can just get away from queens here, good on him.
Feels like a reasonable line to just call, yeah.
أسوأ نهار بحياتي اجاني اليوم 4 بريميومز بيروا طلع معه بيراس هلا مع مصطفى بيردام معه بيروا اسروا بيرفالي ازفالي الفلوب مقصد سولدي هلا كان معي 350 ملفني هذا
True.
كله كول بيتدرس لقيت لما طلعت من 360,000 اجاني بيردام مع بيروا
I don't know about that part.
شو هلا كان معي 600,000 مش معقول ما بيجيني غير بريميوم كان بيطلع معنا احسن تعبت بدي اخلص النهار بقى تعبت لو بدي اخلص
No, that's not what you said yesterday.
See Montois sizing up on the turn. Just trying to continue to build the pot. A couple of draws possible.
5 seconds.
Certainly worth taking the time to think this over. You do have a straight draw. You might be uncertain as to where your queens stand at the moment. And if you think about what type of bluffs could be possible, queens block some of, the ace-queen type hands that could have gone as a semi-bluff with the flop bet and the turn bet.
He's a whiz, this Biz.
That's why nobody beats him.
Sorry? You didn't 3-bet pocket queen flip-flop? Okay. You were trying to trap me. Mr. Trap. I call you.
Pocket queen. Why to 3-bet? He waits for someone to have queens. He get kings. Easy game. All day I didn't have first queens.
What's funny is that Peluso could be Nicholas Schweedy of yesteryear.
I don't think Nicholas Schweedy has ever worn a bucket hat.
Ooh, I think he has.
7 folds.
Raise.
Seat 8 raise. 25,000. 10 folds. 1 fold.
Got ourselves a raise here. Julien Montois starts the hand with more than 1 million chips. Has opened with king 6 of diamonds. We've got Pavlov on the button with ace 10.
Ding!
Pavlov with about 25 big blinds. Certainly doesn't shy away from aggression from what we've seen, and now we're going to go ahead and attack this open. And, just pretty astute to be attacking the open off of, a table big stack. Just understanding that they're going to be opening wider.
Yes. Okay, exactly. Thank you.
Ace-10 offsuit, certainly the type of hand where if you 3-bet and you get shoved on, you're not going to be calling off there. You'll just be folding and moving on to the next one. But if you get called, you still get to play it in position, even though its strength against the call is probably, right on the cusp. You probably don't feel super comfortable. You feel like there's going to be a lot of pretty good hands in the mix if they're willing to call your 3-bet off of a 25 big blind stack. So really happy to just get this through.
Pavlov's gotten a lot through, except for that river bluff raise against Schweedy. Everything else, though.
Is there a way to buy them on the secondary market or something like this? How much? Doesn't matter.
What are we talking about? Glasses again? Mom Chill on YouTube asked, what was the entry fee? The entry fee is the money the players give to the tournament that later becomes the prize pool. Thank you for your question.
8 raise 25,000.
Montois. Doesn't that translate as my 3?
No, that would be Montois with an R.
Oh, Montois, not Montois.
Same, but different.
R's.
Anyway. My 3. raising with ace-king. Pavlov calling with ace-jack.
Seemed like there was a little bit of consideration on the 3-bet. Certainly was reaching deeper into the stack, but landed on a call. And Schwede, nice hand in the small blind with tens. Even if you're up against a pretty strong range against Montois here, you get the call in between from Pavlov, making it a lot more attractive.
Here he goes. Request the triangle. Schwede all in.
Justice.
Justice.
How much is that? 300. Okay. Can I get a count, please?
Montois wants a count.
And I think for 30 bigs, especially with Pavlov behind with just about 30 bigs in his stack as well, I think Montois should just be putting all the chips in the middle. Schwede can certainly have some squeezes with some worse ace-x here just because of that call in between. And if you think that they're going to be jamming pairs, you know, 9s plus, sometimes 8 even, then ace-king's certainly going to be playing well against that.
So we are off to the races. Schwede with the pocket pair, Montois with the overcards.
Like blockers versus birds. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
And because of the folded cards, we know that Schwede is actually a 70% favorite to survive here. Six, 6, 5 on the flop. Looking good for the tens. Nine of hearts. So 3 outs for Julien Montois. Nicolas Schwede just has to fade. Ace or a king on the river. To jack. So Schwede survives.
I'm looking forward to hearing this hand history in Lebanese.
Schwede now second in chips at the table. Roundabout average with 715,000, just shy of 60 big blinds. Montois playing 55 big blinds. Paul Newey still the low man at the table with a 12 big blind stack. Well observed, official 1G. That jack on the river means Pavlov would have won had it been a 3-way all-in.
Oh, no. Terrible fold.
Yeah, you got to play results, dude. I mean, Biz clearly loves his poker. We got the Poker Stars hat, we got the Merit Poker patch, we got the King's Casino t-shirt. He loves his merch.
The trifecta.
Yes.
Maybe his luggage is lost also.
No, you can see it in his eyes, or at least in his face, that he's someone who really, really loves it.
And those are the people that pay our salaries.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is great. Keep those 10-9s out of there. The 9-3s. Don't want to show down against that. Maybe you get a better hand to fold. Maybe.
Biz with ace-jack offsuit, certainly not in a great situation in the sense that Pavlov is 3-betting off of a sub-30 big blind stack. Looks pretty strong against an under-the-gun +1 open. And so ace-jack doesn't rate to be that great in this particular spot, even though they're ahead. And again, just having to fold to the pressure. There's just been so many 3-bets here at this table. It feels like anytime somebody's been dealt a hand that is 3-bettable, they'll do it, even though sometimes the strategy will dictate that you can mix maybe some calls or some folds and some 3-bets with some of these types of hands. But these players picking the aggressive route every time, and for the most part, it's been working.
Ten folds. One folds. Three folds.
Time for some carbo loading.
25,000.
That's what I've been doing in New York. I've had pizza on multiple occasions already, and pasta, mashed potatoes, a lot of focaccia bread.
That is a lot of grains.
All mixed up in a bucket with the eggs on top.
6-6 fold.
Paluzzo calling on the button with Queen 10 of clubs.
7 folds. And 8 gold.
Montois in as well with ace-9. It's a 6-5-3 flop. Ace-king high, the best hand.
Sit 8 check. Four check. And 6 check.
Eight of clubs on the turn. Carbo now 2-1 favorite in this three-way pot.
Once the flop was checked around, though, you do feel like Montois might see an opening to bet. Doesn't take it, but when you look at this board, does feel like it can certainly hit the big blinds range quite often. And no other player seems to be too interested in the pot.
Deuce on the river. Ace-king, still the best hand.
Now you've got to be feeling like there's going to be better aces out there. So with ace-9, not necessarily a lot of showdown value, especially against two opponents. Do you want to pull the trigger? Doesn't look like it.
Check to showdown. Carbo's going to ship this one.
Look at at how excited Carbo was to win that hand with Ace King.
Still the biggest stack at this table with 1.3 million. And 20 minutes left on the level. Well, actually, in about 10 minutes, they'll stop the clock. And then we'll go through the process of drawing for how many hands to play until the conclusion of the day. Bad lookalike coming in from Wheatley Inn. And appreciate this is one that is mostly of relevance to people in the United Kingdom. Relates to the player in the big blind. We'll get to him shortly.
1 fold. 3 folds. 4 folds. 5 folds. 6 folds.
We're getting there. Ine on the button with 7-4 of diamonds.
B. Zephyr says, you know that meme of Ben Affleck smoking and looking fed up? That's how I imagine the mods having to deal with chat. Correct.
Oh, Montois with Ace King in the small.
Can't blame Ine for taking this spot on the button with suited, somewhat connected holding, and
so
Wheatley of this table.
Wheatley thinks that Biz looks a bit like Chris Moyles back in the day. That is a solid bad lookalike. Thank you, Wheatley. Sorry, Maria, we lost you there briefly. I think there must have been a cloud passing in front of the satellite.
I was just saying that there seems to be at this table players finding a lot of 3-betting opportunities, and that continues to be the case.
What is my standard amount?
Alexi Sale is another suggestion from Deal C4T.
3 folds.
Nice.
Seat 4 is 25,000. 5 folds. 6 folds.
Carbo is raised with Jack-10 of clubs.
7 folds. 8 folds.
Round to the blinds. Mustafa Biz.
Ten folds. And 1 fold.
Nui just not finding much to go with so far in this level. Okay, maybe finding something to go with, but maybe a couple of missed opportunities that he has elected not to take.
You got to give a guy credit for selling his business for $50 million a couple of years ago and then folds ace-jack from early position on 12 big blinds.
The ladders are
I
real.
like somebody who still knows the value of a dollar.
Exactly. That's what I mean. I got a lot of respect for that.
Seat 4 raise 25,000. 5 folds. 6 of folds.
Carbo opening with kings.
7 folds. 8 folds. 10 folds, 1 folds. And 3 folds.
Raise and take it. Question from Loco Trip on YouTube. Welche Blinds werdet ihr spielen bei Cash Game 100 Euro Bayern? Danke. 1, 2. Danke für deine Frage. Peluso, Queen Jack.
God bless you.
Raise 25,000. Seven folds.
$450 at the beginning, yeah? Something like this? Thank you.
Hey, you're getting complimented on your German.
89.99 a year subscription to Duolingo paying off.
6-8 raise 75,000.
Ooh. Well then. This is going to be quite the clash. I mean, when Biz comes with the 4-bet, though, you just wonder how Montois is going to feel. I mean, besides playing on this table together, you wonder how much history these players have, how much they know about each other's games. Does Biz seem like the type that would ever cold 4 without a hand as strong as perhaps, you know, kings, aces, queens? Would it ever be the same hand? How often would he be putting in the cold 4-bet with, let's say, ace king off in this spot? How does Montois feel about this shove?
3 folds, 4 folds, 6 folds.
350 something.
If we're looking at the effective stack here of Biz,
yeah,
you know, a lot of times players might just decide that ace king suited is going to be good enough to get it in with, but it's not really a open and then a 3-bet situation. Under the gun +1 open, a 3-bet from Montois, then the shove from Biz, which is going to be a lot stronger.
No, Maria.
Maria.
The carbs finally
Maria.
got her.
Maria.
Am I gone?
Oh, she's back. She's back.
Back in time to see this become an all-in and a call, which we kind of figured it would.
Yeah, you don't love it, but it don't felt like an inevitable call.
Someone needs to put
just
another
based
quarter
on stack
in the,
size alone.
in the phone booth. Nobody beats the Biz.
Here we go. King's holding. This flop is all Biz. Turn card is the Jack of Spades. Montois now with the flush draw. Can hit a spade.
Not like this.
Or if we see Barry Greenstein make an appearance.
Is your Spady sense tingling?
No spade. And that is a double up for Mustafa Biz.
Feels bad, man. Second to busting out at the last level of the day is losing a huge pot towards the end of the day.
Usually they play with the candidates because there's the block, yeah?
They will call the hands, last hands.
They will call, right? They should have.
Yeah.
Montois
I mean yes.
down to 22 big blinds.
They just keep it running, maybe.
I mean, what an unfortunate thing to happen in the last 10 minutes.
I think we got around 10 minutes.
When are we going to draw for hands? It's going to be 5 again, by the way, isn't it?
6 folds.
I don't know. I got a better feeling about today.
No, 7 folds.
7 folds.
Dealers on the main event.
Nope.
Once the hand is played, please stop. We're going to draw the number of hands we have to play for today.
10 folds.
What number are you going for, Maria?
I don't want to see on my table.
7. No, 5. They don't even have 7 in there, do they?
Correct. 3, 4, or 5.
Next time, if I don't have aces,
5.
It's always 5.
Only aces against you. Okay. Oh, I wait for the set. Do it myself.
Three raise 30,000 for folds.
All right, dealers, finish the main round and deal the last 3 hands.
Ooh, 3 hands today. Meanwhile, a button race from Pavlov that's going to meet some resistance.
How much stuff today?
It's less.
And Shweety, who's been on a bit of a roller coaster in this last level of the day, just a chunk of chips, then got it back with that flip with 10s against ace king, and now picking up kings. These pins always draw a little bit of suspicion, you know, targeting the button open. Certainly going to be a factor from a good player such as Shweety, somebody who has shown themselves to be aggressive.
So whenever dealers drawing those last 3 hands, make sure you are
3 hands.
That's right, Joe, 3 hands.
3 hands.
So Shweety winning that one. We are going to play those last 3 hands at the feature table.
Yeah, but you have red kings, ace king, queens like this.
Finish when he's
He is the button.
Okay,
1, 2,
perfect.
3. When you want the button is the last one.
Yes, Arshen, 54 means 54 players left from a starting field of 1,320 entries.
Aces, please.
James, I haven't really asked about the widget yet. How's the
No
widget
one
doing
has.
these days?
You are the first person to ask, Maria, and I'm glad you did. I'm glad someone still cares about the widget. So we're coming towards the
Wow,
end
you guys are fickle.
of day, I'm going to say that it's probably outpacing the widget right now because the average stack is big. Or maybe not. Where is the widget? Here it is.
Oh, I was going to say, if you lost the widget, James, it'd just be game over. I mean, talk about not caring about the widget. You practically lost the widget.
6-3 re-raise, all in. Top folks.
Well, Paul Newey all in with sevens. Pavlov reshoving with ace-queen. Schweiti gets rid of the king-queen. And we are going to be off to the races. Paul Newey flipping for his tournament life.
I mean, I was squeezing the ace or the king. Now, I mean, this thing I don't like it much.
Was down to just under 10 big blinds, so couldn't wait much longer.
I'm going to show Joe my widget in a moment, and he'll tell you the number, Maria.
Joe's seen your widget before.
I don't know why he's unzipping. I didn't know it came in a case.
I have to protect the widget. It's very delicate.
Not 4 jacks. That's what I got in Vegas, the main event.
Sevens holding. Pavlov looking for an ace or a queen. Hits his ace on the turn. And Paul Newey now drawing thin and hoping that it is always coming 7. And there is only 1 7 live in the deck. No 7, and Paul Newey clung on, tried to survive to the end of the day, but is eliminated in 54th place.
You know what he did do, though? He laddered.
He did, cashing out for $18,700. So with Paul gone, we're down to 53. How many players does the widget say will be starting day 4?
Ooh, unfortunately, the widget is off. The widget says that we'll be starting day 4 with 52.8 players. So, sorry. I don't even, it's so stupid. It doesn't even know there's no such thing as 0.8 players.
I mean, I could recalibrate the widget to round up and down, but I kind of like the 1 decimal point.
I
It
mean,
also,
what an idiot.
It also gives us a spread, right? We can say between 52 and 53. So I'm glad you asked about the widget, Maria, because I think it's doing pretty well.
The widget is really never wrong. And if the widget keeps us up, the human calculator will definitely be out of a job.
Raise, 25. Sit 8, raise 25,000.
That's right, John. It feels more precise with the decimal point. It feels like there's actually some science, some kind of calculation going on in the background, rather than someone just going, 52.
27, 28-ish.
What's happening here on the penultimate hand of the day? We've had the under-the-gun raise from Montois. We've got Peluso getting involved from the small blind with 9-8 of diamonds.
Feels like everybody's sort of woken up a bit now that they see the light at the end of the tunnel. They know there's only 3 hands left. Get your licks in. I mean, less than 3 now, but you know what I mean.
King, King 10 on the flop. Nay with the advantage.
6 check. 7 check.
Montois with the range advantage probably doesn't love the fact that the small blind called, can certainly have some of this King X, Queen Jack, those type of hands that are certainly going to find a continue. So trying to perhaps show down the ace high, but the board getting more coordinated now on the turn.
7 check. 40,000.
Antoine betting 40,000. Gets the fold from Peluso. Innate with the best hand, 77% favorite. Montoir, of course, cannot win the hand outright. He's drawing to a chop.
And Montois pretty uncapped here, you know, certainly could have queens for queens full, could have ace king and flop trips and perhaps wanted to slow play. Could also certainly have ace jack and have decided to check back the flop. So it looks like Inae's just going to give up the best hand there.
Yeah, and that will take us to the last hand of the day.
He asked if before the floppy jams, if you call.
I don't tell the truth, so honestly.
Watch the TV tonight.
YouTube.
Or Twitch. I didn't know these guys were going to watch. I should have said nicer things about them.
10 fold. Raise 26,000.
Pavlov opening with pocket fives.
5 folds. 6 folds. 7 folds.
Players who want the last hand played, check raise of the thousands. Then we will have on the back, please write your name, surname, chip count, and ID number.
25.
Bag all your chips.
You got to do it. It's the last hand of the day. Could come queen, queen, eight. Can't go to bed without knowing.
Jack 10-3, so we have a straight draw against the fives. It is a post-flop flip.
We have got a royal flush draw.
Champion.
No, 3 cards to the. Don't. No, it's got to be 4 cards.
Get out of here.
It's got to be 4 cards.
And if you're going to defend the queen eight and this is the flop, it feels like you do have to just come along for another card. Looks like he is counting out some raising chips.
Semi-bluffing the royal flush draw.
And against fives, it's going to work, but against the entire range of Pavlov from under the gun +1, I think it just was very fortunate for Montois that he was not up against the stronger part of Pavlov's range. And again, factor in that people want to bag and make it to the next day. Players are going to probably be less sticky in those spots on the last hand.
Absolutely, and with that hand over, it is time to bag and tag.
10 there.
Thank you.
Do you know the story of the guy who made the bubble with the chip race? What? Do you know the story of the guy who on the main, who did the, or on the 2K, I don't remember, who crossed the bubble thanks to the chip race?
Really?
Yeah, it was like, he has like 6K something. It was the big blind plus the small blind, and he has the chip race. He won the chip race, so it's 1K more. So he folded all the blind and won, and crossed the bubble with the 1K from the chip race. Yeah. He would have lost the chip race. He would have been all in blind on the small blind. That's fun.
It was a genuinely cool story.
Plus, look who's real chatty now that he made day 4.
There is that.
I don't remember if it was on the main or on the 2K.
Ace, please, now.
Thank you.
So tomorrow is the day where we aim to get down to the final 2 tables, play down to 16. Looks like 53 players will be returning for day 4. including the players we've been watching at the feature table for this session. I'm hearing that Jose Gonzalez, who's been top of the leaderboard for most of the day, is now second in chips. French player Nathan Tatat is up to 3.46 million, so he'll come into day 4 as chip leader. Gerard Carbo still among the big stacks. He'll have 91 big blinds at the 10-15 blind level tomorrow. Kennard Ine, with his steampunk goggles, will be in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
We still have Nicolas Schweiti. We still have Anton Wigg, so a couple of former EPT champs in the field. I believe Darius Sammartino still has chips, a former World Series of Poker runner-up. So as ever, we'll be kicking off the action at 12:30 local time. That's 11:30 a.m. Central European Summer Time. Everyone has now locked up the better part of 20 grand. Big sums up for grabs at the final table, including that huge first prize of just over $1 million. Make sure you're with us on Sunday to see who is crowned a champion. The day before that, they'll play down to the final 6. Of course, tomorrow it's all about getting down to the final 16. Maria, thank you very much. We will speak to you tomorrow.
Speak tomorrow.
Live via satellite from the east coast of the United States, that was Maria Ho.
Have some pizza if you need to get to sleep.
And this has been day 3. Check out the PokerStars blog for updates and stories, not just from today, not just from this tournament, but everything happening on the European Poker Tour. And yes, make sure you are with us for day 4 of this 5K EPT Cyprus main event. 53 will become 16. We will aim to get down to the last 2 tables. A reminder of our on-air time, 12:30 local time on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. Until then, from Joe Stapleton, Maria Ho, Griffin Benger, Nick Walsh, and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from Cyprus. Hello once again, welcome to Cyprus and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It's day 3 of the first ever Cyprus main event.